The boy, breathing heavily, extended his hand forward. This was repeated over and over again, and always with one ending. He tried to grasp the bare ground with twisted fingers. Having made great efforts, the boy managed to get up a little, pulling his body off the ground. He was on his knees, trying to catch his breath. In the end, the completely powerless boy fell on his back. He lay with his arms outstretched and looked at the mountain of scrap in the middle of which he lay. The boy was looking up at the sky and breathing through gritted teeth, and his face was covered in sweat. The game continued. He grabbed a stick that was lying on the ground. Getting to his feet, the boy firmly took the stick with both hands and took a fighting stance. He looks carefully ahead, trying to see the way. A few meters ahead was a door. With his last strength, the boy rushed to where, in his opinion, there was a safe shelter. Immediately after that, a loud explosion rang out behind him, accompanied by the green monster's roar. The shockwave knocked the boy off his feet, and he screamed. This was far from their first meeting. Once a monster broke his neck. Another time, the monster cut his body in half with its sword. The next meeting ended with the monster simply tearing him in half with his bare hands. The boy lowered his head in exhaustion. His legs trembled. A monster stood opposite. The goblin began to pick up speed, slicing the air with his sword. A predatory grin appeared on his face. The boy doomedly raised the stick, realizing, however, that there would be no protection against it. The next second, he felt a sword blade touch his neck. The boy's body fell to the ground, right at the feet of the goblin, who again emerged victorious from the fight. Suddenly, one of the dead boy's eyes lit up with a red light. It all started when dungeons began to open all over the world. The awakened appeared with them. This marked the beginning of a new era. However, not everyone could become such. Those who did not have stars could not develop their abilities. So the boy had to earn a living by collecting the waste of magical power. Suddenly, the boy raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the tunnel in which he was working today. His eyes lit up with hope. Climbing the wall and without removing his gloves, he reached for the crystal that was tangled in the web. However, in the next moment, he could not hold on to the wall and flew down. One of the colleagues immediately rushed to help, asking if everything was okay. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, squeezing out a smile while answering the questions of his colleagues. Kang Hyun-moo was now sitting in front of the TV, listening to the news about another successful raid of the Ta Song clan and reminiscing about the past. He recalled how, after one of his shifts, attorney Robert Lee approached him to express his condolences and give him his father's belongings. At this time, the voice of the manager of the Ta Song clan brought the boy out of his memories. He said something about how his chosen strategy showed Korea's potential. Kang Hyun-moo thought about what he wanted as well. His brown eyes were full of determination as thoughts swarmed through his mind that he wanted a higher status for himself. The guy clenched the amulet in his fist and carried it up. He will check how far he can go in his quest and what heights he can reach. The next moment he found himself among the destroyed skyscrapers. The boy clenched his teeth and trembled, wrapping his arms around his shoulders. In a moment, he felt a sharp pain, and drops of blood flew out of his mouth. The boy's body lay among the ruins of the metropolis, and there was no one around, and the enemies were already running towards him to deliver the next blow. Kang Hyun-moo covered his head with his hands as several androids hit him from all sides. Blood spewed from his mouth again, and the last thing on the boy's mind was the thought that he was dying, and horror was visible in his eyes. Now he was fighting again. Kang Hyun-moo swung with all his might and hit the stick in defense. Gathering all his rage and despair together, he cried out. The boy charged furiously at the enemy, striking him again and again and diligently parrying his attacks. He was tired of dying just like that. The goblin swung his sword, and in the next moment, Kang Hyun-moo's arm, armed with a staff, flew to the side. The monster grinned victoriously, baring its fangs in a predatory grin. However, Kang Hyun-moo took the stick in his other hand and brought it back to strike. The boy thrust his weapon into the enemy's neck with a sharp end. Before dying, Kang Hyun-moo took one more look at the body of the dead enemy he had finally defeated. The game continued. However, the boy now had the sword of the defeated goblin. He struck furiously at the now walking dead. And from these blows, the heads of new enemies flew in different directions. Standing in the midst of a pile of decapitated bodies, he stared at the new mass coming straight at him. It was a pile of dead gray bodies, dressed in rags and worm-eaten. There were no noses, and there were sharp fangs in the mouths. They pushed, and they could not see the end. However, Kang Hyun-moo did not give up. At some point, he felt a clawed paw of a monster on his chest, and that he was being pushed. Zombie eyes glowed with a bloody light, and long tongues protruded from their muzzles. In the end, the monsters surrounded the boy from all sides and piled on top of him. Kang Hyun-moo's face was covered in sweat. He understood that if he surrendered, he would die. The boy made an effort, and in the next moment managed to push away one of the dead with his foot. The boy growled loudly, trying to break free from the pile of dead bodies. He firmly gripped the body of one of the monsters with his teeth, which caused a splash of black blood. In the next second, Kang Hyun-moo tore a piece of meat from his enemy's body. The boy gouged out the eyes of the next attacker from among the horde of zombies with his bare hands. Another, with a wild roar, stepped on the head and crushed it. The boy fought back, becoming angrier with each defeated zombies. Zombies advanced and advanced. A mountain of them grew. Kang Hyun-moo slashed at them with his sword, blood splashing in different directions. And now the boy is standing, lowering his sword and trying hard to catch his breath. And under him at this time is a mountain of dead zombies whom he defeated. The boy's eyes glowed with a red demonic glow, and a wild grin appeared on his face. Kang Hyun-moo knew very well that he was being watched. Those with power and high status. The scowl on his face turned into a predatory smile. The boy was ready to fight on. Since Kang Hyun-moo worked as a magical waste collector, the uniform was appropriate, namely a protective suit, respirator, rubber gloves, and rubber boots. Suddenly, on the wall of the tunnel, he saw that a crystal was tangled on the wall, which emitted a barely noticeable light. Despite the looks of his colleagues, he began to scratch at the wall, thinking about how much he would get for the artifact. However, in the next moment, without holding on to the wall, Kang Hyun-moo made a huge splash as he fell asleep in the wastewater. Rubbing his bruised shoulder, the boy slowly got up until one of his colleagues ran up to him. Yamin, who was working as a university assistant, asked while adjusting her glasses why Kang Hyun-moo was so excited. The boy took off his respirator, thinking that they were now working with a mixture of water and crystal moss mana that was relatively safe. After the workday, Kang Hyun-moo, after receiving the calculation for the work, took his head. It was only 3,001. 35 years ago, a new era began, the era of the dungeons and the awakened. However, this meant absolutely nothing to Kang Hyun-moo. Every time, changing clothes after a shift, he knew that he did not have even the slightest chance to change his life for the better. Once in the dressing room, a man who introduced himself as his father's lawyer approached him. This shocked the boy a lot, because he did not know his parents. Kang Hyun-moo squinted skeptically, but pointed a finger at himself, asking the man if he had made a mistake. The thing left by my father was a pendant. It was engraved with swirling symbols. The boy, sitting at the station, carefully examined his parents' gift at the time when Yu Ming clapped her hands enthusiastically with her mouth wide open. The girl explained that the amulet is a hearth. This is an item that hunters use when leaving the dungeon. Yu Ming even thought that it was a gift for her, but she flatly refused to go to the dungeon. From how close the girl was, the boy even became uncomfortable. At this time, a bus approached the station. Yamin starts to ask about Li Ji-tae, but Kang Hyun-moo brushes the subject off, citing that he is not interested in it. Li Ji-tae was the head of the Ta Song clan, which successfully conducted the world's third clearing of a 5-star dungeon. For Kang Hyun-moo, Li was a person who used the opportunities given to her from birth. Power, dynasty, appearance. Everything you need to be successful. The boy looked at the pendant, thinking that it was all he had. In his opinion, he could have achieved more if only he had the opportunity. The amulet, apparently hearing the wishes of its new owner, lit up with a bright light. Kang Hyun-moo screamed out of surprise. Opening his eyes, Kang Hyun-moo saw that he was standing in the middle of the city. The windows of the houses were broken, and a blood-red moon was shining in the sky. In front of him, startling him, a window appeared with a message, which said that the boy's body had awakened mana, which was now spreading through the body. The guy looked scared at the messages that appeared one after another. The last of them said that he was the last survivor. He tried to make out at least something in the cloud of dust raised by the wind. Suddenly, a large crystal behind him caught his attention. They called such crystals crystal moss. But Kang Hyun-moo had never seen such a large specimen before. The boy opened his mouth in astonishment, imagining how much money his find could be worth. Holding the crystal in his hands, the boy could not believe his luck, which fell on him. Suddenly the boy coughed, and bloody saliva appeared on his hands. Kang Hyun-moo fell onto his back, clutching his chest, a black smoke billowing around him. This could indicate poisoning. The boy shouted when he saw the message about the attack of the enemies, and began to frantically look around in all directions. There was no one around, and the boy did not understand what was happening. But he continued to look for the enemies, about whose attack he learned. Finally, at the last second of his life, he received a message that the cause of death was fine dust. Kang Hyun-moo opened his eyes, breathing heavily. Looking at his hand, he already thought that he had dreamed all this. A message window appeared in front of him again, in which it was written that his task was to survive until dawn. The boy suddenly got up from his knees and ran away. Putting on his jacket as he went, he vowed to take revenge on whoever had lured him into this trap. That was the last thing he thought about before he died again. The 8th round was also short-lived. Kang Hyun-moo was on his knees thinking about what he had done wrong. During the 11th round, his resistance to poison and paralysis increased. Sitting in a yoga pose, he tried not to inhale the poisonous dust. After that, he died once again. He focused on how to survive. And the best solution he found was to keep breathing. A memory appeared in his head about how he was taught to breathe deeply, and not only through his nose. He obediently followed his mentor's instructions, earning his approval. He called Kang Hyun-moo the most capable of all the children. The mentor was waiting for his achievement. The boy exhaled as soon as he heard that the level was passed and immediately fell down dead. In the 28th round, it was already much easier for him. The body seemed light enough. The boy was warming up, preparing for a new challenge. A message appeared in front of him about the critical level of poison in his blood, as well as his achievement of the new skill Poisoned Blood. The guy read the message in surprise. Kang Hyun-moo tried to understand what was going on. Looking at his hands, he thought that the dust he inhaled accumulated in the body, after which poisoning occurred. Crystal moss caught his attention again. The guy took it in his hand, imagining how much money he could get for it. The next task was to collect crystal moss. Rejoicing that he had indeed found a valuable artifact, Kang Hyun-moo heard a strange sound behind him and turned around. A dark cloud was coming at him with mad speed. When it flew closer, the boy saw that it was a huge swarm of mosquitoes. Kang Hyun-moo rushed away without looking at the road at all. However, it turned out to be not so easy to do. Insects surrounded him from all sides, cutting him off from the surrounding world. The boy clenched his teeth, preparing to fight back. In the end, mosquitoes managed to fly into his mouth. They covered his entire body, actively drinking blood. A few seconds later, all the insects began to explode. Kang Hyun-moo was lying on his back, reading the message about his achievement and the increase in his poison ability. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet, reading that his stamina was decreasing due to illness. He did not know where to look for the source, which made him very angry. He collapsed on the ground. The message about the new decay skill appeared in front of him again, and Kang Hyun-moo was already thinking of trying it on the unbroken chair. After a few minutes, when he let go a little, the boy stood up, staring at the large mosquito. Kang Hyun-moo got to his feet, took the chosen chair in his hands, and gave the command. The piece of furniture fell apart in the air into parts: a saddle, legs, back elements, which were then placed evenly on the floor. The next idea that came to Kang Hyun-moo's head was to try to fold the chair backwards in a similar way. He sat cross-legged in front of the elements and took one leg in his hands. Surprisingly, everything worked out. Obtaining such two skills as decay and production in such a short period of time made the boy quite happy. Rolling up the sleeves of his jacket, Kang Hyun-moo set about building a hideout for himself. Since the boy didn't know how long he would stay here and what other creatures were here, in order to stay alive as long as possible, he needed a safe place. He even had the thought of using the crystal moss, which could bring more benefits. He took a few steps and a newspaper rustled under his feet. The boy unfolded it, straining to read what was written there. Surprisingly, the text became clear almost immediately. The next message informed about the new skill of language comprehension. Kang Hyun-moo brushed it off as he read the newspaper. Having found the familiar name of the head of the Tae-sun clan in the newspaper, the boy realized that he was in his own city. Kang Hyun-moo looked around again. In this dimension, the hometown lay in ruins. Accepting the fact that he could not change anything, the boy sat down next to a pile of dead mosquito bodies to practice his skills. In a moment, he was already lying on the ground, catching his breath, and around him were bits of mosquitoes, a bunch of needles, a bunch of wings, and several vials of blood. Applying the decay skill was quite tiring. Kang Hyun-moo was now faced with the question of what to do with all that he had. The boy thought for a moment, and then commanded production. The vial with blood in his hands turned into a crimson dart. The notification that came in said, "Infernal darts, rare." After a while, Kang Hyun-moo was sitting on the floor, kneading his hand, a mountain of used darts lying next to him. The subject needed research, and the boy, wasting no time, did it. When the darts were gone, he raised his hand, pointing it towards the pile of wings, and gave the command produce again. This time, in his hands was a small egg covered with scales from wings, which has the status of legendary. Withdrawal is possible for certain rewards or under certain conditions. The chances are 50-50. After thinking for a moment, the boy hid the egg in the inner pocket of his jacket. Only now, sitting in a dilapidated building, alone, for the first time in a long time, without fighting with anyone or anything, he realized what a mess he had gotten himself into. A rustling was heard near the entrance. Hiding behind the column, he turned his head to the sound. A goblin was standing in the doorway, resting his hand on the jamb. Seeing the boy, the monster bared its teeth and rushed forward. Realizing that he was noticed, Kang Hyun-moo crouched down. There was no doubt about it when the goblin's sword pierced the column above his head. Raising his head, the boy saw the stairs leading to the second floor. Realizing that this could be their salvation, the boy rushed to the second floor. The goblin immediately rushed after him. Kang Hyun-moo gave the command inventory, and a staff appeared in his hands. He took a fighting stance, preparing to defend himself. However, the goblin flew over him with one jump and landed behind him. The boy turned to face the enemy. The inscription next to it said that the goblin was Red Cap, and his level was determined by 20. The monster bared its fangs and showed its claws. In the other hand, the monster held a sword. The goblin ran at Kang Hyun-moo, slicing through the air with his sword. The boy put his stick forward, blocking the blow. A fierce battle was fought between them. Kang Hyun-moo parried all of the green attacker's shots. In the end, the stick couldn't stand it and broke into pieces. The goblin lunged forward and snarled, baring his teeth. Kang Hyun-moo thought that the monster was trying to say something, but in a language he didn't understand. Seeing the attack of the monster, he shouted. The monster knocked the remains of the stick out of the boy's hands with one blow. Kang Hyun-moo held out his hand, giving the inventory command, thus summoning hell darts. The goblin deflected the darts with skillful blows, preventing them from reaching the target. Drops of sweat rolled down the boy's face in hail as he tried to catch his breath. The goblin, gritting his teeth, looked at his hand. He had missed one dart and it was now sticking out of his hand. Without thinking long, the monster brought the sword and cut off his hand, which was actively covered with blisters. Kang Hyun-moo watched in shock as the brush splashed to the floor. The thought arose in my head that this decision was the result of poisoning with his blood, which was on the darts. Leaving his thoughts, the boy looked at the place where the goblin was standing. But he was no longer there. At that moment, a noise was heard, and Kang Hyun-moo looked up. He did so just in time to see his opponent bring his sword in to strike. Before the goblin chopped him, the boy had time to think that he was finished. The monster triumphantly placed a clawed paw on Kang Hyun-moo's back and gave a predatory smile. Leaving the abandoned building and the opponent's body, the goblin thought about the fact that there were still people left. He didn't see the sly and victorious smile bloom on Kang Hyun-moo's face. The wounds healed quickly, but health dropped below 10% again. Rolling onto his back, Kang Hyun-moo cursed the goblin in the red cap for what the world stands on. It suddenly felt very hot under the t-shirt, and the boy stuck his hand there. The father's amulet warmed up and began to glow brightly, which meant the opportunity to return home. Just as he thought about it, he found himself outside, and drops of mana fell on him from the sky. He sat down and looked around. The abandoned and destroyed buildings were no longer there, so he returned home. The boy laughed happily. Kang Hyun-moo plucked the amulet from his parents' neck and held it tightly in his hand. He didn't want to go back to that nightmare again. The boy was angry with his father because of his gift, which he was planning to throw away right now so as not to be remembered for him. But thoughts flashed through my head about the achievements I had achieved, and the fingers remained locked on the amulet. The boy was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not even notice the figure watching him behind the mesh fence. So hearing Yu Min's voice, Kang Hyun-moo froze with wide eyes. The girl ran up to him, throwing off her protective cloak as she went. In a moment he was wrapped in it from head to waist, and the sleeves were tied in a knot on the chest. After some time, the boy was already standing in Yu Ming's bathroom, and the girl herself was offering him a mana neutralizer. Upon hearing the rejection, Yu Ming burst into an angry tirade about the danger to his life. In order to end the quarrel, Kang Hyun-moo quickly agreed to use the proposed remedy. In a few minutes he was getting out of the shower, drying his head with a towel. At the same time, he tried to find out how long he had been away from home. Hearing that only 2 days had passed, the boy thought. It seemed to him that several years had passed. Deep in his thoughts, Kang Hyun-moo didn't notice Yu Min's stunned gaze directed his way. He thought about why he found himself in an industrial zone after his return, and not at home. Meanwhile, Yu Ming looked at her partner with interest, putting a finger to her lips. Finally dying, she coughed delicately, causing Kang Hyun-moo to finally take notice of her appearance, causing him to try to cover himself with a towel. Yu Ming said that she will bring the clothes now. To Kang Hyun-moo's objection that he can stay in his own, she sternly explains that his old clothes are all torn and dangerous. Already at the door, the girl promised to quickly return with clothes and asked the boy to wait a little. As Kang Hyun-moo looked after her, a plaque appeared in front of him with all of his awards and equipment that he had acquired. Among them were crystal moss, some sticks with nails, and a golden box chest. The boy pressed the button, and 10 cards appeared before his eyes. 7 of them burned, but 3 remained undamaged. Finally, Kang Hyun-moo saw the combat assistant card, which was considered a legendary skill. The boy looked at the map in surprise. Legendary skills were almost impossible to find. There were only 7 owners of such skills in the whole world, and now he was the 8th. Kang Hyun-moo clenched his fingers into a fist and looked at his hand. At that time, Yu Ming entered the room carrying a stack of clothes. She came in just as the boy was practicing his punch. She was embarrassed, and she could see that the boy was also confused. So she simply offered to pretend that she had not seen anything. Already at the table, Yu Ming said that since he looked healthy enough, she took him to her house instead of the hospital. And she also wondered why, being gifted, he was rummaging through magical waste. Kang Hyun-moo explained that he had become gifted relatively recently and asked if she was still researching the crystal moss. After the girl confirmed the existence of such studies, the boy raised his hand. Yu Ming stared as if spellbound at the purple glow in her partner's hand. When a serious artifact appeared in his hand, she opened her mouth in surprise. Kang Hyun-moo asked with a smile how much such a piece could cost. Yu Ming couldn't help but let out an enthusiastic shout that must have been heard by all the neighbors who lived nearby. The girl grabbed his hand and started twisting it, trying to see such a treasure from all sides. She raved about its size and the purity of the substance. When Kang Hyun-moo asked with a serious face if she wanted to do any research, Yu Min was confused. But immediately afterwards, the boy smiled, announcing that he was by no means going to give away his find. Yu Ming paled at his promise to tell her where such a specimen could be found. But she agreed to listen to him. When Kang Hyun-moo asked to find a way to sell the stone, the girl grabbed her head. It required many certificates, besides. The stone was very large. The last point didn't bother the boy much, and he simply broke the artifact in half, which made Yu Ming turn blue. She pounced on him and began pounding his back with her fists, shouting. She calmed down only after his words that he had another crystal moss. Tears glistened in the girl's eyes. Wiping her eyes, the girl asked if it was true. Kang Hyun-moo confirmed, already annoyed, asking if they could sell it instead. At the same time, he asked not to tell anyone where she got it from. The girl whimpered and said that in order to make it easier to sell the artifact, it would be good to break it. Taking control of herself, the girl explained in a rather harsh manner that Kang Hyun-moo had to break the stone himself, and that stones of such purity only appear when the dungeon is first opened. In response, the boy explained to the girl that her percentage will depend on how well she copes with her part of the work. The boy wanted to deal with the garbage bag, but Yu Ming stopped him by telling him to go to sleep, which shocked the boy a little. In the morning, she woke him up, saying that she would be back soon. In the meantime, she needs to return to the place where she found him yesterday, and then they go to get clothes for Kang Hyun-moo. Throughout their morning conversation, Kang Hyun-moo covered himself with a pillow. A week later, they went to a meeting with a potential buyer. Yu Ming clarified whether she had to go with him. All the way, Kang Hyun-moo was afraid that they might be spied on. When they reached the cafe, they saw only 2 patrons, one of whom was a man with a strawberry milkshake. the other's face hidden by the shadow of his hat. When the visitor with the cocktail left, doubts about who they needed disappeared. So they approached the man in the hat. He held out his hand, introducing himself as Mr. Park Hee-seo. Kang Hyun-moo shook the man's hand, realizing that the man was strong enough. They placed a bag of crushed crystal moss on the table. The man pulled out one fragment and carefully examined it from all sides. After making sure he wasn't being scammed, he offered to deposit the money at the usual place, which Yu Ming happily agreed to. Taking off his hat, the man bowed his head slightly and left. The girl noticed with surprise, looking in his direction, that this was the first time he had said goodbye in such a manner. All of this made Kang Hyun-moo think that the man might know how the boy obtained the artifact. However, Yu Ming, who was very pleased with the deal, patted him on the back in an attempt to distract him. She took out her phone and, while straightening her hair, opened the banking application. With a big smile on her face, the girl showed the account to which 100 million won had been credited. At the same time, Park Hee-seo, sitting in the car, took off his hat and cloak, assuring his interlocutor that he was able to make everything that entered the market safe. Beside them lay an untied bag of newly purchased crystal moss. The interlocutor took the fragment in his hands, examining it, as well as the drops of blood on it. He was interested in how strong a hunter who obtained the artifact could be, and also which clan had such a worker on their staff. The interlocutor asked Park Hee-seo's opinion about Kang Hyun-moo, and also praised him for a job well done. The interlocutor also asked to find out everything possible about Yu Ming. The man answered in agreement, addressing the interlocutor by name for the first time. The interlocutor was Lee Ji-tae. A few days later, while Kang Hyun-moo was resting after training, a notification came in that his muscle strength had increased, and that a new challenge would soon begin. He looked at the medallion's parents, analyzing all the information about the ordeal he had received. He knew that time in both worlds was the same. Bending his fingers, he calculated how the time between the trials itself was determined in the real world. Kang Hyun-moo considered the biggest problem to be the change of location during transfers. He drew a diagram on the sand with a stick, where the little man marked Kang Hyun-moo himself, and the arrows showed the movement from the house to the location. The boy raised his hands up and shouted wildly. He was annoyed by the fact that he did not stay in the same place, and he did not understand how to change this mechanism. The boy hunched over and sat cross-legged. The boy wrapped an elastic bandage around his arm, wondering if the combat assistant skill would be considered cheating. After all, this skill made it possible to correct blows by memorizing them, and also predicted the movements of the enemy. Kang Hyun-moo walked over to the training punching bag. After the first hit, the boy received a message about the activation of the skill. He began to deliver powerful blows one after another. Not expecting such a result, the boy stopped for a moment, after which he hit the simulator with all his might. The force of the blow was so great that, taking into account the previous attacks, the pair could not withstand and broke in half. Looking at the tattered bandages that wrapped his hands, Kang Hyun-moo thought about how the battle assistant had memorized his punches. There was a message about a quest, the task of which was to defeat the stuffed animal. Putting on the t-shirt, the boy thought about why he was given such an easy task at the 7th level, when it should have been given to beginners. He put on his jacket, and his eyes shone with excitement. He was ready for a new challenge. Kang Hyun-moo once again made his way through the ruins, among which the crystal moss glittered. Suddenly in front of him, he saw a staircase leading down. Descending them, he found himself in an abandoned room. It was quite eerie here, especially considering the 5 metal figures whose silhouettes loomed in the darkness. Their level was not specified. And as soon as the boy thought that they would not start moving suddenly, the robots stood up and opened their mouths. After seeing this picture, Kang Hyun-moo took the first and best board and started throwing darts at them to test the robots' abilities. Much to his dismay, The poison darts bounced off the armor, causing absolutely no damage to the androids. The boy crouched down, hiding from his opponents behind a self-made shield from a large board. However, as the attack did not begin, he looked out. The robots froze in one position, not moving. The guy came out of the vault and charged one of the androids in the head with all his might. The androids stirred and began to vibrate. Their eyes glowed red, and they prepared to attack. A metallic voice was heard saying that enemy recognition was complete. The android level was now determined to be 7th, and Kang Hyun Moo wondered if his level would rise. The androids began to attack, methodically delivering blows. The boy was glad that compared to the goblin red cap, the stuffed animals were much slower. In the world where he lived, the 7th level was given to military or bodyguards. Here, the 7th level still marked beginners. The boy clenched his teeth and grinned, preparing for battle. His eyes glowed red and he activated the combat assistant skill. But before the boy managed to use it, the robots grabbed him by the arms and legs. The android that Kang Hyun Moo started the match with came up and punched him in the face. The boy made an effort and pulled his hand out of the strong metal grip. The next moment, a fist crashed into the squeaker of one of the androids. The metal on it immediately cracked and peeled off. Now the half-face was gone from the metal that covered it. Instead, it was just a dark gray frame. Everything happened again in a moment. The robots again held him by the arms and legs. Kang Hyun Moo was punched directly in the stomach by the android attacker. Between the streams of blows, the boy made out a notification about increased resistance to bleeding. The androids continued to attack from all sides, and in the end, the boy could not keep his feet. Clenching his teeth, he tried to get to his feet. The face was dusty and covered in scars. Kang Hyun Moo sat down on his lap. The robots surrounded him, waiting for the fight to continue. Just in front of him, behind the backs of the androids, there were stairs that led to the street, and the boy already thought that it would be possible to try to escape. However, I understood that this was most likely a bad idea. He stood up and held out his hand, which was immediately enveloped in light. In a moment, there was already a staff in his empty hand, which had low durability, but caused great damage. The boy carried a stick and ran to one of the opponents. He hit his hand, and it immediately fell off, leaving bare wires sticking out. And at that moment, Kang Hyun Moo saw the hand of one of the robots turn into a crossbow. The limbs of all the other robots also took the form of various weapons. The boy looked at the mace, axe, and katana in fear and knew that he was doomed. This time he was ready. He was breathing hard, but his eyes were burning with excitement. Kang Hyun Moo deftly dodged the fist that flew at him. He himself, wasting no time, delivered a strong blow in return. The boy understood that if he fought all the stuffed animals at once, he would definitely lose, so the other androids were tied to the column. Kang Hyun Moo threw punches one after another. He understood that it was quite possible to win a one-on-one duel with an android. In the end, the body of the stuffed animal fell to pieces, revealing its innards. The boy smiled triumphantly, looking at the remains of his opponent. But in the next moment he felt the touch of cold metal against his neck, as one of the androids that had freed himself jumped at him from behind and began to break his neck. The next time, Kang Hyun Moo died from the same broken neck, but due to the robot jumping up and kicking him with all its might. The next time, his opponent broke his neck by throwing him over himself. Almost all of the stuffed animal's hard hits were so accurate that they resulted in the same ending. Kang Hyun Moo understood that they possessed martial arts, but he couldn't determine which ones. With each loss, the boy's eyes lit up more and more with excitement. He clenched his fists and swung at one of the androids, but he managed to dodge. Kang Hyun Moo was not confused and repeated the attack, but this time with his foot. The attack was successful. Covering his face with his hand, the stuffed animal issued a command to re-examine the opponent. In the next second, the android hit the boy in the eyes with his fingers. He shouted, covering his eyes with his hand, and sat down on the ground. When he removed his hands from his face, he saw the stuffed animal's gaping mouth bathed in red light. The robot pounced on the boy and bit into his leg. Kang Hyun-moo yelled as he tried to kick the android off his leg, but this did not really save him. The boy crouched down, dodging another attack. He molded the scarecrow into a squeal by simply pushing it inside. Opponents tried to attack unitedly, but Kang Hyun-moo was already ready for this. The boy knew that the stronger his enemies became, the stronger he himself became. He took one of the robots and, holding its leg, lifted it into the air. In the next moment, he launched it into the rest of his brothers. However, since this was not enough, he then hung a delicious pendle, tamping a small pile. Kang Hyun-moo watched as a bunch of robots flew off in different directions. He ran up and right from the U-turn hit the android in the face with his heel. The boy launched attacks one after the other without lowering their level at all. In the end, the work scattered and the quest was completed. Kang Hyun-moo raised his head and let out a victory cry. Trying to catch his breath, he looked at the pile of defeated enemies. One of them was missing half of the padding on his face, and his muzzle remained in a silent scream, bearing metal fangs. Kang Hyun-moo fell on his back, breathing heavily. He raised his hand in front of him and saw that it was trembling. A notification rang nearby, again announcing the acquisition of a new artifact. The boy was looking at the map, which depicted a large tree with wide branches and a thick trunk. The name of the artifact sounded like Cradle of Heaven. The artifact itself was a wide handkerchief of pale beige color. The boy took her fingers by the ends and lifted her up to get a better look. He did not understand what it was for and what to do with it. The description said that it helps with growth or wound healing. In an attempt to find a proper use for the artifact, Kang Hyun-moo tied it around his head. However, this did not have any result, so the boy, exhaling noisily, sharply tore off the blanket. Clutching it in his hand, Kang Hyun-moo thought about the futility of this artifact. It was more appropriate in his eyes to sell it and get good money for the legendary artifact. Suddenly, the boy looked at the inventory he had. An egg created from the wings of huge mosquitoes caught my eye. Special conditions were necessary for its removal, and the removal had a 50% chance. Kang Hyun-moo wondered if the artifact could help with this job. He took the egg out of the inventory, covered it with a handkerchief, and began to wait with his arms crossed. When there was no hope left, the scales from the egg began to fly away. You could already see a normal shell under them. For a moment, Kang Hyun-moo was afraid that some dragon might pop out of the egg and call him father while trying to eat him. The shell of the egg at this time was already completely covered with cracks, from which a faint light was coming out. Kang Hyun-moo opened his mouth in admiration, covering his eyes with his hand. In the egg was a small creature that was sleeping peacefully. The creature stirred and opened its bright red eyes, mocking sweetly. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. Kang Hyun-moo stared at the creature with wide eyes. He expected to see anything, but absolutely not her. Not believing his eyes, he reached out with his fingers for the creature. The next second, she grabbed the outstretched finger and dug into it with her small fangs. When Kang Hyun-moo pulled out his finger, and the creature fell to the floor exhausted. Examining the finger, the boy understood that the new pet needed to be fed. He could not calmly look at the sad eyes in which the request was read. After thinking, the boy took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to the creature. However, she rejected the sweets, grimacing as if she were being offered a sour lemon. The creature pointed a finger at Kang Hyun-moo himself, implying that it feeds on blood. Having received consent, she quickly grabbed the tube and, landing on the boy's forearm, began to suck blood. Kang Hyun-moo tried to hold his pet, but she stopped his hand. Having eaten, she began to lick the wound, healing it. After finishing, the satisfied fairy began to demand more dessert, calling Kang Hyun-moo a slave. At that, the boy grabbed the creature and clenched his fists a little tighter, to which it squealed. With a satisfied smile, he clenched his fist, releasing the weeping fairy. Kang Hyun-moo asked who she was, to which the creature froze with wide eyes. Exhaling, the boy assumed out loud that she was a mosquito fairy, which, however, made her very angry. Suddenly, the fairy let out a loud cry, clutching her straw to her chest. With a wide grin on its face that showed its fangs, the creature announced that it was a fairy of the end. Kang Hyun-moo's face was covered with big drops of sweat, because the information was not too encouraging. It was hard to believe that such a little girl could eat everything in the world, as she herself said. Suddenly, one circumstance popped into the boy's mind, that his blood, which the little creature had drunk quite a lot for its constitution, was poisonous. A goblin flashed through his memories and immediately cut off his blistered hand. Seeing his frightened face, the fairy laughed loudly. She laughed even harder as Kang Hyun-moo thought about the creature's level, and why it was okay, and how he couldn't use a battle assistant since the fairy showed no hostility. While the boy was thinking about whether he would be able to tame the pet, she started humming again that she was hungry. The boy tiredly put his hand on his head, thinking about a name for the fairy. Hearing her new name, Linian smiled, crossing her arms over her chest. Kang Hyun-moo happily scratched his chin as Linian explained that it looked like the mind of the apocalypse. Kang Hyun-moo became serious and ordered that if Linian wanted to follow him, she must adhere to one condition, namely not to eat people. In return, he promised to give the fairy a little of his blood, to which the fairy agreed, because their people were not picky. And then Linian turned her head to the side with interest, which the boy repeated after her. Her gaze was drawn to the remnants of the stuffed animals that Kang Hyun-moo had recently fought, and the boy himself drew attention to the fact that one of them was broken in half. He knew it wasn't worth breaking the androids, so he began to analyze his attacks, wondering if he could hit hard enough to break the robot. A notification appeared in front of my eyes about adding stamina to the combat assistant. The boy put his hand to his chin and wondered if it was worth trying the novelty now. He picked up one of the more or less intact androids and placed it in front of him. While the boy was kneading his fists, a notification about the activation of the combat assistant came. Kang Hyun-moo punched the robot squarely in the shoulder. Immediately after that, the android's arm flew away, exposing the torn wires and shocking the boy. Kang Hyun-moo and Linian let out a victory cry in unison. The fairy decided not to stand aside and rubbed her foot on the stuffed animal's head, thereby breaking it into pieces. However, their joy was short-lived, as a noise was heard from the side where the rest of the androids were lying. Scarecrows with bruised faces and black pits for eyes screeched to their feet. Kang Hyun-moo took a fighting stance with his fists raised. The robots surrounded him from different sides, but they were in no hurry to attack. Instead of attacking, one of the stuffed animals reached out and pointed a finger somewhere to the side. The boy followed where the android was pointing and saw a pile of broken furniture. He approached her, and with considerable effort, he was able to remove the huge board. Linian immediately rushed forward when she smelled a very delicious smell. Having arrived, she stopped and pointed somewhere with her finger. Kang Hyun-moo saw a desk with a skeleton sitting behind it. The fairy, not paying attention to anything, rushed there and began to tear off the bones of the fingers. The boy was embarrassed when he saw how Linian was munching on the bones of the skeleton with great appetite. However, he quickly pulled himself together and took the bone from her, ignoring the cries of protest. As he was putting the bone back in place, his attention was drawn to a yellowed envelope lying under the skeleton's arm. The boy took the envelope and opened it, marveling at the number of mistakes, while Linian peered over his shoulder with interest. The letters could be called the last memoirs. 3 years before it was written, children began to die from poisoned air, and the news broadcasts only talked about the fact that the awakened end their lives by suicide. The man who wrote the letter had no hope of salvation. Kang Hyun-moo exhaled, remembering how, when he first got here, he read that the level was the lowest. He continued to look through the notes of the deceased. 3 days before the letter was written, a priest committed suicide, and a day later, Professor Park Hyo-seok did the same. Kang Hyun-moo scratched his head as he was unfamiliar with the names of the past. At this time, Lenyan was actively trying to get at least some tasty bone. However, instead she flew towards Kang Hyun-moo with an octagonal medallion in her hands. The boy thought that this was also a hearth, but it was different from the one he got from his father. After thinking for a moment, he accepted the locket from the fairy's hands. However, as soon as the boy took it in his hand, it lit up brightly. Kang Hyun-moo covered his eyes with his hand from the bright light. It took a lot of effort for the boy to hold the amulet in his hand. Suddenly, cracks appeared all over the stone. The amulet shattered into pieces, no matter how hard Kang Hyun-moo tried to hold it back. The boy was looking at his hand. His face was covered with sweat, and the dust of the torn amulet was flying around. The pattern that decorated the stone before was reflected on the palm. A black hole opened above them, and Linian, and it grew rapidly. Linian turned and headed for the door, waving goodbye to the boy. A dark blue substance began to envelop his body, and the boy screamed, reaching his hand forward. Now he was as if in weightlessness, and stars were falling around him. The boy looked ahead in fright, not understanding where he was and what was happening. Kang Hyun-moo shouted, trying to call Linian, or at least someone, but he never got a response. Suddenly, a message about the absorption of a star fragment appeared next to him, confusing Kang Hyun-moo even more. An object resembling a ball studded with multifaceted pyramids drifted near his hand. He received a message again about Barul giving up on the absorbed debris and leaving him, while Kang Hyun-moo looked after the blue light. Unable to stand it, the angry boy made an obscene gesture and shouted. Finding no other way to vent his anger, the boy slammed his fist on the message board, thereby unlocking the data. It said that the Lords of the Stars are powerful beings who have their territories in the universe. They provided shards, and each star wanted its particular clan, of which there were 6 in all, to be able to expand the territory. While Kang Hyun-moo was wondering aloud why such powerful beings were interested in him, he received a message that he was the owner of one of the fragments. The boy realized that the shard was what Linian had found, and he mistook it for another hearth. In thought, the boy raised his head up. A light was coming from the witness. There he saw a circle intersected by 2 perpendicular lines. From there, the same stars as the blue one he saw earlier began to fly out. Red, yellow, and pink stars were already circling around him. Each of them had their own names, and each of them found something for themselves in the boy. The message said that the stars saw potential in him, and that is why they were channeling energy into him. Hearing that the creatures wanted to see what he was capable of, the boy exploded with righteous anger, because the system required him to choose a star to follow without knowing anything about them. The next notification gave a description of each of the stars. Yes, the blue star, which was called Shattered, and her name was Talia, was possessed by a demon with large, long horns and a face full of sharp teeth. He was sitting in a chair, and in front of him was a chessboard, on which some pieces were broken. The system said he controlled poisons, daggers, and conspiracies. The next star was Verde, a red, weeping star. Its owner was a thin, stooped grandfather with a long gray beard and a high crown, and blood pouring from his eyes. He ruled the living dead. The third star was the purple star Yogalim, which was called the Hungry. The owner of the star turned out to be a huge purple snake, and all the inhabitants of his land suffered from hunger. The monster, Whispering Star, was a beautiful, fair-haired girl with angelic wings. Lord of the victorious star, Arden fought with fire and iron. He looked like a majestic and formidable warrior. Surrounded by stars, the boy did not understand why he needed all this information. He understood one thing: stars like those who look like them. The decision came instantly, so the boy raised his head and shouted, enumerating the features of his persona. The boy was angry because even though he went to hell, and maybe he deserved it, he didn't want all the things the stars wanted. The boy fell to his knees exhausted, as he was still considered an empty space. He began to dig into himself to think of why he could be perceived as the same as those creatures, the stars. But nothing came to mind, leading Kang Hin-moo to conclude that he was better than them after all. He wondered if his choice would change anything. The blue star split into several sectors, and a vortex of light swirled around it. Kang Hyun-moo found himself surrounded by various monsters, but most of them were defeated. Next, he saw himself on the stage, where flashes of cameras flashed around him. He was clearly very popular. After that, he saw himself in a military uniform, and behind him were ordinary soldiers. For a moment, the boy even held his breath, looking at what a wonderful life he could lead. He was thinking about how powerful the stars were when the system again reminded him of the choice he had to make. Kang Hyun-moo thought, because he could have everything he wanted so badly, and he couldn't miss the chance to get it all. However, the question of the price that the boy will have to pay remained open. In response to this, the stars said that it would be necessary to simply serve, but he was not believed. Kang Hyun-moo wanted to know if it was necessary to choose right now, to which he received the answer that this is a rather rare opportunity. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, asking what the stars could give him now, to which he received a message that the stars were offended by his insolence. Kang Hyun-moo decided to play until the end, because he understood that it was the stars who found him, and not him. Therefore, they should be more interested in cooperation. He warned that he couldn't trust them, because they didn't even have any kind of contract. There was a notification that the star Arden had lost interest in him, to which the boy simply waved it off. Seeing the notification about the time for reflection, the boy smiled and politely thanked him. Before everything disappeared, he promised the stars not to think too long. After that, he found himself back in an abandoned warehouse with a table in front of him with a skeleton behind him. However, it is unclear why the yellow star remained in the room with him. She flew to his hand and released a discharge of electric current. The new notification was that Monstral's star was awakening some of his abilities. Immediately after that, it became clear that he now possessed another legendary skill, mastery of control. The boy smiled, realizing that he had received a pretty good bribe for his choice. Kang Hyun-moo wondered why no one tried to stop what was happening in hell, and if the disaster was so massive that no one could stop it. Looking at his hand, the boy wondered if the stars had become the ones who created hell. For himself, he clearly decided to learn more about the stars. This time, after returning, Kang Hyun-moo found himself among the trees, but again he did not understand where he was. He made his way through the bushes, thinking that if just being strong was enough in hell, there were many more factors to worry about in the real world. He did not know where he would end up, and at the same time, he looked like a vagabond, which did not add much value to him in the eyes of the people he met. The first thing he said when he came back to Yuming, all dressed up and with leaves in his hair, was that he needed a house. The girl clearly did not expect to see her former partner now in this form, and with such requests. Kang Hyun-moo passionately said that he wanted a house that would have strong walls and a disinfection room. However, Yu Ming said that they were not in a position to think about buying a house, to which the boy let out a disappointed sigh. The girl quickly explained that for the state, Kang Hyun-moo is now an unregistered person as an awakened. He has no stars, and the money he has is earned illegally. She immediately rushed to explain that she did not mean anything else. Standing in the kitchen, the boy thought about the words of his former partner, and strangely enough, he found a rational grain in them. He understood that suddenly buying a house would arouse suspicion, despite the fact that he did not have many friends or acquaintances. While preparing lunch, the boy planned to register, then increase his rank, and then buy a house. And he also wondered why it was necessary to choose only one star. Each of them had immense power and authority, and they could reward him with what he so desperately desired. One thing was not enough for him. The boy wanted everything. He didn't know when or where the apocalypse would start that would destroy humanity. But if he got the power, he could survive. His eyes burned with the fire of adventure as he thought about how to get all the power of the stars at once. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Yu Ming, who flew into the kitchen and ordered to eat faster. They ate while watching the news, where the head of the Taesong clan talked about the plans for the dungeon, the blockade of which was a long-standing dream of the clan, and could ensure the safety of the entire Korean peninsula. It was to be the first raid since North Korea was flooded. And even though Lee Ji-tae spoke without hesitation, Kang Hyun-moo couldn't help but question him. The problem with Paektu's dungeon was that monsters could leave its confines, and since the dungeon was level 5, the monsters were suitable, even for hunters who were armed with mana-infused weapons. Such monsters were no easy task. Kang Hyun-moo turned off the TV, while Yu Min pondered the risks and possibilities of this venture, because everyone knew about the impossibility of expeditions into the North Korean sector. The boy pondered over her words, completely forgetting about food. But just as he picked up the noodles to eat them, he heard about the aptitude registration test that was to take place in 3 days. The hand with the food froze halfway to the mouth when they were told that, due to the blockade of the Paektu dungeon, the Tae-sun clan would be recruiting new awakened. Kang Hyun-moo thought that passing the registration test would be pretty good. But his thoughts were interrupted by the angry shout of Yu Ming, who asked to finally finish what she had prepared. Many people came to the test, so much so that even an apple had nowhere to fall. Kang Hyun-moo's face showed that he was tired of waiting, and suddenly someone from behind in the crowd started rehearsing for him. The boy turned, snarling at the man who was shoving him in the shoulders from behind. He conciliatorily raised his hands, realizing that the boy had come for the test for the first time. The boy thought and scratched the back of his head, remembering his past. Once, when he was small, he was given a unique rank in the shelter, but only he received it. However, the guy decided that the stranger should not know this, so he answered that it was the first time. He, in turn, expressed his dissatisfaction that the organizers do not sort out beginners and specialists, which creates a lot of inconvenience. Kang Hyun-moo asked the man if he had also come to apply for the job, to which he replied that he just wanted to update his registration level. The guy realized that he did not know his level, and the idea came to him that it would be good to raise him so that the administration would accurately evaluate him. Kang Hyun-moo very quickly understood the principle of managing the awakened. They were given points, and to get more, one had to try harder. While he was thinking about raising his level before he was noticed, the man he had been talking to before was already pushing him towards the entrance. And now Kang Hyun-moo is already standing in front of the receptionist, listening to the stages of the test, namely the personality test, the ability test, and the skill test. The first point was only part of the bureaucratic red tape, so it was not a big problem to pass it. It was completed in the laboratory, where tests were taken and blood typing was done. The next stage determined the level of combat power by assigning the number of points. The male norm was 100 points, but there could be deviations. Kang Hyun-moo was approached by a guy who had a score of 87. but the number of points didn't matter much. Kang Hyun-moo walked over to the sensor and put his hand into it. The examiner approached him and told him to grab the ball on the bottom of the sensor. Kang Hyun-moo ran his fingers around the case and finally felt something that looked like a ball, so he immediately put his hand on it. The examiner looked at the sensor readings in fear, as did Kang Hyun-moo himself. Realizing that his readings were far from normal, he quickly pulled his hand away from the sensor. Kang Hyun-moo's face was covered in sweat. Testers did not understand why the sensor gave such high values. The only logical explanation could be that the sensor was broken. Kang Hyun-moo was also afraid that he might have broken the sensor, but the testers assured him that they will now adjust it, and everything will be fine. While the two lab assistants adjusted the device, Kang Hyun-moo waited meekly until he could take the test again. After some time, he stuck his hand inside again. The guy didn't know if the level depended on the force with which he applied the bullet, so he tried to do it as accurately as possible. However, despite this, the result was exactly the same. After checking the level of candidates, they were divided into 3 groups: those with attacking skills on the right, those with defensive skills in the center, and those with uncertain skills on the left. While the girl in charge of distribution was announcing this, the guy next to her was gesturing. Since Kang Hyun-moo was still waiting for the detailed check of his results, he approached the counselor to ask where he should go. The consultant clarified whether the boy belongs to those who are uncertain, with which he agreed. His attention was drawn to a cube with an inexplicable green substance that appeared to be alive. The consultant asked if the boy would take a hunter's ability test, to which he happily agreed. The girl warned that this time, the Ta Song clan slightly changed the task of the test, and also the fact that during the test you can get serious injuries or die. She also said that most hunters don't earn much, so they have to take on other jobs. Kang Hyun-moo cheerfully said that he is not going for money, but because it is unknown what the dungeons and monsters will be like, which can be a good test for humanity. The girl with a smile gave the boy a package of documents, suggesting that the topic of the exam is the dungeon itself. Kang Hyun-moo decided that it wouldn't hurt to read the documents. Taking the papers out of the envelope, he cheerfully explained to the consultant that he had always wondered what dungeons looked like. At this time, a green car stopped in the parking lot in front of the testing center. The guards opened the door and Lee Ji-tae came out to the cheers of the crowd. Taking care that no one overheard, the boy quietly asked if everything was ready, to which he received an affirmative answer. They went to the center, discussing the cases that needed to be resolved. The guard thought that the people they needed had done a lot for the Taesong clan since they were here. But Lee Ji-tae explained that it had nothing to do with the clan. They were people who had everything they needed, but they refused to join the clan until he announced an expedition to North Korea. The rest were described by the guard as those whose level was below 20. In his hands was Kang Hyun-moo's file, and his abilities were described as special. Hearing about the poison blood skill, Lee Ji-tae snickered in interest. Watching the video of the test, Clan Head Seong agreed that it was different from what had happened before. However, he warned that such a skill can be very dangerous, because if the boy is covered in blood, he can harm his colleagues. At the same time, there were 5 candidates under the door of Jetbi's laboratory, among whom was Kang Hyun-moo. One of the employees of the center approached the boy and handed him a small, purple, diamond-shaped object. After that, the man left without explaining anything and ignoring the boy's cries. At that moment, the door opened, inviting the candidates inside. They found themselves in a corridor, the walls of which were hung with thick vines, and the floor was littered with stone fragments. While in a secret room where he could observe the trial, Lee Ji-tae revealed that they were in a dungeon that replicated the setting of a 2-star dungeon in Ukraine. And the goal of the test is to collect as many cards as possible, identical to those that were given to them at the entrance here. Having found themselves among the ruins, the candidates began to prepare for the test, in which they had to gain experience in the dungeon for 3 hours. Kang Hyun-moo was kneading his wrists, and his eyes, like before every fight, were burning with excitement. Each participant was given 1 card at the entrance, and each of them had up to 3 monsters in the dungeon. The candidates gathered in a circle, discussing the conditions of the test, realizing that the prey here is not only the monsters, but also themselves. One of the boys suggested that they move through the dungeon together. Scratching his ear, Kang Hyun-moo replied that he was not interested in such cooperation. The other members of the team looked dumbfounded at the boy, who was looking at his finger boredly, trying to explain to him the importance of teamwork. To which Kang Hyun-moo replied that the winner will be the one who takes first place, which will be very problematic to determine if they work as a team. A strong man with dark hair tried to hold him back, saying that the others would be 5, to which Kang Hyun-moo waved his hand without turning around. However, the man was not going to give up just like that. So he suddenly grabbed Kang Hyun-moo by the collar, turning him to face him. His face contorted in anger as he growled that if the boy wanted to be alone and give someone his card, he'd better give it to them right away. Kang Hyun-moo watched the man intently, studying his opponent and preparing for battle. In the next second, a precise, practiced blow flew into the man's face. The guy didn't like being told what to do, and he wasn't going to put up with it. He threw his arms out to the sides, asking if anyone else wanted to discuss his decision with him. The first to refuse Kang Hyun-moo's persuasion was the boy with the glasses, the same one who proposed the idea of working together. The boy threw his card at his feet, which surprised Kang Hyun-moo quite a bit. They started to argue because Kang Hyun-moo didn't understand what the boy would do without his card, and he, in turn, argued that since there was no fine for losing it, then there would be no disqualification. Hearing that the previously defeated man had a defense skill that the bespectacled boy believed was impossible to win without, Kang Hyun-moo nodded his head affirmatively with a wide smile. In the end, the boy did give in, exhaling noisily, and raised his hands conciliatorily. Lee Ji-tae watched the candidates sparring with interest, analyzing everything in their behavior and conversation. While analyzing the candidates, he looked at the photo of a girl with long hair called Red Butterfly and thought that someone like her could easily pass through the 3rd-level dungeon. This fact did not surprise Mr. Lee's bodyguard, who perfectly understood that with the support of the clan, they would be able to do much more. Lee Ji-tae schematically explained how the screening process is done and how easy it is now to get points. Speaking of how important endurance is to survival, Lee Ji-tae watched the same long-haired girl who was fighting yet another monster prepared for their dungeon by the Ta-song clan. Another team of candidates also fought against the huge cyborg, but not always successfully. Part of the group hid behind rocks, discussing their next steps necessary for victory. One of the men suggested that they all attack together, hoping that the cyborg was not designed for several attacks, and that way they would be able to defeat him. Looking at this, Lee Ji-tae explained that a team's careful planning could yield a good result, while working alone, like the case with Red Butterfly, would be more difficult since the card she needed was deep within the monster's body. Suddenly, something caught Lee Ji-tae's attention, and the boy fell silent, approaching the screen. The head of the clan looked carefully at the map of the test site, where a point was marked in red, above which were written the initials and the number 8. He understood that something extraordinary had happened, so he began to watch with interest what would happen next. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo stood, looking at the cyborg opponent and couldn't hold back his emotions. But it was clearly not what he expected. The guy sped up, and with all his might, he rammed the cyborg into the hull, thinking that this test was quite frivolous. The opponent put out a leg, trying to stay on his feet, and thereby launching a sheaf of sparks on the ground. Kang Hyun-moo grinned savagely, realizing that the fight shouldn't be as boring as it seemed at first. Concentrating, He placed his fist now on the cyborg's chin, considering it too easy a task. Grabbing his leg, the boy threw the opponent away from him, smiling victoriously. Standing among the crumbling remains of several cyborgs, Kang Hyun-moo grabbed his head and let out a gleeful cry. The boy took one of the parts of the cyborg in his hands, lifted it up, and began to examine it. In the next moment, he gave the command to take off, and the remains of the hull flew in different directions, allowing Kang Hyun-moo to get the card he wanted. When it was already in his hand, Kang Hyun-moo wondered why it was so easy to get it. That worried him a lot. Suddenly, the loudspeakers blared, announcing the results of the test, and the boy raised his head in interest. According to the results of the test, the dark-haired girl with an athletic build, whose name was Red Lotus, was in third place with 7 cards. A red-haired girl named Red Butterfly took second place, winning 9 cards. A winning smile bloomed on Kang Hyun-moo's face as he was declared the 16-card winner. Snorting, the self-satisfied boy sat down, tossing the head of the killed cyborg in his hand. And then an idea came to his mind, for which he collected several pieces of material, after which the system reported that it was the skin of a mushroom monster. Kang Hyun-moo gasped in surprise as he thought it was a specially processed covering material, and not someone's skin. The boy remembered the effigies he had fought in hell, as the material was similar to what they were made of. He looked at the material, then put it in his hand and gave the command produce. Immediately after that, dark gray leggings and armbands formed on his arms and legs, which pleased Kang Hyun-moo quite a bit. The boy walked forward, kneading his hand and planning to continue his martial achievements. After a while, the scoreboard showed that Kang Hyun-moo was still in the lead with 67 cards. In second place, with 51 cards, was Red Butterfly. Looking at the table, the girl gritted her teeth and growled with anger, because she did not understand why she could not bypass him. She heard her being called, and turned to the voice where 3 boys, who were clearly hostile, were already running towards her. Seeing the attack, the girl jumped up and then began to deliver one blow after another, attacking the attackers themselves. She deftly parried the attacks of her enemies, instead using her abilities to strike back. Her lips were tightly closed and her eyes shone with determination, so it was clear that the girl did not plan to lose. In a few minutes, among the pile of ashes at her feet, 3 bodies of the attackers were lying. However, this was far from the end, as Red Butterfly saw a whole crowd of those who wanted her defeated. The girl took a fighting stance, showing with her whole appearance that she had no intention of giving up. Suddenly, she saw a frightened Red Lotus running towards her, scattering everyone around. Red Butterfly was worried about the required number of points, to which the sister replied that they did not come for points, but for a trip to North Korea. The guy in glasses explained that if their cards were added together, there would be 88 pieces, and that was quite enough for the expedition. However, Red Butterfly couldn't believe it, so she just turned around and walked away, ignoring her sister's cries. All of the other team members were too slow for her, so she saw no point in waiting for them. The girl jumped up, leaving the trio behind. At this time, Lee Jae-tae was watching Kang Hyun-moo with his mouth wide open in his office. Hearing that it was the same guy with poisonous blood, the clan head turned to the guard with interest. Even though it was Kang Hyun-moo's first time testing, Lee Jae-tae seemed like he already had experience in the dungeons. And Lee also understood that this could mean that he was entering the dungeon without permission, and the look of the clan head became slightly suspicious. In response to the suspicions, the guard hastened to assure that Kang Hyun-moo had no dark spots in his biography, suggesting that he might be from another country. Lee Jae-tae wasn't sure if there were strict rules in other countries, so he accepted this explanation and returned to watching the boy with interest. He began to wonder what would happen if Kang Hyun-moo faced off against the Red Butterfly, and the anticipation was so palpable that even the guard took notice. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo decided to taste the skin of the mushroom monster out of curiosity, but immediately realized that it was a bad idea because he felt sick. Wiping his mouth, the boy decided that he would not eat it, even if he starved to death. Suddenly he froze as he heard sounds like something was coming, and coming very fast. Only the awakened could move at such a speed. So in the next moment, he regrouped and dodged the attack that the red-haired girl was making. He turned and saw Red Butterfly in front of him, who was quite determined, finding out if he was working alone. The guy smiled confidently and decided to go to the A-Bank, lying that the territory was surrounded by his people, who numbered 150 people. However, judging by the look in Red Butterfly's eyes, he knew that his bluff attempt had failed miserably. The girl took a fighting stance, inviting Kang Hyun-moo to fight her for first place. Even though she was level 14 and Kang Hyun-moo was only level 7, the boy noticed. However, in the next moment, he was already defending himself from the aggressive attacks of the red-haired girl. Kang Hyun-moo didn't know what kind of power it was, so defending against it cost him a lot of effort. The boy understood that if the red butterfly hit him at least once, it would mean death for him. Meanwhile, the girl rained a hail of blows on him, attacking again and again. Kang Hyun-moo was more than ever glad for the skill of combat assistant, because without it, he would have lost a long time ago. Dodging a kick with his heel, he bent back almost at a right angle, thinking that it was thanks to the combat assistant that he could dodge like that. However, the opponent did not give him time to even think about a counterattack. The only thing Kang Hyun-moo knew for sure as he knelt down and assessed the situation was that he didn't want to end his ordeal like this. While Red Butterfly was looking at the boy, thinking about her next move, Kang Hyun-moo himself was thinking about not using Battle Assistant because he thought it was dangerous for people. Kang Hyun-moo realized that he was getting tired and not in the best shape right now, so he put his hand forward and a blue light appeared on it, activating the stamina feature. A blue glow enveloped his hand and he brought it up to strike. The red butterfly also prepared to attack, clenching her teeth. When they collided, everything was filled with a bright flash of light. Both eyes were burning with a wild, one might even say, animal instinct for victory. Red Butterfly's attacks grew stronger and harder with each strike. But in the end, she missed Kang Hyun-moo's attack, and he threw his punch, causing the girl to grab her elbow. Drops of sweat rolled down the boy's face as he caught his breath. Still clutching her bruised hand, Red Butterfly glared at Kang Hyun-moo with hatred, biting her lip hard, and still not believing that she had lost. At his request, she threw him a bag of cards that she had won. But getting up, the Red Butterfly understood that she wanted to know why she lost. Kang Hyun-moo thought about whether to answer the girl's question about the skill, since it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But while he was thinking, an alarmed cry was heard from the side, and the boy returned there. In the next moment, he was knocked off his feet by a tall girl with black hair. He flew to the side, constantly turning over and getting stuck with different parts of his body. Lying on his back, the boy tried with all his might to understand what was happening. Standing above him was the black-haired girl who knocked him down, and it was obvious that she was angry, as well as the guy from the candidate team that Kang Hyun-moo left at the very beginning. And while the girl anxiously rushed towards the Red Butterfly, the boy introduced himself as the Red Snake. After looking at her sister and noticing that she was holding her hand, Red Lotus was ready to attack Kang Hyun-moo again. The boy knelt down, addressing the brunette, who was being restrained by the Red Butterfly. The allotted 3 hours passed, and the test was completed. Kang Hyun-moo waited with fear in his eyes for the results to be announced. When he heard that he took only second place, the boy turned pale and froze. But the most shocked by the results was the red butterfly, which took first place despite the loss. Red Lotus explained, pointing to her sister, who had given her her cards in order for her to win. Kang Hyun-moo tiredly rubbed his forehead with his hand as Red Butterfly tried to understand what had happened. Without explaining anything, the boy turned and was about to leave, but he was stopped by the cry of the Red Lotus. Ta was pointing at Red Butterfly's hand, demanding Kang Hyun-moo's forgiveness for what he did to her. The boy exhaled, barely restraining himself, because he understood that he had to control his skills. On the other hand, he also understood that if he found a member of his team with a broken arm, he would not be happy about it either. There was only one thought in his mind that he fought the right way, but it didn't help him win. The boy looked sadly at the group, thinking that he had fought sincerely but lost. After thinking, the boy gave the command, and a thin rope began to wind around the neck of the Red Lotus, who continued to scream. Red Butterfly approached her sister, trying to get her attention when she fell silent. Red Lotus suddenly saw the boy surrounded by various monsters, and his left eye glowed like a robot. Red Lotus fell to the ground, her face pale and her eyes filled with terror. While her sister was trying to bring her to consciousness, the Red Lotus was seen by a robot that looked like the Red Butterfly, but looked scarier, and spiders crawled out of the cracks on it. The girl tried to cover her face with her hand and screamed wildly. The group gathered around the Red Lotus, and a light-haired girl placed a hand on her chest that glowed with a faint green light. Kang Hyun-moo stood and watched as a group of soldiers ran out from behind him with first aid kits in hand, and realized that the matter was more serious than he thought. He watched as the Red Lotus was being brought back to consciousness, thinking that he only wanted to scare him, but he didn't consider that they didn't expect anything like that from him. Deciding not to wait for what might happen next, the boy turned around and quickly left the scene of the adventure. Lee Ji-tae was sitting in the office, watching the unfolding situation with interest, and completely ignoring the guard who looked very angry. The head of the clan explained that Red Butterfly was too self-confident, because of which she lost her vigilance. Lee looked at Kang Hyun-moo, who was climbing the stairs and thought that he had handled everything too easily. And with such abilities, it would be easy for him to catch up with the hunters who had already been there. Seeing Lee Ji-tae get up from his chair, the guard asked if he wanted to make an appointment with the Red Butterfly, to which the clan had said no. To begin with, his plans were to meet Kang Hyun-moo. Kang Hyun-moo himself was sitting in the waiting room at this time, putting a cold can of water to his head and thinking that the battle assistant was eating too much mana. And in this state, he had to endure until he returned to hell. He was approached by a man in a suit who turned out to be Lee Ji-tae's deputy, Tae Min-soo. He congratulated the boy on successfully passing the test, and also offered to join the Ta-sun clan. The boy looked at the proposed business card, listening half-heartedly about the advantages of being part of a clan, rather than working alone. He asked tiredly if the Taesong clan could raise his level to star level, looking at the deputy's confused face with a smile. At the same time, Lee Ji-tae was sitting in his car, waiting for his deputy. In order not to get bored, he decided to watch the video of the fight between Red Butterfly and Kang Hyun-moo again, when suddenly there was a knock on the car window. It was Deputy Tae Min-soo who returned, and from the look on his face, Lee Ji-tae guessed that his offer had been rejected. The clan head smiled as he rubbed his brow. He did not expect anything else, because people who have abilities of this level are characterized by pride. When Min-soo said that Kang Hyun-moo had mentioned the stars while talking to him, the boy's eyes widened. The guy jumped up on the spot, while the deputy, perceiving it as slang, basically did not understand what Kang Hyun-moo was talking about. The man asked the leaders if they had sent an invitation to the Red Butterfly. When the reporting was finished, the deputy bowed and Lee Ji-tae drove away from the center. While driving in his car, The head of the Tae Sung clan thought that he shouldn't jump to conclusions, but it wouldn't hurt to follow Kang Hyun-moo. Kang Hyun-moo was sitting in the car looking at business cards, while Yoo-min was driving. To the girl's question, he explained that after the exam, all these journalists and bounty hunters rushed into the center like crazy. But she stopped him, pointing to the box at his feet. The guy opened the box, thinking about how to explain everything to his friend. After the test, Red Butterfly approached him, apologizing for her sister, and explaining that she just wanted to win. At first slightly angry, the boy exhaled, collected himself, and calmly replied that this story can be left in the past. Following this, the redhead handed him the box with the first-place prize, as she felt it should have belonged to him. Kang Hyun-moo opened the box that contained the gauntlets of strong grip, an item that had a rare status that increased muscle strength and protected the hands. The boy was snapped out of his thoughts when Yoo-min informed that she had sold another piece of crystal moss to Park Hee-seo, as he had been buying a lot lately, and would even buy from another place. Kang Hyun-moo pondered as he found it suspicious that someone would need such a quantity of crystal moss. This suggested that the man was buying artifacts for someone. Thinking back to Park Hee-seo, Kang Hyun-moo didn't think of him as a strong opponent. Yu-ming cheerfully wondered if the mittens were the whole prize. The guy was startled and decided to shake the box, checking if there was anything but gloves. On his lap fell the upholstery of the cover, on the back of which a note was glued. After looking at it, he realized that it was a bank check for the amount of 50,000, after which he offered his friend to go for a reward. Yoo-min kept thinking that the organization was very serious, as there was a monetary reward for each challenge, to which Kang Hyun-moo let out an annoyed breath. Suddenly, he felt something, and a shadow covered his face. The boy ordered Yu-ming to get into the car and close the door. Since he had his back to her, she didn't see his eyes turn red. Ordering her not to get out of the car until he returned, Kang Hyun-moo turned the corner of the building. There he saw several men in black suits, but they were all dead. Suddenly, the boy noticed someone's shadow in the shadows. The man came into the light and Kang Hyun-moo recognized Mr. Park Hee-seo. The man explained that the dead were members of the Japanese Yakuza organization, who, it turned out, also knew about the crystal moss that Kang Hyun-moo had sold to Mr. Park. The man didn't want Yamin to get hurt, but he had a proposal for Kang Hyun-moo. The offer turned out to be an alliance with the Tae Sung clan, which Kang Hyun-moo had recently turned down. Park Hee-seo explained that the clan was looking for information about Kang Hyun-moo, but they couldn't find much, so there are suspicions that the information was deleted on purpose. Kang Hyun-moo froze in fear, realizing how everything looked from the side and who they might suspect. Meanwhile, Park Hee-seo continued to say that the crystal moss sold to him was only available in high-level dungeons, and the boy himself had performed well in the test. Kang Hyun-moo decided to take the initiative into his own hands and asked the man who he worked for, but thanked him for his concern and turned to leave. That is why he did not notice how the man's eyes turned red. Unexpectedly for Kang Hyun-moo, a notification lighted up nearby, just like the one that appeared during the battle. The boy turned around just in time to dodge the cane that Mr. Park aimed at his neck. Dodging the frequent blows, Kang Hyun-moo tried to calm the old man down to talk to him calmly. In a moment, he realized that it would not be possible to end the fight just like that, so he punched the man in the jaw, which, however, had no visible results. Kang Hyun-moo struck again, using the prize gloves. Seeing this, the man froze for a moment, because he thought that the prize for first place went to the Red Butterfly. Kang Hyun-moo smiled, realizing that now some of the advantage in this match had shifted to his side. The guy adopted a combat stance, being ready to continue the fight at any moment. Park Hee-seo took off his cloak, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and loosened the tie around his neck. Planning to distract the boy in this way, the man threw his jacket at him. Kang Hyun-moo understood that the jokes were definitely over now, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Park Hee-seo raised his cane, which immediately turned into a sword. The man himself now looked quite menacing compared to what was before. Kang Hyun-moo shouted loudly as he activated the battle assistant. Park Hee-seo, wasting no time, began to strike with his sword, trying to catch the confused boy. However, he dodged all the time, due to which the sword flew past, leaving scratches on the walls. In the end, with nowhere to fall back, Kang Hyun-moo took off, leaping over Park Hee-seo. Looking at his opponent's back, the boy smiled triumphantly. In the next second, he was already dodging a skillful lunge made by the man. The boy grabbed his shoulder, trying to slow down his movements at least a little. Park Hee-seo's face contorted as he bared his teeth. Kang Hyun-moo was holding his shirt collar with one hand and the wrist of the hand holding the sword with the other. A black thin rope appeared around the man's neck, exactly the same as the one previously on the Red Lotus. In the next moment, Park Hee-seo twisted the boy's arm, taking him by surprise and putting his sword to his throat. Kang Hyun-moo felt a sharp pain and decided that his end had come. He fell to his knees in front of the man, but instead of having his throat cut, he saw that he had only cut his hand. He narrowed his gray eyes and menacingly asked Kang Hyun-moo who was behind him. Remaining on his knees, the boy laughed wildly. Confused, Park Hee-seo, holding the sword in his hands, asked why he was laughing. The boy's face was covered with a terrible grimace, his lips twisted in a half-crazed grin, and his eyes were not human, but rather demonic. Kang Hyun-moo asked if the old man had forgotten anything. Still not understanding what was happening, Park Hee-seo remained silent, observing the metamorphoses of his opponent. Suddenly, the man realized what Kang Hyun-moo meant, and his face showed fear. He looked at his sword, which was smeared with Kang Hyun-moo's poisonous blood. Taking advantage of his enemy's delay, Kang Hyun-moo rushed towards him. He grabbed his jaw and a red light swirled around them. The boy pinned him to the ground, realizing that despite his high level of strength, his endurance to the poison was quite small. His hair fell on his forehead, but he could not hide a predatory smile and a crazy look. Suddenly, Park Hee-seo managed to free one arm and elbowed the boy in the hand that was holding him, while his face became that of a robot. Kang Hyun-moo cried out in pain as he loosened his grip on the man's neck. He, taking advantage of the moment, he kicked the guy in the stomach. However, this attack did not pass without a trace, and Park Hee-seo, unable to keep his balance, fell to the ground. Kang Hyun-moo, on the other hand, was thrown from the impact to the nearby wall, into which he hit his back. Park Hee-seo frantically rummaged through his vest pockets, trying to find something as quickly as possible. Finally, he managed to pull out a vial with an unknown substance. He uncorked it and poured the entire contents right onto his face, throwing his head back, right in front of Kang Hyun-moo. The boy rose to his feet, kneading his hands and watching the man. A tired Park Hee-seo didn't understand how Kang Hyun-moo was still standing, as he was sure he had broken several ribs and an arm. The boy smiled because even though he had already received a notification that his health level was below 10%, the recovery process had already started. Park Hee-seo sat with his back against the wall and looked at his sword, which was lying nearby. The boy, wasting no time, decided to warn that this was a bad idea. But he did not grab the weapon. Instead, he slowly got up. The man stood up, placing his fingers on his chin and thinking that Kang Hyun-moo had put up much more resistance than he expected. While he hid the sword, the enraged Kang Hyun-moo continued to prove that there is no one like him anymore, and that he works alone. The only thing I still didn't understand was where he got the crystal moss from. Park Hee-seo once again reiterated his offer to join the Ta-song clan, stressing that it could bring many benefits. To which Kang Hyun-moo replied that he didn't want to conform to anyone. The boy walked up to the man and said with a smile that he wasn't sure if the Taesun clan was the right fit for him. Park Hee-seo thought his arguments were nonsense that he wasn't going to listen to, so he decided to just leave. He did not see how Kang Ha-yoon-moo smiled, realizing how skillful and cunning his interlocutor could be, and therefore it was not worth refusing his offer so easily. Even without looking at the man who was walking, Kang Hyun-moo wondered what was so attractive about the Ta-sung clan. Because, for example, the Ryong clan was more capable. The boy wondered why the Taeseong clan didn't just invest him, who was still inexperienced. Park Hee-seo replied that only those who do not have enough knowledge can do that. Kang Hyun-moo, not understanding what Park Hee-seo was talking about, asked again with his mouth hanging open. Taking out his sword, Hee-seo added at the end that this is exactly what someone who almost lost to him in a duel a few minutes ago would say. With a slight smile on his lips, Kang Hyun-moo tried to warn that it was not worth doing. However, in the next moment, he was already dodging Hee-seo's sudden attack. The boy felt several strands of hair fall to the ground, which the sword managed to catch, and blood flowed down his cheek. Park Hee-seo explained that in the clan, they can meet even stronger than him. Kang Hyun-moo was surprised to hear about certain abilities that Lee Ji-tae has, and are only given from the 10th level. The boy took a deep breath, and a red light lit up around him. He wanted to show that he was better than Lee Ji-tae. Park Hee-seo was looking at Kang Ha-yoon-moo, and his face showed absolutely no emotion. Bending down to pick up his cloak, Park Hee-seo replied that Lee Ji-tae himself had reached level 20 in less than 6 months since becoming a hunter. The great credit for this was the clan itself. An ordinary person had achieved such results in no less than a year, at which Kang Hyun-moo clenched his fists with force. After hearing that he had achieved his results in 2 weeks, Park Hee-seo returned to him with interest. It was because of this that he considered himself better than the head of the Ta-song clan, so he offered the man to work with him. The man was intrigued by the offer, so he turned and left, however, expressing his hope that the boy's training place would be much better than Lee Ji-tae's. Kang Ha-yoon-moo smiled widely because he knew for sure the place that was really better. This time, while in hell, he once again fought a green goblin that had massive pointed ears and huge fangs. Kang Hyun-moo threw a monster punch, but he put his hands forward to block and protect his face. He continued to throw punches, trying to defeat his opponent as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the monster took its hands from its face and lunged forward. It bit into Kang Ha-yoon-moo's hand, splattering it with blood. The boy smiled, and his eyes lit up with red light. Without removing his hands, he stomped the monster into the ground, breaking the stone slab into small fragments. From the impact, almost half of the monster's teeth simply flew in different directions. The monster grabbed the boy's shoulders, trying to throw him off him, but Kang Hyun-moo was stronger. In a moment, it was all over, and the boy was looking at the remains of his enemy, from which black blood flowed. After receiving the message that he was being watched by the winning star, he rose to his feet and looked around. Not seeing anyone, the boy raised his bloody fist and cursed directly at the sky. And then his attention was drawn to the limb itself, which, in addition to the fact that it was covered in blood, also began to show unknown dark spots on it. Wrapping it with an elastic bandage, he thought that he should be more concerned about his health. Suddenly, a small voice sounded near him, and he jerked in fright, but saw that it was Lenian. The angry boy did not understand where she was all this time, which he immediately asked the fairy about. However, she did not pay any attention to his question, taking an interest in his wrapped hand instead. Also, not paying attention to the boy, who had already started to boil, she pushed a straw between the bandages and began to suck the blood. While the fairy was eating, Kang Hyun-moo thought about whether he should be so careful, because in this choice, after you die, you come back to life. Looking at the mountain of bodies of his dead enemies, the boy was glad that he had not lost a limb this time. The goblin Red Hood who had cut off his hand flashed back into his mind. Kang Hyun-moo thought that he must have been much stronger than the others. Thinking, he did not even notice how a goblin appeared behind him. When he heard footsteps behind him, he turned and froze, because the same goblin was standing before him again. Everything remained the same, except that instead of a right hand, he now had a large metal hook. Kang Hyun-moo jumped away from him to a safe distance, readying himself for battle as the goblin himself approached the twin mountain. The monster bared its fangs and growled softly. The next moment, the soft growl turned into a wild and loud growl. While the monster was grieving for his relatives, Kang Hyun-moo wrapped several sharp metal rods around his arm with bandages. Without waiting for the goblin to attack, the boy was the first to rush at the enemy, putting his armed hand forward. Seeing him, the goblin opened his mouth wide and screamed, sticking out his tongue. Kang Hyun-moo was lying on the ground reading the task of a new quest. Last time, the behavior of the goblin before the attack puzzled him, so he didn't even have time to think about how he killed him. The boy jumped to his feet, determined to defeat him. Kang Hyun-moo began going through the trap options for the goblin, completely oblivious to the one approaching from behind. After several rounds, the boy, running away from the monster, tried to find out why it appeared immediately, without giving time for a break, as it would be before. This time, the goblin was really angry, and that made him attack much more aggressively. The guy decided to fight and stopped, hitting on the go using gloves. However, the goblin was not confused, and jumping up, struck him with a sword. Coughing up blood, Kang Hyun-moo was already beginning to doubt that he could compete with this opponent, planning to hide after the resurrection. As he was dying, he remembered the old adage about forgiveness and victory, and thought that he should have forgotten about the goblin and focused on raising his level. However, the goblin was not going to forgive because he wanted to take revenge on the one who offended him. He stood over the dead boy's body, lost in thought. After the battle, the goblin crawled through the ruins of the city in search of Kang Hyun-moo. He walked around the city, thinking that maybe he was able to defeat the boy because he didn't show himself anymore. But he was not completely sure and wished that he would never come near them again. The goblin was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't even hear them approaching him from behind. Suddenly, someone called his name, at which he turned and saw another goblin, whose eyes were full of tears and whose mouth was crooked in a smile. Hearing from the newcomer that someone poisoned the water canal in their village, Kirsten stopped. He guessed who could have done it, but there was no time to think about it. The goblins hid in an abandoned subway. Many were dead. Some were trying to warm themselves by burning something in metal tubs, and some were lying under the wall, coughing violently, while they were trying to help them somehow. Kirsten bent over a pool of dead fish. His brother was standing next to him, saying that they could no longer eat the animals they raised on the farm. The goblin didn't understand who needed to poison them, since most outside monsters could simply subdue them. Kirsten's eyes lit up with the red fire of revenge, as he realized that the only one who could do this was Kang Hyun-moo. One of the goblins in a blue hoodie approached them. He called Kirsten, and when he returned, he saw a little goblin boy in his arms, sobbing, his eyes full of tears. Looking at his son, Kirsten felt tears welling up in his own eyes. Unable to stand this picture and ignoring the cries of his brothers, the goblin rushed to find Kang Hyun-moo, not wanting to forgive him anything. One of the goblins caught up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder, trying to turn him to face him. They tried to convey to him the idea that he couldn't do anything about a boy who would resurrect as soon as he was killed. The rest of the goblins offered to give up their revenge, and then Kang Hyun-moo wouldn't bother them anymore. They thought that they should move to a new place and everything would be fine. However, Kirsten, raising his sword aloft, growled that he would not do that under any circumstances. Suddenly, someone called out to him again. One of the scouts was lying on the stones. He was dead, and there were 3 large holes in his side, from which black blood flowed, and because it smelled of poison, it became clear that the scout had been poisoned. Kirsten ordered the goblins to return to the village, as the boy, leaving similar tracks, tried to keep them away from the village, and therefore wanted to attack him. He studied the mannerisms, breathing, movement well, and knew that the boy's skills were growing quite quickly, but he considered it not enough to defeat him himself. The goblin in the blue hoodie let out a breath, giving up, realizing that Kirsten couldn't be convinced. Kirsten turned his head and promised to return. He went to look for the boy, but immediately he heard someone land on the ground next to him. In the next second, he raised his hand and smashed the arrow flying into his head. The goblin stood with his back to the boy, but even so he felt his sharp gaze. The boy smiled, promising to give the goblin a chance to kill him, right here and now. They stood in the middle of the ruins, looking at each other, both ready for battle and wanting to win it. The goblin stared at the boy, trying to figure out what he was really up to. Kang Hyun-moo kneaded his wrists, watching as his words made the goblin angrier and angrier. He was amused by the predatory snarl and malevolent growl as he spoke of the village and the other goblins. Standing in front of the extremely angry goblin, he again reminded himself that he would be resurrected after death. Kirsten swung his sword at him, but Kang Hyun-moo stopped him, taking the blade in his hand. Holding the goblin's hand in his own, the boy looked at him with a predatory gaze, realizing that he was now in his power. The goblin gnashed his teeth in impotent malice, realizing that he could do nothing and that his opponent was right. When Kang Hyun-moo said that he couldn't do anything else, he saw real panic in the enemy's eyes. The goblin snarled as he lowered his sword hand weakly. Kang Hyun-moo smiled triumphantly as he saw the goblin surrender. Kirsten dropped his sword at the boy's feet in complete surrender. Humbly bowing his head, he questioned whether this would really be enough to keep his family alive. Kang Hyun-moo replied that Kirsten was his only target, so there was no point in him touching the rest. Kang Hyun-moo bent down to pick up the goblin sword, because in the grand scheme of things, he didn't have any other weapons. However, in the next second, Kirsten swung an attacking leg. The impact was so strong that Kang Hyun-moo was sent flying quite a distance. Having landed, he decently put his back to the ground. Opening his eyes, he saw the shadow of a goblin flying above him, swinging a sword. Gritting his teeth, Kirsten delivered a powerful blow to Kang Hyun-moo. The look of the actually torn goblin was really frightening. Saliva dripped from its toothy face, and its eyes burned with wildfire, eager to destroy the enemy. Landing next to the boy, Kirsten gave him a predatory grin, promising him that he would now keep his promise. He began to mutilate his body with hook and sword, enjoying the suffering of the enemy. However, despite this, a satisfied smile appeared on Kang Hyun-moo's face. As the goblin brought his sword in for the final blow, he punched him in the ribs with all his might. Kirsten's cheeks began to swell, which made him resemble a frog. In the next moment, Kang Hyun-moo took him by the throat, squeezing a little. Kirsten continued to hold the sword above his head, his body beginning to tremble. Kang Hyun-moo struck the goblin's ribs again with all the strength he could muster. With a wild roar, Kirsten flew towards the nearby wall. Unable to stay on its feet, the creature landed on its knees. Kang Hyun-moo stood over his opponent with a victorious smile, waiting to see what would happen next. Looking at the goblin's face twisted with anger, the boy tried to irritate him even more. He ran and flew into the goblin at full speed, trying to knock him off his feet. The goblin didn't understand what was happening, because he was slashing hard and furiously at the boy, trying to do as much damage as possible. And now he was standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo punched the confused Kirsten on the chin. Clenching his teeth, the boy in the next moment delivered a direct blow to his nose, which sent the goblin flying to the side. Withstanding blow after blow, Kirsten tried to figure out when his enemy had become so strong. Kirsten was sitting on the ground, unable to get up, with Kang Hyun-moo standing over him. The boy leaned towards the goblin and said that he had never had one that killed him in one blow. Sweat dripped down the goblin's face as he promised to do everything as usual. He rushed at the boy to cut his neck according to the usual scenario. However, even before it reached Kang Hyun-moo, the creature coughed and bloody saliva spewed out of its mouth. He fell to his knees and bowed low before his opponent, surrendering to his mercy. An arrow appeared in Kang Hyun-moo's hands, and he began to approach the goblin. However, he suddenly shouted that he was confused, began to ask for forgiveness for the previous murders, and asked to listen to him. His eyes showed real horror. Kang Hyun-moo stopped, eyeing his enemy suspiciously. Kirsten said the other goblins wouldn't survive without him. This made the boy smile and laugh. The goblin knew that he should not wait for mercy when Kang Hyun-moo brought an arrow over him. Kang Hyun-moo, ignoring all the prayers of the defeated opponent, beheaded him. The boy took a deep breath, looking at the foggy panorama of the city. He began to receive notifications, in one of which he read that his level had been increased 3 times, much to his surprise. Meanwhile, a joyful Linian was already flying to him. Kang Hyun-moo, who was inspecting the goblin's body, called the fairy to him, allowing him to eat the remains. Linian flew up to the boy as he examined the goblin's weapons. Suddenly, Kang Hyun-moo noticed something that really interested him on the hand of the slain opponent. The entire hand was covered with small hieroglyphs, which formed various patterns, intertwining and layering with each other. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the goblin's hand rose into the air, swirling in a vortex that Kang Hyun-moo did not expect at all. Little by little they grew, forming a dark cloud and surrounding the boy from all sides, while he tried to cover his face with his hands. Kang Hyun-moo watched in horror as the cloud began to form a large sphere right in front of him. In the next moment, several dark rays flew out of the orb and flew all over his hand. After that, another seal appeared on the hand, similar to the one after Linian found the shard. At the same time, the notification said that part of one of the stars had penetrated into him. The next notification told about the new skill family. At this time, Yu Ming was sleeping sweetly in her bed. Hearing someone calling her, she opened her eyes. She finally woke up and sat on the bed, staring sleepily in front of her. Standing in front of her was Kang Hyun-moo, which surprised her quite a bit, because he wasn't there when she fell asleep. Yu Ming put on her glasses and asked if the boy had eaten anything yet. Realizing that there was nothing to eat at home, the girl got out of bed and was going to go to the store. But Kang Hyun-moo stopped her by gently grabbing her wrist. While he was thinking about whether he should tell the girl the whole truth, she, without turning her face to him, informed him that Park Hee-soo had come and asked about him. Yu Ming asked what happened while he was gone, and her body trembled. Finally, the girl exploded, unable to stand the tension, and began to demand from him an explanation of what was happening. The boy stopped her, grabbing her by the shoulders and shaking her sharply. He brought his face closer to hers and shouted, asking her to calm down and promise to explain everything. Embarrassed, Yu Ming looked away, staring at the floor as Kang Hyun-moo tried to look away. He perfectly understood the girl's reaction to his behavior. He was worried that if he didn't tell her, something might happen to her. Having made a decision, the boy reminded her of the hearth, which he showed her after one of the changes. They were sitting right on the floor and Kang Hyun-moo was telling Yu Ming absolutely everything, both about the dungeons and about the fights. After hearing everything, The girl looked worriedly at the boy and asked what would happen if he suddenly did not return. The boy looked at her sternly and promised that regardless of how long he would be absent, he would always return. And in order for this to happen, Kang Hyun-moo asked Jamin to become his beacon. The girl approached him, hugged him, and, leaning tightly against his chest, agreed. The girl blushed awkwardly and, lowering her glasses, looked at the boy, saying that he could call her when she needed him. The guy also awkwardly tried to distance himself from her, arguing that he needed to take a shower. However, the girl, instead of moving away, fell on his lap, offering to take a shower together. The boy was even more embarrassed by such a statement, and his mouth fell open, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. The day after that, the boy was massaging his shoulders in preparation for his meeting with Park Hee-seo. But while he was trying to think of a way to contact the man, he was already approaching him. The expression on his face and the tone with which he ordered to get into the car indicated that Park Hee-seo was, if not angry, at least in a bad mood. As soon as Kang Hyun-moo got into the car, the man immediately got down to business, namely to find out the circumstances of the boy's rapid leveling up. Kang Hyun-moo's explanation that he just happened to have circumstances did not satisfy Park Hee-seo, which he openly stated. Instead, the man offered to raise the price of the crystal moss by 15%, which did not suit Kang Hyun-moo, as he wanted the reward to be at least doubled. After hearing the boy's conditions, Park Hee-seo's face contorted into a grimace of rage. Kang Hyun-moo yelled that if he was breaking their deal, he needed more money since he was doing quite a lot. Park Hee-seo slammed his cane on the floor of the car, his face darkening with rage. A light smile blossomed on the boy's face from the picture that opened to him. Kang Hyun-moo stretched out his hand, which had a purple light shining on it, and in a moment, a large crystal moss stone was in his hand. He twirled it near Park Hee-seo's face while he sat still, eyes closed, holding a cane. Kang Hyun-moo took advantage of the fact that he was something like a monopolist in stone mining. And taking advantage of his position, the young man openly began to manipulate the old man, at the same time smiling contentedly. Park Hee-seo finally turned his head towards Kang Hyun-moo and replied with fury in his eyes that he had already offered enough for an artifact of this level, plus a 15% markup. The boy waved his hand, hiding the stone, but offered the man something in return. Still with a smile on his face, the boy pointed his finger at the man's hand and offered to look. The man's eyes widened when he saw exactly what Kang Hyun-moo had offered him. In his scarred palm lay an object that looked like a torn ring. Not believing his eyes, Park Hee-seo took it in his fingers and brought it closer to his eyes, because the item carried the status of legendary. Kang Hyun-moo confirmed the man's guesses by explaining that the item doubles all of the wearer's senses. The boy propped his chin with his hand, wondering if Lee Ji-tae would be able to get hold of something like that, and concluding that he was more useful than a clan head. Kang Hyun-moo generously allowed the artifact to remain with him until Park Hee-seo understood its importance. Park Hee-seo himself thought that the ring was clearly genuine, and the item was clearly rarer than the gloves he had seen Kang Hyun-moo wear before. A sudden guess flashed through the man's mind, and he looked intently at the boy, asking if he had another ring, the presence of which was indicated by the shape of the ring on his hand. He raised his hands in confusion, assuring that he had found only this part of the artifact. Park Hee-seo looked at the ring, then turned his attention back to the boy. In the end, he hid the artifact in an inside pocket of his jacket, planning to somehow find another part of it. Kang Hyun-moo pulled the corner of his lips up when the man did accept his offer to double the payment. However, the man warned that such an amount would be quite difficult for Yu Ming, so he had to make sure that the tax office did not find out anything. Kang Hyun-moo, on the other hand, thought that Park Hee-seo was quite experienced and could do anything, no matter what they ask. Smiling slyly, he looked out the window, keeping his hand in his pocket. where, tightly clenched in his fist, lay another ring that could track the owner of the first, while reducing the acquired abilities by 50%. The boy was so deep in thought that he didn't even notice Park Hee-seo staring intently at him. Realizing that it would be worth coming up with something, Kang Ha-yoon-moo pretended to think, then asked a completely nonsensical question about the car. When he called Yumin, she was at school. He asked her to go out into the yard. When she went outside, she was mad as hell because Kang Hyun-moo managed to snap her out just when she had a lot of work to do. Seeing the boy standing near the new car and surrounded by a whole crowd, she froze for a moment. The girl hesitantly approached, asking where he got such a car, to which Kang Hyun-moo smugly replied that he borrowed it from Park Hee-seo and suggested a date. When the girl asked if he had come here by himself, he replied that it wouldn't hurt to study a little. But yes, he had come here by himself. Kang Hyun-moo was about to get back behind the wheel, but Yumin stopped him by sharply grabbing his sleeve. She reminded him that he didn't have a driver's license, and her expression left no room for argument. So Kang Hyun-moo settled into the front passenger seat, while Yumin herself took the driver's seat. After the date, when Yumin went back to work, Kang Hyun-moo went to the boxing club to train with Park Hee-seo. The man attacked while trying to explain to the boy what it means to be in the clan. He threw one blow after another so quickly that only the flickering of his black-gloved hands was visible. Instead, Kang Ha-yoon-moo only had time to place blocks and cover his head from the mentor's blows. In the end, he did miss a shot that went right into his hand. The boy fell to his knees, holding his hand, his body shaking with exhaustion, as Park Hee-seo spoke of what he might lose by not joining the T-Song clan. Denied once again, Kang Hyun-moo stood up and lunged to counterattack Park Hee-seo. However, he ducked, and the boy's fist flew over his head. Realizing how vulnerable he was now, Kang Hyun-moo tensed. Kang Hee-seo, gathering his strength, punched him in the solar plexus area, throwing the boy away from him. While he was kneeling and holding his stomach, trying to catch his breath, the man praised his much-improved reaction while expressing his regret as he wanted to see the boy's regeneration. Standing up, Kang Hyun-moo smiled, assuming his ribs were broken. After thinking, the man took off his shirt, which meant the continuation of training. Taking a fighting stance, Kang Hee-seo asked if Kang Ha-yoon-moo had any ideas of where to go besides the Tae-sung clan. For example, luxurious twilight. Dodging the attacks, the boy replied that there were too many unclear points in them, because the only thing what is known about the head is his name. Park Hee-seo struck one after another, mentioning the almighty organization as an option. However, to Kang Hyun-moo's answer, he said that they accept almost everyone in a row. Dodging another attack, the boy saw that the opponent was open. Seizing the chance, he aimed his fist straight at the mentor's face. However, Park Hee-seo did not allow himself to be confused, so he rejected the case. Was able to take Kang Ha-yoon-moo's hand in delight. Looking at the student's face twisted in pain, the man praised him for a good reception. The boy stared at the broken arm, cursing loudly, and waited for the regeneration to complete. At this time, Park Hee-seo watched with childlike curiosity as Kang Hyun-moo practiced his hand on his own. The boy tiredly sat down in the corner of the ring, angrily asking the old man if he was satisfied with what he saw. Returning his stern expression, the man replied that he was satisfied with the boy's development, and asked why he had called him. Kang Hyun-moo, while accepting the water bottle, said that he wanted to return the car. However, when he asked about the stars, Park Hee-seo's face became even more gloomy than before. When the man asked if he meant the awakened classes, the boy irritably explained if he knew anything about the weeping star or the apocalyptic star. Park Hee-seo thought about what he might know, but the only thing he could think of was what he had heard from the top rankers. Kang Ha-yoon-moo looked at Park Hee-seo with the big eyes a child looks at a parent to read a fairy tale to, and asked for more information about the stars. The boy did not expect that Park Hee-seo would immediately offer him to go down to the dungeon, so this offer greatly puzzled him. While getting dressed, the man replied that despite his actual experience in the dungeons, there was no official confirmation of this. That is why it was difficult to find any information about him, and in the eyes of the community, the guy will be perceived as an inexperienced hunter. Climbing out of the ring, Park Hee-seo said that you need to have the basics, and for that you need to go to the dungeons, which he promised to help with. At the exit from the gym, the man ordered to wait for a message from him. Kang Hyun-moo was standing next to Shotae Mountain, where the first-level dungeon of the same name was located, and he didn't understand what he was doing here. Here, novice hunters tested their skills. Civilians admired the scenery. His thoughts were interrupted by a black-haired girl who called the registered awakened to her. Not understanding what was happening, Kang Hyun-moo folded his arms across his chest and continued to watch. The girl began to count everyone who was near her, pointing to them one by one with a gong stick. Suddenly, they pointed at Kang Hyun-moo, counting him as the fifth, and smiled with satisfaction. The girl introduced herself as No Hale, mentioning that she was a warden from the luxuriant Dusk clan. She was about to explain what was happening when she suddenly smelled alcohol, and her hand with a stick rushed to one of the boys, who hastily covered his mouth with his hand. Kang Hyun-moo listened as No Hale explained that the wardens were needed to keep the dungeon from fighting. These words made the boy laugh so wildly that tears sprang from his eyes. But noticing how sternly one of the hunters was looking at him, he crossed his arms on his chest and made a serious face. Warning that one mid-rank hunter from each clan would be assigned to the group, No Hale sweetly reached out. The group of newbies stared at her, listening intently to her every word. Looking at the group, she explained that the more stars a dungeon had, the better it was, and about permanent and variable dungeons. But Hale said with a smile that they were now heading into a level 1 static dungeon, which was considered the easiest task, but warned that anything could happen. Suddenly, the girl fell silent in mid-sentence, and her cheeks puffed out. The group of newbies looked at the warden in bewilderment, who couldn't hold back a belch. The girl embarrassedly covered her mouth with her hand, apologizing. After hearing the argument of the girl who got drunk yesterday, Kang Hyun-moo grimaced skeptically, because just a minute ago she was pointing out the smell of alcohol to someone. The next stage was acquaintance. No Hale pointed her wand at a strong blonde boy named Park Samun. Hearing that he had 2 stars, Kang Hyun-moo was a little worried. The brown-haired girl introduced herself as Han Ne-gyeon, and the brunette next to her was Kim So-yeon, and both had 1 star. The black-haired boy with glasses called himself Kim Soo-won, and he also had 1 star. While Kang Hyun-moo was analyzing the team he was on, No Hale called out to him, to which he said his name and said he had 1 star. Judging by No Hale's face, she was not satisfied with the boy's answer. When Kang Hyun-moo saw the girl walking towards him, he became visibly excited, not expecting this at all. The group looked fearfully in their direction, not daring to intervene. But Hale approached the boy almost in a shelter, and putting her hand to his chin, looked at him carefully. He was half a head taller than her, so she had to raise her head to look into his eyes, while Kang Hyun-moo himself looked at her from the bottom up. For a few seconds they looked at each other intently. Finally, the girl suggested that he was here from Sanjae's school but received a negative answer. She was still going through the options, tapping her forehead with her wand. Without remembering, the girl asked if Kang Hyun-moo had brought his equipment. But Hale was very surprised when she saw an ordinary stick appear in the boy's hands. The girl assumed that the boy had an unusual ability, but she was very concerned about the choice of weapon. Kang Hyun-moo explained with a smile that it wasn't just a stick, but a goblin battle that could only be obtained by killing him. Suddenly, Park Sung-moo rushed towards them, looking quite angry. He was angry because he thought Kang Hyun-moo's approach was rather frivolous and didn't understand how he was going to kill monsters in the dungeon with a stick. He took off his backpack and showed what arsenal he himself came to the test with. From everything it was possible to distinguish a bat, a machete, a spear, and much more. But Hale tensed up when the boy took out a machete from his bag, realizing how it could end. Park Sung-moo pointed the machete in Kang Hyun-moo's direction, saying that the weapon should be fine. Not waiting for the continuation of the conflict, No Kyle rushed to the boy. In the next moment, she grabbed his arm and threw him over her. No caught the handle of the machete he was swinging in front of Kang Hyun-moo. Park Sung-moo, having flown over the girl, fell to the ground, hitting his head on the asphalt. In the next moment, No Hale plunged the same machete into the ground near his head. She crouched next to the blonde boy's head, asking if he was okay. Looking at him sternly, No Hale reminded her of the ban on displaying weapons outside of the dungeon, as this could frighten the civilians. Stuttering, he apologized and shook No Hale's hand. The girl walked to the rest of the group and didn't see Park Sung-moo, packing her bag, glare at Kang Hyun-moo, while he looked after No Hale, analyzing her persona. The boy thought that it wouldn't hurt to arrange a test for her to know what she was capable of. Kang Hyun-moo was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even hear something stirring behind him. From the mud under the tree began to rise a creature, in the silhouette of which there were long, pointed ears. The pile of mud rose up, growing taller and larger, becoming more and more like a goblin. The creature bared its sharp teeth, and its eyes glowed with white light. At this time, the newcomers were walking between two fences, looking around, where armed men in military uniform were standing everywhere. They passed the gate, behind which was a large, spacious lawn, in the middle of which was the entrance to the dungeon. Immediately after Kang Hyun-moo was the last to enter the grounds, the military locked the gate behind him. Each of the group looked around and carefully looked at the closed gate, realizing that there was no gate. Glancing at the newcomers, No Hale stretched sweetly again, yawning, and invited them into the dungeon. The group found themselves in a dark forest, among tall trees and tangled thick roots. But Hale warned that the deeper they went into the forest, the more goblins they might encounter on their way. She looked at the newcomers, wondering if any of them had experience with dungeons. Park Seong-moo raised his hand and answered that, in order to enter the dungeons, it was necessary to obtain the hearth. The girl led them to a cave, above which hung a piece of cloth, with a symbol and handprints painted on it in blood. And in the cave itself, several pairs of yellow eyes glowed. Kang Hyun-moo listened intently to the conditions of the trial for which they were to receive a reward, which for rookies, one should have been enough for them. But Hale seriously warned that she would not intervene in the ordeal until the situation got really bad. When she finished the briefing, Park Sung-moo clapped his hands, calling all the members of the group to him in order to distribute the duties. While the boy was trying to come up with a strategy on how to make the goblins not hear them, Kang Hyun-moo listened skeptically to all of his ideas, with his arms folded across his chest. After hearing Kang Hyun-moo suggest that it looked silly, Park Seong-moo turned towards him and glared at him. Approaching the boy, he explained that he had seen similar techniques in a streamer hunter. Park Sung-moo yelled in Kang Hyun-moo's face that he didn't even have any gear, but No Hale got in between them, pushing them away from each other. She looked at Kang Hyun-moo, asking her not to go against the group, but to work as a team with everyone. The boy, in turn, explained that if the goblins already have a good sense of smell, then in any case, they will distinguish dry grass from fresh. And besides, no goblin will attack from above in such a dense forest. After listening to Kang Hyun-moo, Park Sung-moo bared his teeth and growled. However, in the next moment, No Hale hit him in the stomach, stopping the flow of screams. She confirmed that Park Sung-moo's words were correct, but the hunter he was talking about had not been to the one-star dungeons for a long time. But what Kang Hyun-moo said was also very rational, although it was almost impossible to gain such knowledge without practice. On her suspicion that he had already met goblins, the boy lied with a smile that he had just made it up from memory. The girl looked at him intently, trying to understand whether he was telling the truth or lying. Kang Hyun-moo threw up his hands, replying that he couldn't meet the goblins anywhere, because it was against the law to visit the dungeons without permission. Park Seong-moo intervened in the conversation and began to make fun of the boy. Suddenly, everyone fell silent as a noise was heard from behind them, from the thicket, and all three turned to the sound. Something was approaching them, as evidenced by torn vines and leaves flying up. A figure appeared among the trees, holding something that looked like a club, and the figure flew straight at Kang Hyun-moo. Flying through the air, the creature opened its mouth, showing sharp fangs. In the next second, Kang Hyun-moo struck the creature, causing it to fly back. Park Sung-moo's eloquent reaction clearly needed no explanation, as even from a distance it was obvious that he was shocked. The rest of the newcomers also stood with their mouths wide open. Kang Hyun-moo turned to the rest with his hands in his pockets and asked if there were any more questions about his staff, to which Kim Soo-hwan replied that he hadn't even used it. Kang Hyun-moo didn't even need to turn his head to know how No-hail was looking at him, so he immediately shut her up. She put her hand on his shoulder and warned him that nothing good would come of his behavior. The girl urged to stop arguing and continue the test. After these words of hers, the goblin flew at them again, baring his teeth. Now, Han Nagyan was the first to attack, using a whip instead of a weapon. Following her, the rest of the team died, attacking the enemy with the weapons they had chosen. Standing in front of the team were two goblins who looked more confused than aggressive. Kim Soyeon, untwisting a dagger on her finger, ran up to one of them and struck in the side, slicing through the stomach. She stopped behind the monster while Kim Soo-hwan, sword in hand, was already approaching the other. In the next moment, he slashed at the goblin's head, cutting it in half. The trio turned when they heard a wild roar from the side. Park Sung-moon, clenching his teeth tightly, brought the machete and rushed at the enemies. The result of his attack was the dismembered bodies of the goblins, which flew in different directions. But Hale stood silently, watching the work of the novice team. While they were resting after the fight, the girl noted to herself that the newcomers were not confused, and did a great job, so they should finish quickly. Suddenly, the girl thought that today the situation in the dungeon was quite unusual, because before the battle the goblins looked quite scared. Just after the test, the girl decided to check the dungeon on her own when she heard a loud scream. But Hale rushed headlong to the place where the scream came from. A frightened Han Nagyan screamed, covering her mouth with her hand, and her eyes flashed with terror. A dead goblin was tied by his hands and feet to a wooden post, and around him lay several of his brothers, also dead. And such pillars could be seen as far as the eye could see. The group of newcomers, along with No-hail, stared in shock at the picture in front of them. She raised a lot of questions, but the main one was how this could have happened, and who did it if they came from the other side and didn't see anyone. But Hale declared an emergency and ordered to stay close to her. Upon a detailed examination of the bodies, it turned out that it was not just murder, but vandalism over the bodies, which should not be the case in a first-level dungeon. All this time, they were watched by an unknown creature, hidden in the shadows of the bushes, whose eyes glowed with a mystical white light. But Hale perfectly understood that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible, because the situation was becoming dangerous. The girl looked at the group of newbies and suddenly noticed that Kang Hyun-moo had disappeared. She immediately rushed to find the boy, calling out his name again and again, and not even noticing how she was being watched. Hiding in the bushes, She was watched by a goblin in a red cap, whose eyes, hearing the name of the enemy, lit up with rage. An hour before they found the pillared clearing, Kang Hyun-moo had been watching the battle between the rookies, thinking that the dungeon they were in was nothing like hell. The boy looked at the calm supervisor and the team, which, without strategy and normal weapons, coped perfectly with the enemies and decided to go for a walk. Taking advantage of the fact that no hail cannot see, he quickly slipped into the bushes, hiding in the thickets. Kang Hyun-moo stopped, finding a small clearing among the trees. He raised his hand using the family skill, and a vortex of white light swirled around him. After that, a green clawed hand stuck out from the ground. Following her, a figure of a goblin in a red cap and a hook instead of a hand gradually appeared from the ground. Kang Hyun-moo looked at his archenemy, the corners of the boy's lips turning up in a slight smile. He thought about how good it was that the family skill he got after defeating the goblin allowed him to resurrect someone in the real world. The boy looked at the goblin, savoring the moment before giving him his first task. He was smiling as he ordered Kirsten to kill all the monsters here. The goblin grinned, his eyes glowing yellow as he questioned who should be killed. Hearing that the local monsters meant goblins, he opened his mouth wide and growled. Likewise, with a slight smile on his face, Kang Hyun-moo warned that if they disobeyed, he would simply slaughter the entire village of Kirsten. From powerlessness and rage, the goblin growled softly, baring his teeth. The creature turned and saw one of the local goblins in the bushes, watching them in confusion. The creature came out of the bushes, approaching them, lowering its weapon. Realizing his hopeless situation, Kirsten felt tears welling up in his eyes. He turned to the goblin and slowly moved towards him. As Kirsten walked towards his compatriot, Kang Hyun-moo felt a strange feeling rise up inside him. The feeling was very unpleasant, and the boy understood that it was because of Kirsten, because it turned out that thanks to the skill they were now connected. Meanwhile, Kirsten himself had already come up close to the local goblin. Kirsten looked straight into his eyes and tried to understand why they were like that, because this goblin didn't say anything. The red-capped goblin brought in his grappling hook to complete Kang Hyun-moo's task. Using all the strength he was capable of, he punched the creature in the stomach, knocking it off its feet. A predatory smile appeared on Kirsten's face, and his eyes lit up. He did not recognize the creature standing before him as a goblin. Snarling wildly, the goblin tore the local compatriot to pieces. Kang Hyun-moo huffed as he realized that the feelings Kirsten felt, and by extension him, was hatred towards his own kind because of their worthlessness. Kirsten, meanwhile, continued to tear the body of the local goblin to pieces with his hook. He stopped only when he heard someone's steps behind him. There, trembling with fear, stood two more local goblins, trying to understand what was happening. Without wasting time, Kirsten shortened the distance between them with one jump, in the process of which he was already swinging his hook. In the next moment, the hand of one of them was already flying to the side. Kang Hyun-moo felt a drop of goblin blood hit his face, but he did not react to it. Watching Kirsten cut up the goblin bodies, the boy turned around, praising him for his work. At this time, a team of rookies led by No Hale were walking through the forest in search of Kang Hyun-moo. The girl was worried that since the boy did not answer, anything could happen to him, and shouting in the forest was undesirable. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes behind, and Kang Hyun-moo's head popped out. But Hale immediately pounced on the boy with claims, stabbing his finger in his chest without stopping. He raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, while the girl, clutching his head, inquired if he was hurt. She ordered him to stay with the group as they were planning to get out of here as soon as they found the fire, when suddenly Park Sumun raised his hand and pointed somewhere ahead. There, among the pile of goblin bodies, stood a large light stone, from which a light glow came, and unknown symbols were drawn in blood all over the square. While No Hale rejoiced at her find, Kang Hyun-moo was startled to notice a shadow flash behind her. Park Sun-moo was the first to rush to the stone, wanting to leave the place as quickly as possible, while the caretaker tried to stop him. As he ran towards the stone, the boy remembered No Hale's reaction, and the clearing covered with goblin bodies, and knew that he didn't want to stay here for a second. He was trying so hard to get out of the dungeon as quickly as possible that he didn't even notice the hook lying on the ground until it caught on his trouser leg. In the next moment, he tripped over and was already falling, stretching his arms forward. When he landed with his head on a rock, he saw behind him a goblin in a red cap. The boy froze when he saw how the goblin, coming up to him, brought his hook over him. Yelling, No Hale rushed towards the monster, trying to save her charge. She began to draw a knife on the go because she understood that the goblin could not be defeated with her bare hands. At the last moment, the girl managed to stop the monster's attack on Park Seong-ma, and the hook, releasing a sheaf of sparks with a screeching sound, hit her knife. All the newcomers, with their mouths agape, followed the actions of their supervisor. And only Kang Hyun-moo, with a fist to his lips, watched No Hale fight Kirsten with a serious expression on his face. The girl, trying to attack the goblin, rushed at him from behind. However, he was ready, so he also took out his machete. With one blow, he deflected her attack, again sending a sheaf of sparks from metal on metal. A drop of blood appeared on No Kyle's white sleeve. Watching No Hale and Kirsten's duel, Kang Hyun-moo thought about what a hunter of her level belonging to one of the clans had against a goblin. He smiled as he watched the girl take a fighting stance, preparing to continue the fight. Kirsten was ready to fight to the last, looking at his opponent. Rushing to attack, he opened his mouth wide, revealing the curve of his fangs, and let out a loud growl. But Hale, with excitement in her eyes, was ready to fight off the goblin again. Kang Hyun-moo thought that the family member's skill had one drawback, which was that the level of control over the object could be quite limited if the level was higher than the controller's. However, the boy found a way to fix this by using the Kirsten tribe. After all, now they were connected, and if Kang Hyun-moo dies, so will Kirsten, without whom his family cannot survive. He measured the corpses of the local goblins with a stern look, realizing that due to the disappointment of the red-hooded goblin, there was now a real mass here. The rest of the newbies stood aside, watching the fight between the warden and the goblin with green faces. Kang Hyun-moo wondered if a mid-level hunter could defeat a 26th-level goblin. Kirsten brought the sword, but at some point his gaze darted to the side, to where the newcomers were standing. He turned, rushing towards them and forgetting about the caretaker. Realizing what was happening, No Hale let out a loud cry. Kirsten, jumping over the stones, quickly closed the distance between him and the newcomers. At one point, No Hale saw the goblin jump high into the air. However, instead of attacking the trio who were standing aside, he simply turned around in flight and slashed No Hale herself with his sword. Looking at her opponent, the girl wondered how such a strong creature had appeared in a dungeon that had the status of a 1-star. With her face covered in blood, she snarled loudly, clenching her teeth. In the end, No Hale used the haste skill that she had hoped to win. Kirsten's mouth fell open in confusion, and for the first time in the entire match, something resembling confusion appeared in his eyes. To Kang Hyun-moo, as to the goblin, everything looked as if the girl had simply disappeared. This made him worry, so he mentally ordered the creature to deal with it as quickly as possible. Seeing how nearby the bushes moved, Kirsten understood where the girl might be, and he decided to break away from her. However, while he was trying to find out where she was now, No Kyle was already behind him, with a knife in her hands. Kirsten turned, and in the next second the girl struck him twice crosswise, right in the chest. Kang Hyun-moo growled, realizing that this fight was up to no hail. Kirsten stared down at his torso, where black blood flowed from 2 crossed cuts. The goblin fell to his knees, but when he heard footsteps behind him, he turned his head there. But Hale understood that she should deal with this as soon as possible, because slowness in this case could be really dangerous. Kirsten, looking up, watched hopelessly as the girl brought the knife over him. However, he was not going to give up so easily, so he put his hand in his back pocket. An explosion rang out, from which everything around was engulfed in thick, light smoke. The trio of rookies and Kang Hyun-moo stared at him, trying to see No Hale and the goblin behind his veil. The girl who wanted to deliver the last blow landed right in the center of the smoke cloud. The use of the smoke bomb was a little confusing, because before that, the use of such a weapon by goblins was not known. Suddenly, she heard a voice, and looking in the direction where it was coming from, she saw Park Sun-ma, to whose neck the goblin put a sword. Baring his fangs, he promised to kill him if she moved or tried to attack. Now No Hale was even more confused, for what was more surprising than the fact that the goblin had taken a hostage was what he was saying that she had never seen before. The girl, with her mouth wide open, looked at the creature, which clearly ordered her to drop the weapon. She froze, trying to assess the situation and remember the correct order of items in the emergency manual. Kang Hyun-moo watched as No Hale lowered his weapon, which could only mean surrender. However, in the next moment, excitement lit up in her eyes, and she prepared for the next round of the match. Realizing that things had gone too far, Kang Hyun-moo grabbed his staff and rushed to help her. With one well-placed blow, the boy knocked Kirsten away from Park Seong-moo. The force of the blow was so great that the boy was able to pierce through the tree that stood next to the stone. Kang Hyun-moo watched in admiration at what he had done, happy that the staff had increased his strength so much. However, his joy quickly faded when an enraged No Hale flew up to him, demanding that he stand still while she sorted things out. However, Kang Hyun-moo walked past her with a smile, standing in front of her, confusing her. He turned to her and gave a small smile, slyly squinting. Looking at the boy, No Kyle was completely confused, not understanding what was happening around her. Looking at the panicked girl, Kang Hyun-moo thought about the extent of his disappointment, as she had been tormented for a long time with a level 26th goblin. He thought that if No Hale ended up with Kirsten in hell, she would lose instantly. Then the boy turned his attention to the goblin, mentally reminding himself of the prohibition against killing people. Looking at Kirsten, Kang Hyun-moo thought that he had not been able to subdue him to the extent he needed, and he was still able to make his own decisions. The boy approached the confused girl and quietly snickered. He explained that he intervened because if Park Sung-moo died, she would be responsible for herself, even though there was still a chance of losing the fight. It dawned on No Hale that she could just sacrifice her ward's life without getting anything. Kang Hyun-moo bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. Smiling, he threw it on his arm and still looking at the girl. Then he hit the stone with his stick, like a bat, giving a command to the girl. The stone flew straight into the head of Kirsten, who was sitting on the ground. This briefly distracted the goblin, which No Hale used to attack. She understood that every mistake could be fatal and lead to new victims, which she did not want to allow. So she rushed into battle herself. But Kang Hyun-moo was faster, so he rushed towards the goblin, overtaking No Hale. He brought the club over Kirsten's head to give him one last blow. But the goblin wasn't going to hang around like that, so he stopped the attack by drawing his sword. Kang Hyun-moo stepped back, hitting Kirsten in the ribs with his stick with all his might. The goblin stood, trying to catch his breath, a fierce, predatory grin on his face. Staring intently at his opponent, Kang Hyun-moo mentally commanded him to look back. Kirsten returned just in time to see No Hale attacking him, knives in hand. Jumping up to the goblin, she struck him again, crossing her knives. Kirsten, exhausted by the girl's attack, fell to his knees, breathing heavily. However, when he heard her approaching him, he regrouped and kicked her in the jaw, causing the girl to fly back from him. Kang Hyun-moo came up to him and hit him on the head with a full swing. Kirsten screamed and fell to the ground, hitting his head hard on a stone by inertia. He rose to his knees as he heard No Hale walk up to him. In the next second, they were again ready to engage in battle with each other, for which they stood in combat positions. The goblin and No Hale delivered blow after blow, while deftly defending against their opponent's attacks. Suddenly, Kirsten felt his foot touch something hairy and warm, which turned out to be the head of the unconscious Park Sung-mun. Taking advantage of the fact that her opponent was distracted, looking down at her feet, No Hale lunged forward, launching an aggressive attack. However, Kirsten, quickly orienting himself to the situation, lifted Park Seong-moo's body with his foot and threw him into the girl. Because of this, No Hale fell, falling on her back on a mountain of stones. She was able to sit up, but the boy's body pinned her down and was heavy enough to quickly throw him off her. Looking up, No Hale saw the goblin's eyes burning with yellow light as he stood over her with a predatory grin on his face. Kang Hyun-moo thought hard about how to stop Kirsten, who had heated up the fight again and was serious about killing the warden. Looking at the picture that played out between her and the goblin, the boy mentally ordered the monster to retreat. Groaning, Kirsten lowered his head and wrapped himself in his own cloak, a thin white mist beginning to gather around him. In a moment, the girl saw how it was hidden by white smoke, the height of which was twice as high as the growth of the goblin himself. But Hale was finally able to get Park Sung-moo's body off of her, placing him on the ground next to her so she could get up. She rose to her feet, not understanding what was happening, but not losing her vigilance and being ready for a new battle. Seeing that the goblin managed to disappear in the smoke, the girl clenched her fists and screamed. A group of newcomers looked at what was happening around them in fear, not knowing if this was the end or if there would be a continuation. Park Seong-moo lay on the rocks, thinking about how dangerous his first trip to the dungeons had become. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo looked at the surrounding mess that he was able to arrange with satisfaction, and thought that no one would believe this whole story. Due to the smoke that was around, the boy had to cover his nose and mouth with his hand, while No Hale, examining the drops of blood on the stone, planned to chase the goblin, sending the newcomers home. Looking at the girl, the boy frowned, because he clearly did not count on the fact that the caretaker would pursue Kirsten. Despite Kang Hyun-moo's attempts to stop her, No Hale, using the quickening skill, rushed into the forest thicket. An unpleasant conversation awaited her in the office, because there she was told that none of the tasks set for her had been completed, the news of which she received with a loud slap on the table. The angry girl explained that the dungeon hadn't changed. The newcomers hadn't noticed the changes either, so she didn't understand what exactly she had done wrong. The manager, who was supposed to talk to her, tried to convince her in a panic that he would be happy to help her if he could. After leaving the office, No Hale let out a tired breath as she took off her cap. She sat down on the bench, closing her eyes and thinking that all she could do was be glad no one was seriously injured. No Hale was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't even notice someone calling her, so the appearance of Kang Hyun-moo next to her face startled her a little. Without thinking long, she cried out and reflexively brought her hand in to strike. The boy asked if she was all right, and then, awkwardly scratching his cheek, asked how the battle with the goblin went. Na Noel let out a breath and pulled out the red hat that Kirsten was wearing from her pocket, causing Kang Hyun-moo to frown. The girl said that when she found the goblin, he was already dead, and there was a large pool of his own blood around him. Looking at his cap in her hand, which she took as proof of the adventure, she assumed that he had been killed by other goblins. Stuffing her cap into her beanie pocket, No Hale looked at Kang Hyun Moo, remembering that she had forgotten to thank him for helping her in that match. The girl extended her hand to the boy, thanking him for saving Park Sung-ma, who was almost killed because of her. The boy replied that there was no point in thanking him, instead asking if his skills allowed him to move into a 2-star dungeon. No Hale thought that the goblin could very well be from a 3-star dungeon. But she smiled and said that Kang Hyun Moo's skills really surprised her. She assumed that the boy was a hunter who had returned to the profession after a break, which he, however, was quick to deny. However, he still had to agree with the claim that he went to the 1-star dungeon due to rank restrictions. Hearing the question about whether he was a member of any clan, Kang Hyun Moo looked at the girl suspiciously, trying to figure out if she was trying to find out about him. The girl immediately denied this, raising her hand conciliatorily, because she was simply surprised that a person with such skills agreed to go to a 1-star dungeon, moreover, under the supervision of a warden. Realizing that Kang Hyun Moo was not like the person who had previously worked on the team, No Hale invited him to come to her clan somehow. She handed him her business card in case he was looking for the clan. Kang Hyun Moo was looking at the business card, which had the girl's name, position, clan she belonged to, phone number, and email address written on it. The boy huffed and folded his arms across his chest, taking his time to take the business card. When he heard back that he still needed time to think, No Hale explained that he might need help when going through high-level dungeons. However, the boy turned around, saying to the bewildered girl that he had done well on his own so far, and that they would be able to do it together. Waving her goodbye, Park Kang Hyun Moo said that he would wait for good recommendations from her to get the dungeon level up. At this time, the office worker was rushing through the corridors of the building with all his legs, looking for the office he needed. In front of the door of the research team leader's office, he stopped, giving himself a few seconds to catch his breath. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair pulled back was sitting in the office, typing something on the computer, when she heard a knock on the door. She decided not to answer him, but the unexpected visitor did not calm down and began to annoy the woman terribly. Without waiting for an answer, the boy entered the office, which caused a wave of indignation, because she did not understand that such an important thing could happen. Despite the manager's clearly bad mood, the boy handed her the documents, arguing that there was something strange about them. The woman exhaled exasperatedly, closing her eyes, and asked what was bothering him about the papers. When she heard that he was concerned that the leveling process was still going on, she grabbed a paper cup and launched it right at the boy's head. Avoiding the paper projectile, he said that it is possible to get a result of 5 stars as a result of the inspection. He showed her the data in the documents, which caused the woman to freeze with her hand folded, in which a second paper cup was clamped. The anger passed, and the woman taking the papers in her hands sat down at her desk, carefully studying the data. She flipped through all the pages, reaching the last one, and asking whether a mistake had crept into the documents. The boy, scratching his head, replied that there should be no mistake, since they checked for the presence of drugs and questioned the inspector. Realizing that there can be no mistake under such conditions, the woman tiredly closed her eyes and took off her glasses. Biting the strap of her glasses, she thought about how she should react to such research results. Another office clerk flew into the office, holding in his hands a briefcase similar to the one the woman herself was holding. The woman looked into the briefcase he had brought. It contained a file on Kang Hyun Moo that had been checked 3 times, in which the boy's level was determined to be 7th or 8th, and the level of many indicators was determined to be C. Looking at his file, she was already starting to seethe. When another boy appeared in the door, reporting a call from the Twilight Luxury Clan, asking for a reward to provide them with results faster than the official submission of data. The woman jumped up on the spot and pounded on the table, perfectly understanding what name she could hear now. For a moment, everyone present in the office froze, after which a slight, predatory smile appeared on the woman's face. She looked at the boy who entered her office third and gave the order to ignore the clan's request. The headmistress's order puzzled him a little, so he repeated that 1,000,000 won would be given for fulfilling this request. In response, the woman threw a folder with Kang Hyun-moo's files at his feet, offering to estimate the value of information about such data. The woman sent the clerks to find out all the information about Kang Hyun-moo, including where he lived, where he was born, and his blood type. When asked what to do with the official report that had to be issued, she replied, pointing at the boy's photo, that everything should be postponed until she had complete information about him. Left alone in the study, the woman leaned against the desk and crossed her arms over her chest, and thought about who Kang Hyun-moo could be. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo was lying on his bare back on the tiled floor, surrounded by steam on all sides. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a figure above him in a protective suit, goggles, and a respirator. He looked indifferently at the figure crouching next to him, but all he could think about was how cold it was right now. A while before, Kang Hyun-moo was standing on the balcony thinking that since he was already level 20, which was the maximum at 1 star, he needed to raise it. He went to Yu-ming for advice on this matter, and she immediately offered a solution. She immediately got down to business, wearing a protective suit and taking a sample of the boy's blood right in her bathroom. At work, the girl explained that much more information can be found in the laboratory of her university than in the Department of Management of the Awakened. Looking at Yamain, Kang Hyun-moo thought about how talented a scholar she was, even with her low degree. When 2 test tubes were filled with blood, the boy asked if this would be enough, and clarified if there were any standards for blood toxicity. The girl squinted, smiling, and assured that this amount of blood should be enough for the tests. Yu-ming tossed him a green bag with a sign of toxicity on it. He took out a briefcase and began to look through the papers that were in it. While drying her hair with a towel, Yu-ming explained that it was a package of documents that needed to be submitted for a rank promotion. The girl also explained that if exposed to a high concentration of mana for a long time, the rank could increase, and Kang Hyun-moo thought. He saw only one way to find the right concentration of mana, and that was to search hell during the next quest. Kang Hyun-moo was walking on the roof of one of the houses, deciding to wait for the next quest here without returning home. A little more than 9 days remained until the next quest, which did not frighten him at all, because it was the average time of his stay here. Kang Hyun-moo smiled as he breathed heavily, a drop of sweat running down his face. The smile on his face grew wider as a red orb of light grew under his palms. He tried to create a weapon for himself, and a black dagger began to form in the ball of light, and in the middle was a capsule with his blood. Kang Hyun-moo sat holding a dagger that had attained legendary status in one hand, and a square-shaped crystal in the other hand, looking at his possessions with satisfaction. Linian was also enjoying looking at the artifacts the boy had received. And while the fairy was explaining how to use the crystal, a goblin joined them, his head wrapped in a red hoodie. Kang Hyun-moo was so busy creating the artifacts that he didn't even notice the guest's appearance. He finally got his attention and got down to business, asking Kirsten to fetch half of his rare gear, which sent him into a daze. Kang Hyun-moo smiled, promising the goblin that he would not forget the reward for him as well. The boy did not know this, but outside, being high in the sky, he was being watched by one of the stars, Yogel. 9 days later, he was already testing a new artifact that he was able to create. The status of which was defined as legendary, was made in the form of a glove made of wide metal plates. After training, without removing his gloves or leaving his dagger behind, Kang Hyun-moo walked around the room, thinking that even though it was in need of repair, it could very well be used as a safe hiding place. The boy swung his dagger in the air several times, honing his skill with it. This left 2 deep cracks on the wall, crossed with each other, and several smaller ones. The sweaty boy with a smile on his face thought he had worried about the glove only being on his left hand for nothing. After all, I quickly got used to it. During the time he sat here, the boy tried to raise his level in a variety of ways. At first, he tried to strengthen his skills. For example, he suffered the melting of his body in acid, after which it was added to the blood. The problem remained that Kang Hyun-moo was completely clueless in hell. That is why he asked Kirsten to draw everything that was and where it was in the district in which they were. While he was watching the goblin draw the map, he received a message about the start of a new quest. The task was to survive for 48 hours, provided that he had pursuers. This was followed by a notification that Yogalim wanted to give him a challenge that could increase the reward and difficulty level, much to the boy's surprise. He wondered if the difficulty could be higher than hell itself. But he was interested in the reward aspect. He had been looking for a way to rank up for a long time, and now he had a great chance to do so. So he accepted the challenge. Right after that, there were a lot of notifications that each of the stars were watching him, which scared the boy a little, because he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The announcement of the start of the quest came while Yogalim was releasing his followers, who would pursue Kang Hyun-moo for 48 hours. The boy stared in horror at the notification that informed him of the curse placed on him, due to which he finally stopped understanding what was happening. Suddenly there was a noise around him, and in that noise he distinctly heard a hiss calling him delicious, which scared him quite a bit. Kang Hyun-moo looked around his body, not understanding what the voice was saying. At this time, Kirsten, who was standing behind, opened his mouth, showing curved fangs from which saliva flowed. About the same thing happened with little Lenian. Kang Hyun-moo slowly turned his head, realizing that the two pursuers were not just close, but right behind him. They lunged forward and were next to him in an instant, their eyes burning with madness. Grasping the dagger more comfortably, the boy jumped away from the creatures that were his allies just a moment ago. When Lenian replied that his blood was indeed delicious, he asked if she knew that his blood was poisonous. Lenian licked her finger, explaining that the poison in the blood was to her like a delicious rare seasoning at the table of Star Jogul. A picture appeared in her mind as Kang Hyun-moo's body lay on a large table surrounded by various monsters, among fruits and spices. People with poisonous blood gave off pleasant aromas to monsters. However, the problem was that if you eat someone who was cursed, you can get addicted, turning into a zombie. Lenian took his face and said that he would not be a problem for her as she had promised to stop. During their conversation, Kang Hyun-moo heard heavy breathing near him. Turning his head, he saw Kirsten staring blankly at him, his mouth completely covered in saliva. Unable to stand such a picture, the boy slapped him with such force that he flew to the nearby wall. The boy tiredly rubbed his eyes with his hand, trying to collect his thoughts. Kang Hyun-moo looked at the fairy, asking her where the rest of his pursuers were. As soon as he asked this question, a terrible noise was heard from outside, after which the cupboard, which supported the doorway, flew to the side. After looking at Lenian and Kirsten's hungry gazes and considering the noise outside, Kang Hyun-moo took out the gauntlet and dagger he had recently created and prepared for battle. A red cloud of huge mosquitoes flew into the house, scattering wood shavings and stone fragments in different directions. Despite preparing for self-defense, the insects still managed to attack the boy, knocking him off his feet. They covered his body thickly, not only exposed areas, but also crawling under his clothes. Each insect found its place on his body, stuck its proboscis, and actively began to drink his blood. In a moment, dozens of small insect bodies were already lying under Kang Hyun-moo's feet, which had swallowed the boy's poisonous blood. With a snort, the boy began furiously stomping on the little bodies, while Lenian watched him silently, and Kirsten tried to cover himself from the mosquitoes with his hook. Breaking away from the trampling of mosquitoes, he looked up at the red cloud of the remaining insects, which were circling around, but not rushing to attack. Linian, flying up to Kang Hyun-moo, explained that mosquitoes make up the bulk of Yogalam's group of followers, who is the best at tracking. The fairy went on to say with a smile that it was because mosquitoes are quite stealthy and fast, so they could find him very quickly. Kang Hyun-moo looked sternly at the fairy, realizing that her words were far from giving him hope, on the contrary, driving him into a stupor. Realizing that he would not be able to stay in hiding for 48 hours, the boy went outside, holding a dagger in his hands. Immediately after that, a small gray-purple feather flew into his face. Raising his head, he opened his mouth, noticing that similar feathers were flying everywhere. Park Kang-hyun-moo looked at the silhouettes of pigeon-like birds clinging to the power cables of the telephone lines and the roofs of nearby buildings. The pigeons had a rather sickly appearance, as they had quite noticeable crusts near their eyes and on their beaks. Kang Hyun-moo smiled broadly as he mentally addressed Yogalam and appraised his followers. In the next moment, the birds jumped from their nests and rushed towards the boy with wild violence, preparing their sharp claws for an attack. Kang Hyun-moo turned around to take cover from the bird attack in the building. However, a horde of huge mosquitoes was rushing towards him from there, which again wanted his blood. Quickly orienting himself, he ran as far as his eyes could see, turning back time after time. The picture he saw looked comical on the one hand, and a bit frightening on the other. The sky was covered with a cloud of mosquitoes, and the ground was covered with pigeons. Kirsten was running next to him, who, in the process of the chase, demanded that Kang Hyun-moo deal with everything as soon as possible. Trying to get away from the birds and insects, they ran along the dilapidated bridge. What he thought was a brilliant idea came into the boy's head, so he called loudly to the goblin, not noticing that he was running from the side. The question about the place in his settlement made him pause, dragging with the answer. Looking away, Kirsten said that the village's birth rate had increased recently, but Kang Hyun-moo understood perfectly well what he meant. Clenching his teeth, the boy continued to run, analyzing everything that was happening around him. He and Kirsten ran ahead, while the pursuing star Yogalam was literally on their heels. After receiving the surveillance report, Kang Hyun-moo raised his head and looked up at the sky, where a large purple star was shining brightly, cursed. There was a chasm ahead, so the boy regrouped and gave the acceleration command. This allowed him to make the longest possible jump, on the same level as Kirsten, which gave them at least a little distance from their pursuers. Before even landing, Kang Hyun-moo called out, demanding someone he could engage in a proper duel with. Below, he saw many dark ghoul figures that looked muscular and strong, and therefore could be the opponents he expected. The creatures had gray skin, and their bodies were studded with long black spine-like growths. Sensing the approach of the victim, the ghouls threw back their heads and bared their muzzles with long, sharp teeth. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Kang Hyun-moo landed on one knee with his head down. The boy raised his head, looking with eyes full of excitement at the horde of creatures with which he had to fight. A wide smile spread across Kang Hyun-moo's face as he took a fighting stance. Watching the monsters attack him, the boy shouted to Yogalam that he should have brought them earlier. With joyful battle cries, he rushed into the crowd of huge ghouls. However, the first monster grabbed him by both arms, holding on tightly and clearly not intending to let go, which confused him a little. There were no eyes. Instead of them, huge bags hung there. There was a hole in place of the nose, and starting from it, there was no skin on the front part of the face. The creature opened its mouth and growled, spraying its saliva. Realizing that he had lost this round, Kang Hyun-moo screamed wildly as he stared at the monster with undisguised rage. The next moment, the creature bit into his head with its fangs. After the opponent's body collapsed at her feet, the monster roared in victory, towering over him. The ghouls became the stumbling block that made him go back and go through it all over again, so often that the boy lost count. The monsters attacked him again and again, overwhelming him from head to toe. In the end, Kang Hyun-moo couldn't stand it, and putting his hand forward when the monsters attacked again, he commanded them to stop. The boy realized that the only way out was to simply run away. So he ran through the empty streets of the city, escaping from the hordes of monsters. Escaping by running away, he understood that Jogalam had planned everything exactly so that he would hide from the monsters and not fight them. During the chase, Kang Hyun-moo thought that Kirsten had disappeared somewhere at such a moment, although it wasn't too upsetting if you thought about how much he would have bothered him. The horde of toothy monsters caught up with him, coming closer and closer, forcing the boy to frantically search for a way out of the situation. In the shadow of an abandoned building, he saw the face of a stranger who ordered him to turn right into the alley. Realizing that there weren't many options, Kang Hyun-moo decided to heed the advice and turned right. However, an unpleasant surprise awaited him here, because the alley led him into the space between the buildings, which resembled a narrow corridor. The monsters were not far behind, and now there was nowhere to hide from them, and nowhere to turn. The boy, clenching his teeth, ran, not looking at the road and trying to understand why the voice ordered to go exactly to the right, and what kind of voice it was. And while he advised to turn right again, Kang Hyun-moo thought in fear that he had lost his mind because of the many deaths. He could hear the patter of bare paws approaching him from behind, but now he was of little concern. Seeing another fork in front of him, Kang Hyun-moo realized that he needed to make a decision that would not change anything for the person. Not having time to brake, the boy flew into the wall in front of him by inertia, resting his palms on it. After that, he waited a few seconds and turned sharply to the right. The ghouls that were chasing him also crashed into the same wall, and the monsters that were behind crashed into the ones in front, pinning them even further against the wall. Kang Hyun-moo wasted no time in running forward, trying to take advantage of the confusion to increase the distance between him and the monsters as much as possible. Seeing that the strategy had worked, the boy laughed when he heard the voice again, so he decided to trust him anyway. He ran until he stopped in a spacious square, in the middle of which he saw a large pile of debris. Among the broken stone slabs, Kang Hyun-moo saw 4 large red orbs glowing in the darkness. Looking at the lights that were slowly approaching him, the boy clenched his teeth. Sweat was rolling down his face in hail, and hatred for this place was already splashing in his eyes. Finally, a huge spider crawled out from under the wreckage, with many red eyes glowing on its face. Kang Hyun-moo stared fearfully at the spider's huge belly, trying to find ways to retreat until he heard a voice commanding him to move down. The boy barely had time to bend down, covering his head with his hands, when the spider released a large pillar of light past him. As the light covered the toothy monsters that were chasing him, it began to turn into thin threads. Lying on the ground, Kang Hyun-moo stared in bewilderment at where the monsters were floundering in the threads, trying to get out of them. However, they did not succeed, so after a while they froze, tightly wrapped in the web of a huge spider. Hearing something rustle from behind, the boy turned his head and saw a giant spider's leg descend almost behind him. Looking at the creature slowly approaching him, Kang Hyun-moo covered himself in sweat and screamed. A notification that appeared shortly after said that the spider was level 87. The boy continued to stare at the monster looming over him when he heard the voice again. Then he couldn't stand it and screamed, trying to find out who the voice belonged to. In response to this, he remembered how earlier, on the day he met the stars, Monster had given him a gift. Kang Hyun-moo looked around and saw a yellow star flying not far from him. After that, the mistress of the star appeared in front of his eyes, which was a girl with long golden hair, behind which large angelic wings stood out. While the boy tried to avoid the spider's attack, Monstrel explained that Jogulam would not like her actions, so she asked him not to make any noise. Kang Hyun-moo looked at the star, asking if she could read his mind, to which he was told that she could hear his thoughts. Monster also explained that Jogulam wants to raise his level, which can be achieved if his followers destroy the boy. However, Monster herself did not like this option, so she decided to intervene. The boy felt someone's light touch on his shoulder, and the star's voice approached, convincing him to become her follower. Kang Hyun-moo wondered why him, to which he was told that they needed a rookie to get out, but the boy was greatly confused by this answer. He continued to feel someone flying around him, repeatedly touching his shoulders as the voice promised to explain why the rest of the stars wanted to bend him over. He felt thin fingers touch his chin, causing his eyes to widen in fright. The voice was so soothing that Kang Hyun-moo couldn't even move, completely mesmerized by the star's voice. While she asked to love her and promised him to return everything that he gives, the boy himself stood with his mouth wide open and his gaze absent. He felt as if he was falling into the water and was being pulled down towards the day, deeper and deeper. Around him were beautiful nymphs, helpers of Monstrel, who reached out to him and dragged him to the depths. Kang Hyun-moo, succumbing to the nymphs, felt that the longer he acted like a lover, the more power he received from the star. He already saw himself as a majestic warrior who would have many different types of equipment. With its help, he will defeat monsters, and he will be admired by the people saved by him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from above, from which the monstrel nymphs fell to him, hiding their faces from the light, and were clearly frightened. Kang Hyun-moo also looked scared at the star that appeared when he read that Gaul was watching him. He came to, kneeling in the same wreckage where the huge black widow lived. Raising his head, he saw the star monster still flying above him. Kang Hyun-moo smiled, his pupils lit up with white light. He wiped his lip, telling her that he was already busy with another girl. Looking sternly at the star, the boy asked if she had any ideas on how to defeat the spider. The keeper of the star appeared before him again, with a slight smile on her face, and answering that the hero could have many women. Kang Hyun-moo didn't understand anything, but the spider appeared next to him again, and he didn't have time to think about it. The boy looked at the terrible face, from which saliva flowed, while the monster herself told him to find a way to pass the test, because he refused her offer, which she saw as the easiest solution. He looked down when he felt a slight tickle on his arm, and saw many red and black spiders climbing up it. Despite the pile that was already on his hand, the boy saw that 10 times more was crawling towards him on the ground and screamed. Each of the spiders, climbing up the hand, dragged a thin white thread behind them, wrapping the hand in a thick web. The threads became more and more, and they wrapped more and more tightly around the boy's body, while he tried to somehow cover his face with his hand. In a moment, the Black Widow had already wrapped her paws around the boy, hiding him in a cocoon. The walls were completely covered with a thick covering of webs, forming a circular tunnel. Kirsten and Lenian stood in the middle of the abandoned ruins of an industrial building, covered in cobwebs everywhere. They slowly climbed the metal stairs, looking for Kang Hyun-moo in this place. Finally, they found a place that had a lot of white cocoons, and therefore they found the hiding place of the spider victims. The goblin, looking at one of the cocoons lying on the floor, asked the fairy if their companion was definitely here, which the fairy confidently confirmed. Lenian reminded Kirsten that he should hurry, as everything was already ready. The goblin raised the grappling hook and in one motion cut through the dense webbing, freeing the cocooned one. Kirsten stuck his hand inside and pulled the boy out of the cocoon by the claws, lifting him off the ground. Kang Hyun-moo had a blank look, and his entire body was covered in translucent slime. Linian flew up to his ear, trying to wake him up, but Kang Hyun-moo didn't respond, continuing to stare into the void. Since gentle methods did not work on him, the fairy decided to move on to more decisive actions. Namely, she slipped her foot and hit the boy right in the stomach. The impact was so strong that Kang Hyun-moo's eyes bulged with tears. While Kirsten watched closely what was going on around them, the boy, standing cross-legged, tried to catch his breath from the Linian's blow, while the fairy herself flew around him, reading the notations. However, she also gleefully boasted to him, raising her fists in the air, that it was because of her that he came to his senses. But Kang Hyun-moo growled at her through gritted teeth to shut up. Bewildered, the fairy flew towards Kirsten, where they watched together as the enraged boy argued about dying again. They moved towards the exit, passing the veils of webs and wanting to leave the cocoon-filled room as quickly as possible. Looking for a way out, Kang Hyun-moo pushed aside one of the large webs without even looking ahead. He took a step, and immediately his head hit something hard with a thud. The boy raised his head, and seeing a terrible scarred mouth with huge, crooked fangs, he shouted loudly. Kang Hyun-moo took a battle stance, already ready to fight the orc he found. However, he stopped, noticing that during the entire time the monster not only did not rush at him, but even never blinked, which puzzled the boy a little. Looking more closely, he noticed that small red and black spiders were running on the orc's body, which had previously crawled on him. In addition, the monster's ammunition, like the monster itself, was completely wrapped in thin webs. Kirsten came up from behind, growling something in his plaining language, while Kang Hyun-moo wondered what an orc was doing here. The boy raised his hand, telling the goblin to shut up and not disturb him, because he had already met such spiders. However, Kirsten turned his attention to his left hand, where the gauntlet that Kang Hyun-moo had previously created should have been, but it now had a different appearance. The boy looked in surprise at the glove, which was now black, and instead of 5 fingers, there were 6. Kang Hyun-moo suddenly heard Monster's voice again, urging him to continue testing, and the boy understood where his weapon upgrade came from. The boy waved his hand and called up his inventory menu as Linian flew up to him. The fairy watched with interest as he took out some object from there, but did not understand what it was. Kang Hyun-moo explained that when he and her found the man's skeleton, he decided to take a good look at it, hoping to find something useful. The object he found turned out to be a monocle that could analyze the object looked at through it. The boy used the item to learn about the gift the monster had given him. Seeing the status of the glove, which was determined by rarity, the boy lashed out at her, because he had never seen such a status before. Looking at the subject of his weapons, Kang Hyun-moo thought about the quality of the weapons he had created or found before, as he believed that the highest status was legendary. After thinking about it, the boy gave a predatory grin and raised his armed hand up, ready to use it. At this time, toothy blind ghouls were climbing the ruins of collapsed buildings in search of their lost victim. Some of them even crawled on their knees, sniffing out any traces that would help them in this, leading to a large collector pipe. Thick red blood flowed out of the pipe in a thin stream, the smell of which brought the monster army here. Over time, the amount of liquid increased, and now it was already like a small puddle that dripped down from the pipe. One of the monsters lay down near the pipe and stuck out his tongue, trying to taste the blood. After that, the monster rose to its feet and without hiding its tongue, roared, returning to the pipe. The rest of the monsters that came to the tunnel could also smell the faint scent of blood. Following such a tempting smell, the monsters climbed into the sewer pipe in a group. After walking a little through the tunnel, one of the creatures ran into a web of webs, blocking the passage. This did not become a big obstacle, so they, resting their paws on the walls, continued their journey in the dark. Suddenly, a mosquito sat on the neck of one of the ghouls and actively began to suck his blood. And then everyone around the creature began to growl and gnash their teeth, feeling their victim very close. In the next moment, one of the creatures dug its fangs into the neck of its brother, who was bitten by a mosquito. In the complete darkness, the silhouette of a mosquito appeared, with a thread of web trailing behind it, and the body itself glowed with a faint white light, due to which the figure of Kang Hun-moo became visible. In a moment, there were already more than a dozen such mosquitoes in the tunnel, so the darkness was no longer so impenetrable. Around his left hand, several threads of the web were already wrapped, intertwining between the fingers. The boy smiled and raised his hand, clenched his fingers into a fist, pulling the strings. At this time, the ghouls, actively scratching at each other, ate their brother, whose roar of pain echoed through the tunnel. Looking at this whole bacchanalia, Kang Hyun-moo gave a predatory smile, glad that he was able to arrange it. In the meantime, mosquitoes again flew to the horde of monsters to speed up the process. The wild roars of mosquito-bitten ghouls rang out from different parts of the tunnel. Now all the monsters in a row rushed at each other, biting their fangs and digging their claws into the bodies of their fellows. They were so dazed from hunger that in a few minutes, the entire diameter of the tunnel was completely filled with their bodies, and monsters were still climbing from behind. Clearly pleased with himself, Kang Hyun-moo, holding a firefly mosquito on his finger, told Kirsten that they had managed to lure all the ghouls. Trying to find a way to complete the quest he was given, he planted some mosquitoes in a jar to try to research them. Kirsten met his initiative with a skeptical smile on his face. Later, Kang Hyun-moo took some mosquitoes that died from his poisoned blood and resurrected them to see what would happen. He planted them on his hand, forcing them to drink blood again, and noticed that after the resurrection, the insects were immune to his poison. Meanwhile, the bacchanalia between the monsters continued, and sounds of claws scratching the walls, chewing, and wild roars came from the tunnel. Scratching his head, Kirsten concluded that monsters don't know how to use their brains, to which Kang Hyun-moo smiled, agreeing with his companions. The boy was pleased to examine the hiding place found with the help of the goblin in the abandoned collector, which had several exits and seemed just perfect. Kang Hyun-moo thought he could sit in a place like this for 48 hours doing absolutely nothing. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide open before crashing to the ground, right at Kirsten's feet. The goblin, taking one wide step, approached the boy, who was standing cross-legged, asking him what had happened. As Kirsong draped one of his arms over his shoulder, helping him up at least a little, Kang Hyun-moo replied that he might have lost too much blood, causing the anemia. The boy paled noticeably, thinking that he might not have even noticed how much blood he had lost. As he continued to lean on Kirsten's shoulder, he thought that perhaps a slightly different plan for the quest might be needed. Suddenly, hearing some unexplained noise, Kang Hyun-moo turned back to look at the tunnel hole. There, from the darkness of the pipe, the blade of the sword appeared, cutting the web. The boy understood that they were approaching, knowing about the trap. Barely on his feet, but ready to fight, he climbed off Kirsten's shoulders, preventing the confused goblin from engaging with him. Kang Hyun-moo raised his hand, which began to gather red light. In a moment he was already holding his dagger in his hand, the fire of struggle and desire for victory burning in his eyes, while Kirsten stood behind him, still bewildered. Two large green eyes lit up in the darkness of the tunnel. Expecting to see toothy ghouls who had no eyes, the appearance of two green lights was a complete surprise for the boy. The number of eyes increased, and now there were many green balls in the tunnel, but their owners could not be seen in the darkness. Kang Hyun-moo, still holding his dagger at the ready, stared intently into the darkness, trying to see the creature that would now be coming out of the darkness towards them. He grinned through gritted teeth, looking forward to seeing how many creatures were actually in the tunnel at the moment. Finally, a figure in military uniform slowly emerged from the darkness. Kang Hyun-moo froze, expecting to see anything but living people. However, after a second he frowned, realizing that he was wrong to jump to conclusions. A whole army of the living dead emerged from the darkness of the tunnel, glowing with green eyes. The boy gave a short laugh, fully aware of who he would have to deal with now. The zombie, who judging by the beret was someone of the commander type, looking at Kang Hyun-moo, raised his hand and ordered his troops to capture the boy. Roaring loudly, the undead army rushed toward Kang Hyun-moo, spraying saliva in all directions. Ready for a duel, the boy stared excitedly at the advancing zombies, a dagger in one hand and a webbed gauntlet in the other. The boy struck the zombie that came closest, and thought with a smile that it would be very easy to deal with them. He defeated the next dead man by driving a dagger into his skull with all his might, after which he saw blood flowing from the capsule on the weapon into his opponent. Taunting the enemies, Kang Hyun-moo tugged at the web, pulling out his dagger to continue his attacks. However, hordes of zombies, which by no means ended, kept pouring out of the darkness of the tunnel. Realizing that he himself may not be able to cope, the boy jumped to one of the ladders and prepared to retreat. Seeing this, the commander of the dead, gaping his crooked mouth, let out a loud growl. Pointing to the boy climbing the ladder, he ordered to capture the fugitive as quickly as possible. Kang Hyun-moo glared at the commander, gritting his teeth and cursing loudly. The zombie soldiers at this time slowly crawled towards the same ladder to grab the boy. Kang Hyun-moo, holding tightly to the bars of the ladder, climbed up, trying to break away from his pursuers. At last he reached the sewer hatch that served as an exit to the open street. He tried to move the hatch on his own, but it wouldn't budge, so the boy just used his skill, which sent the hatch flying several meters into the air. Pulling himself up on his arms, Kang Hyun-moo, gritting his teeth, climbed out of the sewers with one sharp jerk. Remembering who his pursuers were, the boy withdrew to what he thought was a safe distance and prepared for a new battle. Now he had an advantage, because he understood that not all zombies would be able to get out of the small hatch at once. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from behind him, and he turned to see one of the dilapidated skyscrapers leaning to one side and beginning to collapse. However, when a roar came from the tunnel, he turned to face the hatch again, as he knew that the enemies were approaching. The thought even appeared in his head that he could talk to them, because before they were people. However, remembering the green eyes with a blank look, the boy gave up on the idea, admitting that they had once been human. And now there was nothing left of that, so the only thing left to do was fight. The sounds that came from the dark hole of the hatch indicated that the zombies were already close and were about to climb out. And now the first living dead man appeared from the sewers, holding out his hand with a machine gun. The creature released a turn from him, but Kang Hyun-moo raised his hand, stopping the casings in midair. However, he couldn't catch one, so it pierced his left thigh, causing a crimson spot to immediately form on his pants. The boy screamed and, falling to his knees, began to breathe heavily. A squad of undead charged at him with predatory grins on their faces until their commander gave the order to stop firing. Sitting on the ground, Kang Hyun-moo smiled as he heard that he was considered unworthy of bullets. Thoughts of what he could do to save himself were running through his head. Suddenly, a strong flow of air covered him from behind, which the boy did not expect at all. Completely clueless, Kang Hyun-moo raised his head and looked at the sky. He slowly rose to his feet, looking around for a solution as he did so. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the thigh that had just been shot, and it dawned on him that he was bleeding. Kang Hyun-moo froze in fright, his eyes wide when he heard familiar growling sounds behind him. He turned his head slightly and saw in his peripheral vision blind ghouls climbing out of the ruins behind him. Now the boy was surrounded on one side by the living dead and on the other by blind monsters. One of the toothy monstrosities stuck out its long tongue and growled softly as it sensed its prey. Breathing heavily, Kang Hyun-moo thought about the fact that he had few options now. The boy received a notification that there were 46 minutes until the end of the quest, so there was very little left. Monsters roared nearby again. More than 100 of them had to be destroyed in less than an hour. One of the zombies approached the commander, reporting that the entire squad had arrived, for which he was ordered to wait. Kang Hyun-moo received another message about his health dropping below 10%. In a moment, the commander of the living dead gave the order to mercilessly kill the boy. Convinced more and more about his hopeless situation, Kang Hyun-moo put his hand in his pants pocket. The blind ghouls, sticking out their tongues, rushed towards the boy with a wild roar. An army of zombie soldiers did the same, raising a huge roar. But they moved a little slower. The situation seemed really hopeless, as there were enemies everywhere, which further convinced him that there were few ways to survive. He took the crystal out of his pocket, then raised it to his mouth and bit down, causing small cracks to appear on the stone. While most of the undead squad rushed to the boy, the commander himself and the armed soldiers remained standing aside. Kang Hyun-moo was alerted to the mana inside of him, and a white mist surrounded him. Meanwhile, the monsters were already close and were ready to pounce on the boy, extending their paws towards him. The boy, feeling a rush of strength, looked around and measured his enemies with a fierce look that said he was ready to go to the end. Immediately after that, an army of zombies, glowing with green eyes, jumped up and attacked. However, instead of attacking him, they flew past him, causing the boy to smile slightly. One of the undead pounced on the ghoul and dug his teeth into his throat, causing him to roar wildly. The rest of the zombies kept up with their brother and did the same, biting him in different places. In the end, the monsters began to fight each other, and the advantage with varying success shifted from one squad to the other. Watching this whole bacchanalia, the boy smiled savagely, realizing that he had managed to deprive the monsters of even the control they had. The picture before his eyes could be called scary if it wasn't his chance to save his life, because while the ghouls were fighting against the zombies, both camps forgot to think about Kang Hyun-moo. The boy was quite satisfied with his plan, which worked as he had hoped. However, the thought appeared in his head that this is probably what humanity looked like before it died. Humans fought like these monsters, heartlessly killing each other, and this eventually led to their extinction as a species. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound that pulled him out of his own thoughts. At the last moment, he managed to dodge a bullet that whizzed right by his ear. He turned and looked back, not understanding where such an attack could have come from. It turned out that some of the zombies, including their commander, had stayed away and were now on one knee and all aimed at him. Kang Hyun-moo didn't understand why this part of the dead had left complete control over himself, but it was adding to his problems. Seeing that the zombies were ready to fire again, he began to analyze whether the bullet could reach him. The monsters continued to stand on one knee, holding machine guns on their shoulders and waiting for the commander's order to open fire. Before giving the order, the commander ordered to set the mode for simultaneous shots. Finally, opening his face wide, the main zombie commanded fire. Suddenly, the darkness of the night sky was broken by a flash of bright light. In a moment, Kirsten cut off the heads of all zombie shooters right in flight, leaving only their squad leader intact. The goblin looked at Kang Hyun-moo, offering to save the thanks for later. The boy himself looked puzzled at his companion, completely confused by the number of events that were happening around him. Kirsten stood holding in his left hand a scythe-like object encrusted with blue ice crystals. The artifact was called the Scythe of the Winter Reaper and had legendary status. Raising his scythe, Kirsten gave a predatory grin as he looked at the monsters with eyes that glowed with a demonic yellow light. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo was looking around where the glints of blue ice were flashing, in the light of which he could see the zombies flying in different directions. The goblin waved his scythe without understanding, completely ignoring the surprised boy, watching with dazed eyes the actions of his companion, who was cutting down enemies left and right. He promised to repay him in the future. Kang Hyun-moo smiled widely as he saw Kirsten thrust his chest forward, proudly proud of his work. The commander-in-chief of the zombie army glared at the goblin-human tandem, his green eyes glowing with the fire of hatred. He grabbed the assault rifle of one of his subordinates and aimed it towards Kang Hyun-moo and Kirsten. However, the weapon became covered in blue ice crystals, so the attempt to fire failed miserably. While the zombie commander was thinking, Kirsten flew up to him and slashed with his scythe, cutting off both of his arms. Then he hit him in the head with his heel right in the jump, completely tearing it from the body. The undead, distracted from the battle, watched as the red-hooded goblin destroyed their commander. Exhaling, Kang Hyun-moo watched as Kirsten dealt with his enemies, the corners of his lips twitching upwards. The goblin had complained before when he asked him for help, but now, staying by the boy's side even after getting the weapon, he swung his scythe, slashing at zombies and ghouls. The boy was so engrossed in the picture of Kirsten beating opponents that he did not even notice how several ghouls approached him, one of which had already jumped to attack. In the next moment, the monster hit the ground with its fists, which caused it to be covered with wide cracks. At the last second, Kang Hyun-moo managed to jump back from where he was standing, then turned to look at the attackers. The three ghouls bared their teeth and growled softly, sensing such a desirable victim for them. The boy raised his fists in the air, preparing to defend himself in case the monster attacked again. However, in the next moment, a hand in a black glove appeared near the face of one of the monsters. Kang Hyun-moo watched as the ghouls were once again drawn into battle by the army of the walking dead. The boy let out a relaxed breath, realizing that he would not have to fight now. He looked around, assessing the situation around him. Zombies fought with ghouls, and those who did not have enough sharp-toothed monsters were taken on by Kirsten, chopping them with a scythe, but the monsters did not become less. He understood that a little more, and he would lose control over the monsters, but there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, a long rumble was heard, and all the opponents looked up together, looking for the source of the sound. Kang Hyun-moo did the same, but he had no idea how to react to the creatures that had just appeared. A huge red cloud appeared in the sky above the heads of everyone present on the square, which was rapidly approaching. Mosquitoes were more nocturnal creatures, so it was not surprising that they had come out only now. But the boy was surprised by the number of insects, which were now many times more than usual, so he had to think rather quickly. He called up the inventory window and looked at the items there. Then what he thought was a good idea came into his head. The boy smiled as ribbons of current ran down his arm, indicating the creation of a new item. In a moment, he already had something in his hand that resembled a hoodie that was woven from a web. Kang Hyun-moo wrapped himself in it from head to toe, which was supposed to protect him from the invasion of mosquitoes. The zombies, who had already stopped fighting the ghouls at that moment, roared, focusing their attention on the boy. The ghouls themselves did the same, rushing towards his figure with wild growls. Kang Hyun-moo, who had expected such a result, smiled slyly, looking defiantly at his opponents. A cloud of mosquitoes rushed down to where the figure of a boy in a white hoodie stood. In a moment, everyone was so densely surrounded by insects that it was almost impossible to distinguish where and who. Ghouls, deprived of sight, could rely on their noses as they were used to. But zombies, although they could also find a victim by smell, were forced to forget about their sight, because they covered their eyes from mosquitoes. A swarm of mosquitoes isolated the monsters, Kirsten and Kang Hyun-moo, from the outside world, completely filling the streets of the dilapidated city. Deprived of the advantage of a distinct trail of blood scent, the ghouls stood in the middle of the cloud of insects as if dug in. Kang Hyun-moo stood there thinking about where Kirsten might be, and what was most important to him right now was to last 48 hours without even noticing the movement behind him. One of the zombies, who was not killed in the battle, slowly crawled up to his leg, gaping his mouth. Feeling a sharp pain from the bite in his leg, the boy growled, clenching his teeth tightly. He turned his head to see an unfinished zombie tearing a piece of skin from his leg. Without thinking long, Kang Hyun-moo stepped on the creature's head, crushing it. Due to the pain in his leg, he sat down, analyzing the situation in which he now found himself. An unfinished zombie distracted his attention. Besides, the boy was losing blood quickly, which meant the possibility of not reaching the right time. In the meantime, other animals have already crawled towards him, pulling their paws forward. The boy raised his head and saw a notification that Jogulum was watching him and bared his teeth. Kang Hyun-moo checked his leg, realizing that if he had enough blood, there would be no problem. He looked ahead to where the walking dead were actively devouring the ghoul. The boy noticed that dark crimson blood was flowing from the loop onto the sidewalk. Meanwhile, another ghoul was surrounded by mosquitoes, which actively began to drink his blood. In a few seconds, the body of the repetition was completely dried, as if all those muscles were not there. After finishing with him, the insects quickly rushed in a separate cloud towards Kang Hyun-moo. Sitting on his back, they began to fill his body with the drunk ghoul's blood, as the boy saw it as the only way to last the required amount of time. After receiving a replenishment of blood, the boy felt an unusual surge of strength, and his eyes lit up with white light. Kang Hyun-moo clenched his fists, raised his head, and roared loudly. He fell to his knees, and his face was profusely covered with sweat. After which he stood up on his hands, and saliva flowed from his mouth. While he was in a coma, the remaining ghouls began to gather around him. One of the creatures raised its paw, releasing long black claws from its fingers, then swiped them through the air, trying to catch the boy. But Kang Hyun-moo proved to be faster, and thus leaped into the air a second before he was about to be slashed, leaving the monster without an arm in the process. Landing, the boy quickly ran, releasing beams of blue light from under his feet. A huge gray paw with long claws stuck out from under his white hoodie. The boy's face also turned gray and became covered with cracks, and his teeth became sharp. In general, he now looked like a ghoul. The same ones still feeling their prey in him continued to attack him. With a wild growl, Kang Hyun-moo jumped up, spreading the hem of his hoodie like wings. One of the ghouls extended his paw towards him, trying to catch him in flight. But he didn't have time, so he brought his fist down to knock the boy to the ground. However, Kang Hyun-moo twisted in midair and flew through the monster, ending up behind it. In the next second, he kicked the monster in the back without even landing on the ground. The boy grabbed the ghoul's head and squeezed it with all his might. After that, he bent down and, opening his mouth, brought it close to the monster's head, dripping with saliva. The ghoul, trying to throw off his attacker, fell to the ground while blood from his head flooded his eyes. Kang Hyun-moo pulled away from the dead enemy and raised his head. His eyes shone with a white glow. His mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and black blood flowed down his chin. The boy was notified of receiving the hungry blood function in his, which meant a 30% improvement in physical abilities. The notice said that during this, he would feel very hungry, and his body would consume food quickly. but after the effect wore off, there was the possibility of losing body weight very quickly, and there was also the risk of death. The boy looked at his hand and saw how much the veins on his already very emaciated hand stood out. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his body, which even bent him in half. The hunger meant that the effect of hungry blood was still on, and he wanted to eat. Not knowing what to do, Kang Hyun-moo panicked and screamed loudly, tears pouring from his eyes. He felt that he had begun to lose weight, and he was also sick with hunger. A zombie caught the boy's eyes and wanted to attack him. Realizing that there was little choice, Kang Hyun-moo grabbed the creature by its claws and lifted it above his head, ripping its head off. Dark crimson blood splashed onto his face, and the boy grinned triumphantly and at the same time predatorily, for now he was full of strength. Leaving the monster's body, Kang Hyun-moo looked up as he received the message of the stars watching him again. Their light broke through the cloud of mosquitoes, confirming the truth of the alert. Kang Hyun-moo finally began to guess what happened to humanity in this world. He glared at the stars, suspecting that they ensured the death of people and then subjugated them, making them his followers. The zombies were coming at him again, so the boy held out his hand, summoning his dagger. He looked at his opponents, feeling that he was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. The boy screamed wildly, and a white light of mana floated around him. The force was so great that it was even torn off the ground, and the advancing monsters were scattered in different directions in a wave. The ghouls tried to cover their faces with their hands, and from the fact that they tried to stay in place, red sparks appeared under their feet. Kang Hyun-moo, seeing that enemies surrounded him from all sides, jumped into the air, opening his hoodie. Looking at the hordes of monsters, he roared as he prepared to attack them. Gathering his strength, he rushed straight into the pile of monsters. When he landed, there was a big pile of dust. The rubble of the cobblestones, along with the monsters, flew to the side, forming a gap there. Without wasting time, the boy, swinging a dagger, rushed into the vortex of the battle with the monsters. Kang Hyun-moo moved quickly, striking the ghouls time after time. The only thing that was really noticeable was a red beam of light, from which the bodies of monsters flew in different directions. The boy had absolutely no control over himself, relying now only on the instinct of hunger, which prevailed over everything else. His eyes glowed with a white glow, and his face became more and more distorted by the predatory skin. He slashed at his enemies without looking anywhere, so some had their heads blown off, others were cut in half, and still others were cut along their bodies. Engrossed in the wild fight, Kang Hyun-moo didn't notice a giant clawed fist flying at his face. One of the ghouls hit the boy in the face with all the force he was capable of, sending him flying several meters away. Landing, he kicked his feet up, raising a cloud of dust around him at the same time. Kang Hyun-moo was lying on his back, feeling that getting up would be no easy task. A wild roar was heard from above, and the boy, making a titanic effort, raised his head to see what was happening. He saw a huge ghoul figure already flying towards him with raised fists and preparing to attack. Having landed, the monster pressed the boy's head into the concrete surface of the road with one blow. As he held it, a red circle lit up around each of the ghouls standing next to them. The creature that was holding him brought a clawed paw over him. The monster clawed at his stomach, causing Kang Hyun-moo to scream loudly. He looked in front of him. His face was smeared with blood, and there were tears in his eyes. The boy saw the monsters crowding over him, gaping mouths dripping with saliva. He screamed with tears in his eyes, trying to break free as the monsters pounced on him to devour him. In the end, his hand sank helplessly into a pool of his own blood, which was rapidly flowing out of his body. Suddenly, he dug his fangs into the ghoul's shoulder, and his eyes glowed with red, demonic light. In a few minutes, he was already standing among the mountain of dead monsters, thinking that he would not leave a single one. The boy was trying to breathe, and his body was covered in bites, from which blood flowed, as well as from his mouth. Kang Hyun-moo looked at the army of ghouls and zombies, trying to scramble towards him, stretching his paws forward. Realizing that he was ready to fight, he grabbed one of the monsters by the head, which was wearing a glove, and clenched its claws. The monster's head crunched like a watermelon, leaving nothing but pulp in its hand as the dead ghoul fell to the ground. The boy with the wild expression on his face continued his massacre of Jogalam's followers. After some time, the dead bodies of monsters lay everywhere on the street, and rivers of blood flowed from under them. Among all this mail, there was one zombie who survived, but lost his legs. Thoughts swirled in his head that he should not have gone to this place. He took advantage of the invitation to dinner and to the ranks of the army. The warrior remembered how delicious the boy they were up against was. The zombie crawled over to the pile of bodies on which the same boy was sitting, actively munching on something. Hearing some sounds behind him, Kang Hyun-moo turned there, revealing a blood-spattered face. Something akin to hopelessness appeared in the eyes of the undead when he realized that the boy had noticed him and was already going to kill him. Kang Hyun-moo, seeing the zombie, bared his fangs and let out a low growl, moving towards it. The monster sat down, trying to get as far away from the advancing boy as possible. Suddenly, his hand felt for a machine gun, and he aimed the weapon that could help at his opponent. And when he didn't fire, he armed himself with the clawed paw of the ghoul that was lying closest. The zombie ordered him to climb up, swinging his paw like a stick. He did manage to scratch Kang Hyun-moo's leg with his claws, causing him to fall to the ground, falling straight into a pool of blood. However, it did not help for long, as he immediately started crawling towards his opponent, wildly snarling. The boy waved his hand, severing the zombie soldier's arm. Aware of the swift end, the creature collapsed on its side, surrendering to the mercy of the victor. The last thing he saw was Kang Hyun-moo's sharp fangs coming towards his face. After that, the boy began to tear him apart, ignoring the creature's wild screams. Kang Hyun-moo, after seeing the notification that the quest and trial were completed, and the gift box was now replaced with the Yogolam gift box, succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep just on the asphalt in the middle of the battlefield. A circle of golden light lit up around him, signifying that the debris had been absorbed. He turned onto his back and looked up at the sky, arms outstretched and struggling to breathe. The boy's skin remained ash-gray, but his teeth were now not like those of a ghoul, but like those of an ordinary person, and his lips were very dry. Kang Hyun-moo felt terribly hungry. He knew he still had time, so he turned his head, scanning the bodies of his opponents. However, exhaling loudly, the boy lay down, closing his eyes and trying to distract himself. But it didn't help much, so he bit his lip hard, trying to keep himself in his hands. Suddenly, the sounds of trumpets and many others were heard nearby, causing Kang Hyun-moo's eyes to widen. He raised his head to see who could be making such sounds here. Along the dilapidated highway, passing piles of stones and abandoned cars, a cart was driving, from which strange sounds could be heard. Curiosity lit up in the boy's eyes, as he clearly did not expect to see something like this in hell. He slowly sat up, burning with desire to see what or who was making those sounds. The first thing that caught his eye were the white flags that depicted a large snake about to swallow a bullet, from which Kang Hyun-moo deduced that Jogalam's followers were approaching him. Under the flags, ghouls walked, unnaturally bending their limbs. Some of them pounded drums, some blew pipes and trumpets. Their faces were covered with creepy masks, and their bodies were decorated with bracelets, corals, and belts. They were followed by figures wearing kimonos and tall black hats, their faces completely hidden behind long black veils. In the very center of the procession crawled a huge blue creature that looked like a fish, with bulging black eyes, huge needle-like teeth, and two forepaws positioned at the sides. A ghoul hound was sitting on the fish, its head completely wrapped in a black mask. A wagon was attached to the fish, with the windows tightly closed under black awnings. In addition, it was pulled by slave ghouls, harnessed to wooden blocks that held the beams that fastened the fish and the wagon. This scene scared Kang Hyun-moo so much that he didn't even immediately find the words to describe it. However, the fear turned into a ferocious grin as the boy realized that the creatures now approaching him were much stronger than the opponents he had. He was interested in who was at the very top of the wagon, which was being pulled by a whole delegation of monsters. And as soon as he had time to think about it, the procession stopped its movement, and the ghouls who carried the beams of the wagon fell to their knees. The shutters on the windows rose, and behind the translucent fabric, Kang Hyun-moo saw a tall figure standing inside. A strange feeling awoke in my soul. It was interesting. But at the same time, it was a little creepy from the unknown. The creature was walking towards him, walking through the mountains of bodies of his former opponents and leaving bloody footprints. While still in the shadows, the creature informed him that the boy had not chosen the best place to eat. Kavaro, the god of laziness and satiety, had gray skin, noticeably darker than a ghoul, long snow-white hair, and was also covered in jewelry. His level was defined as 118. Kang Hyun-moo felt himself start to shake a little bit, but he didn't stop smiling at the same time, giving his expression a bit of madness. Leaning closer, Kavaro said he knew him and didn't need him to introduce himself. Kang Hyun-moo was starting to seethe slowly, realizing that the creature saw right through him without even making much of an effort to do so. The god of laziness and satiety laughed and sat opposite the boy, crossing his legs in the lotus position, and began to ask how he had reached his level, if it was not profitable for Jogalam, although he admitted that he did not think that any of the people survived. Pointing to him with his thin finger, Kawaro asked the boy if there were still people here. Kang Hyun-moo remained silent, smiling slyly, to which the god simply hooked his shoulder, taking a drop of his blood on his claw. The god of laziness stood in the middle of a ruined street littered with zombie corpses and looked intently at the boy sitting in front of him without a leg. Kavaro also explained that he did not expect to see any more people on those streets after the lights went out. Suddenly he crawled to the nearest zombie, and while Kang Hyun-moo was thinking about what he was going to do, Kawaro had already taken out a ball of flesh from there. And no matter how much the boy resisted, he was already applying the ball to the remains of his leg. To his surprise, after a few seconds he had 2 legs again, enabling him to walk. Kawaro stood up, inviting Kang Hyun-moo to follow him where he could taste the best food he could wish for. However, the boy stopped him, and the deity turned to face him with interest. With a predatory smile on his face, Kang Hyun-moo asked if Kawaro was the chief of Jogalam's followers. He only mysteriously threw over his shoulder that he might be the boss. Hearing this, the boy resolutely refused the offer of the god of laziness and satiety, and in his eyes was already burning an evil fire of passion and rage. Kavaro, listening to him, began to laugh loudly and uncontrollably, wiping away tears. And when he calmed down, he said that he simply misunderstood him. Kang Hyun-moo looked at Kawaro in confusion, not quite understanding what he wanted from him. The deity licked his long tongue, and his eyes lit up with a purple glow, as he explained that Jogalam's hunger was endless, and appetite was the lowest desire there could be. Kavaro spread his hands, showing that everything around him that had any significance, whether it was power, strength, or money, had already been absorbed, and nothing was left but pleasure and enjoyment. The deity revealed that as a human, he never had what he really wanted. Kang Hyun-moo was silent, listening to the interlocutor, who had appeared so unexpectedly. Baring his teeth, Kavaro said that all his abilities were his own merit, and assured that the boy would also be able to reach heights. In his impassioned speech, the deity called to take as much as possible and constantly move forward. Kang Hyun-moo listened intently to Kawaro, clenching his jaw tightly and staring at him with undisguised fury. The eyes of the deity began to shine with a deep, mystical purple light, and the pupils became vertical, which began to resemble the eyes of a viper, and the deity itself began to call itself a snake that would enslave the whole world, and spoke of itself in the third person. And in a moment, in the place of the white-haired man, the boy saw in front of him a large purple snake, which said that everything would belong to her. Kang Hyun-moo tensed up, realizing that he was seeing the owner of the Yogel star right in front of him. Images of the snake and Kavaro mingled in the boy's mind as the deity told him to choose. He held out his hand to the boy, and he wondered if he should accept the terms of the deity of sloth and gluttony, who was Jogelam's relative. At this time, Yu-ming, leaning on her elbow, fell asleep right at the desk, sitting on her notes and not letting go of the pen. Suddenly, she heard a sharp sound and raised her head, sleepily, blinking her eyes and trying to figure out what happened. The girl looked at the open window through which the wind was blowing the curtain, hoping that Kang Hyun-moo had returned. However, when she went out on the balcony, she saw only a panorama of the city against the background of the sunset. Kang Hyun-moo, meanwhile, was trying to resist the fact that inside him was furiously trying to come out. Kavaro skeptically, one might even say mockingly, looked at the boy's futile efforts, realizing that he would not be able to resist his desire for a long time, so he just waited. Finally, trembling with exertion, he rose to his feet, finally giving up and ending his resistance. Kavaro smiled, realizing that this was the moment of another victory for him, and his eyes were proud of himself. The deity said it was wise of him. The beings that were part of Kavaro's honor guard watched intently at what was happening in front of them. The deity extended his hand, and Kang Hyun-moo grabbed onto it violently, using it as a foothold to keep from falling to the ground. He stood in a half-bent position, head low and trying to catch his breath, while Kavaro waited patiently, watching him. Suddenly, the face of the deity was distorted by a grimace of pain, and he clenched his teeth tightly, closing his eyes. Kang Hyun-moo, waiting for a moment, dug his teeth into Kawaro's hand, spraying blood, and the fire of hunger and passion burned in his eyes. Realizing that he had been tricked, the sloth god growled wildly, and something frightening and dangerous lit up in his eyes. He swung his hand, trying to pull it out of the boy's grasp, and then with one sharp movement, he threw him away from him, which caused the boy to take a few steps along the hull on the broken road. Immediately afterwards, Kawaro smiled as he thought about how the boy's act resembled that of an animal, and was just as wild and unpredictable. Feeling the pain in every cell of his body, Kang Hyun-moo slowly rolled onto his stomach and curled up, leaning on his elbow, groaning as he did so. After carefully observing him, Kavaro concluded that the boy was not at all like a zombie. Wiping his lips from the deity's blood, Kang Hyun-moo asked with a smile from one corner of his mouth if it wasn't because it didn't taste good. The boy's eyes were full of fighting spirit and excitement as he reported that the taste he was feeling was the taste of a traitor. Kavaro licked the wound on his hand left by the boy, carefully studying him with a sly look. However, hearing the words about the traitor, the deity exploded with righteous anger, tightly clenching his fists, and a bright halo of light appeared around him. Kang Hyun-moo raised his hand, trying to cover his face and shield his eyes from the bright light. Clenching his teeth, he waited for what would happen next, and the thought swirled in his head that he might die somewhere. Meanwhile, Kawaro suddenly appeared beside him, closing the distance between them in a second, and looked at him with an indifferent gaze. The deity put his hair back, looking somewhere to the side, answering that he was bored. After that, squeezing out a light smile, he said goodbye to the last person who remained. Kang Hyun-moo gave a predatory grin, reminding Kawaro that he couldn't die, so the goodbye plan failed. Monster's words flashed through the boy's mind that in a game run by the stars, they needed new blood because they needed variables. She said that the situation is changing and they must constantly look for solutions. Standing right in front of Kawaro, Kang Hyun-moo knew that the solution that Monster was talking about, the new player in the star game, was him. The deity of laziness looked at the boy with interest, pursed lips and arched eyebrows. Kang Hyun-moo knew full well that he could read his mind, so he mentally challenged him, and he could choose a position anywhere. Kawaro gripped the boy's throat with a firm grip, but Kang Hyun-moo's face didn't twitch a single muscle. He felt his feet gradually lift off the ground. Seeing the boy release mana after grabbing his arm, Kawaro mockingly asked if he was going to use his shatter, or build skill. Kang Hyun-moo reflexively tried to loosen his grip on his neck. A predatory grin appeared on the sloth god's gray face as he ordered Kang Hyun-moo to scream as he unleashed his magic. The boy felt great pain and screamed through tightly clenched teeth. Kawaro watched as Kang Hyun-moo writhed in his hand, still trying to figure out where people could have gotten here again. The boy was still trying to break free from the deity's tight grip when a notification came that he was being watched by a monster star. Confused, Kawaro, not understanding anything, turned away from Kang Hyun-moo for a moment, which was his miscalculation. In the next moment, the boy threw him away from him, scattering dead zombies and large blocks along the way. Kawaro flew a decent distance, eventually crashing into a mountain of broken rock. However, it took the last of his strength, so Kang Hyun-moo collapsed to his knees in exhaustion, and finally fell to the ground, thinking that there was nothing he could do to change anything. Kawaro was lying in the debris of the road, and large drops of sweat were running down his face. The ghouls who made up the entourage of the god of sloth rushed in their direction to help their master and deal with whoever dared to attack him. However, Kawaro, suddenly rising from the ground, pointed his finger at them and ordered them to calm down in a menacing tone. The deity fell to his knees, bowing and feverishly apologizing to someone for breaking some rules. Then he raised his head and, turning to his subordinates, ordered everyone to get out. Wasting no time, he himself set off after his subordinates, easily jumping over the wreckage. Kang Hyun-moo saw the carnival that Kawaro had arrived at quickly leave, hiding in the shadows. The boy was lying on his side, unable to move, and did not respond to anything. However, when the sky was cut by lightning, he turned his eyes there, exhaling tiredly, and wondering what else could happen. He was interested that such a thing could come down from the sky now, if even Kawaro, tailing his tail, ran away. Not wanting to meet the end like this, lying on his side, he rose to his knees with the last of his strength, and, clenching his fists, shouted to the sky that he would do what he wanted, regardless of what will be done with it. Letting out everything that had been accumulated for a long time, all the anger, tension, fear, he roared loudly. Exclaiming, he sat down again, dropping to the ground. Breathing heavily, the boy sat hunched over and stared blankly at the broken road in front of him. He was completely alone, in a ruined city, and around him were collapsed buildings, broken cars, and mountains of crushed stones. Suddenly he found himself on the shore of a lake, on the water of which the setting sun sparkled. Watching the event was Yu Ming, wearing a light summer dress and long, flowing hair. He could not fail to recognize her, even though she stood with her back to him. When the boy called her by name, The girl turned and smiled joyfully at him. At this moment, he opened his eyes, not understanding where he was and what was happening to him. Kang Hyun-moo saw in front of him the surprised and at the same time alarmed face of Linian, who was fluttering around him, trying to find out if he had regained consciousness. After that, she showed him her little leg, on which the teeth marks were clearly visible, and judging by the shape, his. Sitting on the ground under the wall, Kang Hyun-moo listened as the fairy explained that she flew to look for him when she thought it was all over. When she found him, she saw that his eyes were filled with a green glow, after which he rushed towards her and bit her. The boy was trying to remember at least something, or at least if what Linian was talking about happened after he passed out. The fairy proudly announced that she took care of her food, which Kang Hyun-moo wanted to resent, but changed his mind. Instead, he called up the inventory menu to see what he was rewarded for the suffering he had endured. The first thing that caught his attention was the casket inlaid with a snake that entwined it on all sides. It was said to be a reward from Jogalam. Opening it, the boy squinted at the bright light that immediately hit his eyes. Inside the chest, Kang Hyun-moo found a platinum card that emitted a bright light. This surprised him not a little, because before that he had only encountered silver and gold cards, so he did not even know about the existence of platinum cards. Suddenly, a bright white light flooded the map, and he and Linian closed their eyes, turning their heads away. In a moment, an object fell to the ground with a clatter, and Kang Hyun-moo looked in the direction where the sound was coming from. On the floor lay a blade of light metal with a thin blade. Kang Hyun-moo looked disappointed at the new weapon element that he got as a gift from the Hungry Star. However, a new surge of hope inspired the boy when he remembered that the blade had fallen from the platinum card, so he decided to take a closer look at it. Kang Hyun-moo took out a monocle from his inventory, put it to his eye, and looked at the blade. And here he was even more disappointed than at first, because the blade turned out to be an artifact that had the status of ordinary. The boy looked skeptically at the weapon, the specs of which also stated that the sword could take the form of a weapon it absorbed, so the boy decided that the weapon was quite original. Kang Hyun-moo turned his gaze to Linian, asking her opinion, while she herself placed a finger to her chin and examined the weapon with interest, concluding that it looked pretty good. He waved his hand, summoning his dagger to see if the new sword would take its form. He took the dagger in one hand, the sword in the other, and struck them together. However, absolutely nothing happened. After several failed attempts, Kang Hyun-moo threw away both weapons and crouched down, facing the wall, leaving them behind. Then he decided to try again, this time trying to scratch the dagger with his sword. When the blade of the new sword softened and split in two, the boy was startled by surprise. The black dagger shattered into shards that flew around the sword. Kang Hyun-moo raised his hand, trying to keep the weapon fragments as far away from him as possible, completely unaware of what was happening. The blade began to darken, taking on the same color as the dagger, and also retaining a capsule of blood. The boy looked enthusiastically at what weapons he would now possess, realizing that he would now become even stronger. He caught the sword in his hand to make it more comfortable and raised it above his head, which caused the blade to catch flashes of light. Linian watched him with a small smile on her lips and her arms crossed over her chest, knowing full well that he would love anything with a high rank. The fairy noticed with joy that if he was happy, then she would be happy too. After remembering something, Kang Hyun-moo rushed out the door, saying that he had to go back to one place, but he didn't say where. Taking a candle and a small box with him, he returned to the warehouse where the skeleton of an unknown man remained, thinking about what he was going to do. Having collected the remains in a box, the boy sat down on the table, analyzing everything that had happened. Thinking out loud, Kang Hyun-moo said that knowing his name, he could have put a tombstone for him. The boy looked at the box with the remains and a pile of old things, and thoughts swirled in his head that this man was holding on to the last, protecting humanity, which was no longer there. In his mind flashed memories of green eyes that approached from the darkness and belonged to zombies that had human intelligence, but at the same time they attacked meat like savages. And Cavaro remembered, greedily licking himself, wanting new victims. And the boy thought of himself, who could rule Kirsan and Lenian. Kang Hyunmoo sat with his head down, trying to figure out if he was any different from the zombie squad leader and the sloth god. And I realized that it was different. After all, not so driven by lust. Looking at the box in which the remains of an unknown man were lying, the boy understood that if he had not been different from his enemies, he would not be standing here now to pay at least some respect to the unknown dead man. He jumped off the table and squatted a bit, kneading his sore knees. In search of at least some information about the name of the deceased, Kang Hyunmoo began to climb through the lockers in the table, and luck awaited him in one of them. Inside was a thick green notebook that looked a lot like a diary. By the light of the candle, the boy began to flip through the pages, looking for something that could be useful now. Suddenly, he came across something that made him stop and stare at what he had written in bewilderment. The boy realized that he had a diary in his hands, in which an unknown man described absolutely everything that had happened to humanity. Starting from the appearance of the first dungeons, and ending with the collapse of everything that could be useful was laid out on these pages. Kang Hyunmoo rushed to the hiding place with all his legs, safely hiding the diary. The sudden thought that he had something that would help change the future even made him stop in the middle of the road. A smile began to stretch on his face, becoming wider. The boy understood that there was a high probability of ruining everything. Kang Hyunmoo looked at the ruins of the city, illuminated by the morning sun, and thought that the only and therefore the main goal was to save humanity, to which he now held the key. Kang Hyunmoo and Yu Mine were sitting in the restaurant, where the panorama of the night sky spread out outside the window, and they were laughing loudly at today's adventure that Kang Hyunmoo had gotten into. In the morning, a woman was walking in the forest, calling her daughter, who apparently decided to hide from her mother. The woman searched for a long time for the little one, who did not even think of coming out of hiding. Suddenly, the woman heard someone's footsteps behind her and froze in fright, afraid to move. Finally, when she slowly turned around, she saw a figure in a green cloak among the trees. The figure turned to face, and in the shadow of the hood, the woman noticed a glowing eye. Uncontrollable from terror, the woman screamed wildly. There was no way they could laugh, but since they were alone in the restaurant, their laughter did not disturb anyone. Yu Ming laughed so hard that tears splattered from her eyes, which she quickly wiped away. She didn't understand how bad Kang Hyunmoo must have looked, but she didn't think it was bad enough to mistake him for a zombie. The guy was completely in agreement with his girlfriend, so while cutting a piece of steak, he also did not understand why the police should be called. While twirling the wine glass between her fingers, Yu Mine asked why Kang Hyunmoo suddenly decided to learn how to spend money. He replied, looking at the night city outside the window, that he did not want to spend money on cars and other luxury items, which he considered extravagance, which he did not like very much. The girl, looking at him with her big eyes, asked him if he didn't think the life of rich people was hypocritical before, to which she received an answer that he could not judge such a life, since he had never had one. They clinked glasses, after which Kang Hyunmoo said that he has worked hard all his life, and now wants to know the other side of life. Yu Ming propped her head with her hand, talking about how she thought the boy wanted to become rich. The boy replied with a slight smile that he couldn't completely deny it, but he warned that he wasn't really the best person in the world. He wasn't going to make excuses for growing up without parents. Most likely, he would have remained the same, even if he had been raised by his parents. Yamine looked at Kang Hyun-moo and told him that he was the best guy she had ever met before. Hearing this, the boy slammed his instruments on the table, exploding into a tirade about when she had time to meet with someone, if he even thought that lab workers had no free time. In response to this, the girl began to seethe, answering that she leaves the laboratory only when she meets him. In addition, she explained that her supervisor was quite particular about everything, even sending workers to the industrial zone. They continued to eat dinner sitting near the large panoramic window, so they had a view of the night city, which added a special charm to their evening. Yu-ming remembered that she had something to say about his promotion. Kang Hyun-moo stretched out his hand, summoning a window in which he wanted to look at his level. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw that instead of level 20, he was listed as 26th. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Yu-ming's voice, who continued to say something about the boy's rank. It turned out that the results showed that his rank was missing. Kang Hyun-moo looked at his little girl in confusion, completely unsure of whether this was good or bad, or how it was even possible. At a time when Yu-ming herself had no idea what to say to him now. Meanwhile, in hell, Kurson slashed ghouls with his scythe, scattering dead bodies on the ground. Suddenly, his hands began to enlarge so much that the bandage on his wrist broke with a crack, flying into small pieces. The same thing happened with the leg warmers, as the goblin felt his entire body expand. He threw the axe to the ground and growled loudly, not understanding what was happening to him. In a few seconds he, breathing hard, trying to understand what happened to him, because he became taller. His back became wider because of the muscles that increased. He was now defined by the system as a 26th level hobgoblin. Taking in a chest full of air, Kirsten roared loudly and wildly. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo was sitting in Yumin's apartment, flipping through one of the books piled up on the desk. The girl got out of the bath, drying her hair with a towel, and seeing that he was busy with a book, she asked with a smile how he could read a book in German. The boy smiled, saying that reading the book was not a problem for him. The bigger problem was understanding what was read. Yu-ming sat down at the table next to him, taking out several thickly written statements to make it easier and clearer for him to read the results of the tests. She explained that rank is determined by crystals that form in the blood through mana. The needle-like crystals were in those awakened who had the second rank. The third rank was determined for those who had triangular crystals in their blood. But the problem with determining Kang Hyun-moo's rank was that the crystals found in his blood were round, making it difficult to determine the level. Round crystals were never found in the awakened, but were found in another category of creatures. And this form of crystals was characteristic only for monsters. Kang Hyun-moo frowned as he analyzed the information he had just received from the girl. What kind of monster he had become when he was pumped with the blood of ghouls flashed in his memory. Seeing how the boy turned pale, the girl rushed to explain to him that this does not mean that he is a monster at all. It could also mean that Kang Hyun-moo just has a rarer level that has yet to be determined. She spoke of rumors that some could be 5th rank and some even 6th. Yu-ming rested her head, asking what he thought about this. Kang Hyun-moo gave a relaxed smile, confidently replying that he obviously wasn't the 1st rank, so he wasn't worried. The boy remembered that when he received the Mana Awakening notification, but it didn't say a single word about the rank he got. He was brought out of his thoughts by Yu-ming's voice as she asked if he had stopped at level 20. Kang Hyun-moo smiled as he gave a thumbs up and announced that he was now level 26. He smiled proudly as the girl clapped her hands enthusiastically and asked how he was able to raise his level by 6 points in such a short period of time. She remembered that after returning, the boy's appearance had changed a bit, and now she attributed it to the increase in level. Yu-ming thought that now she definitely wouldn't be able to research her boyfriend's rank by herself, and now she would have to find an assistant. Kang Hyun-moo asked if it was necessary, as he would like no one to know that he might not be human. Yu-ming pondered, trying to remember, but no one came to mind. However, she shared her suspicion that some people might have known about the specificity of his analyses. The boy looked puzzled at the chosen one, wondering who could know about this. Ya Mine explained that the ranking is done at the Sejong Research Center. They research everything related to dungeons, skills, and artifacts. Hearing that the center might be in trouble because of his results, the boy smiled sheepishly. Yu Ming jealously added that most likely the calls he was bombarded with were related to this. Kang Hyun-moo looked at the phone, replying that he took those calls as unimportant spam. He said that it would probably be worth it for him to meet them to find out that they were already able to sniff out, and Yu Mine herself should behave as usual. The girl exhaled noisily, realizing that there was a rational grain in his words, but there was still not much pleasantness. Seeing how upset his chosen one was, Kang Hyun-moo began to think about how to fix the situation. He got up from the floor, urging the girl to go with him, but without explaining where at all. In a minute, he was already sitting on the couch, holding a hairdryer in his hands, while Yu Ming put her head under him to dry his hair. The guy offered to buy her equipment so she wouldn't have to stick around all day at work. The girl turned to face him, answering that firstly, it is quite expensive, and secondly, she has nowhere to put it. The guy raised his head, proudly declaring that this was the reason for buying a house in a quiet area, big and strong like a bunker, which made the girl laugh. However, in the next moment, she screamed because the dreamy Kang Hyun-moo brought the hairdryer too close to her head, and it burned her head. The boy began to caressingly blow on the burn while Yu Min cried, asking how she was. Hearing this, he raised his hands, not understanding what she was talking about. Yu Ming looked at him with big and sad eyes. Kang Hyun-moo smiled as he hugged his chosen one by the shoulders and promised to take her with him. Turning her gaze to his hand, the girl saw new scars, which drew his attention. Scratching his head in no way, the boy replied that this time he did not have enough means for healing, because he understood that he could not tell her that he had not been reincarnated this time. Yu Ming gently touched his hand with her fingers, asking if he was no longer in pain. He looked at her tenderly, with a slight smile on his face, promising that it would soon pass. Yu Ming silently opened her mouth and bit the skin on his hand, sucking a little. To the surprised look of the chosen one, she said that he smells delicious, which made the boy embarrassed. She let go of the skin, and Kang Hyun-moo could see the teeth marks between the two scars. Yu Min said that she also wants to leave her mark on him. He stroked her gently on the cheek, which made her cling to him, like a cat seeking caress from its owner. In the next moment, he pulled her to him and pecked her cheek. The next morning, when the sun rose and flooded the room with light, Kang Hyun-moo was no longer at home, so Yu Min slept in bed alone. Meanwhile, the boy stood in an empty gym and tried to recreate the battle with the monsters. Memories of how it passed flashed in my head. He remembered what power the blood of ghouls in his veins gave him, and how it allowed him to single-handedly defeat many enemies. However, next to that, it gave a feeling of wild, maddened hunger that would not stop. The boy stood bent over and tried to catch his breath. He wanted to replay the battle that was recorded in the battle assistant. However, even trying to recreate him immediately brought back memories of what a monster he was back then. He clenched his fists and threw his head up, inhaling loudly as he prepared for the next round. Suddenly, he received a notification that he was able to activate the shard. Not understanding anything, Kang Hyun-moo looked at his hand. On the hand was a black seal, which was slightly different from the one before, as evidenced by the increased number of arrows. The boy fished out a monocle from his inventory, put it to his eye, and looked through it at his hand. The information said that this shard has the ability to absorb followers. but it may not work if the follower is of a higher level. Suddenly, Kang Hyun-moo heard footsteps and raised his head. Park Hee-seo appeared as usual in his usual suit, cloak and hat, and a cane in his hands. He asked what the boy needed from him if he called to the gym. A predatory grin appeared on Kang Hyun-moo's face as he put the monocle to his eye, realizing that this would allow him to study his mysterious opponent. Hearing the boy's request to stand still for a while, the man got angry for no reason. The old man's level was defined as 40, and the special skills could be double cut and breath hold. At this time, Park Hee-seo had already started to seethe because he thought that his time was being wasted. Kang Hyun-moo smiled as he tossed the monocle to the man while admiring how cool he was, even without rare skills. The old man caught the object thrown by the boy, slightly squeezing it in his hand. Kang Hyun-moo said with a sly smile on his face that he might not believe his story, so he worried about the evidence. Park Hee-seo held Kang Hyun-moo's test results in his hands, and even though he saw them with his own eyes, he found it very difficult to believe them, to which the boy said that he had no choice. Park Hee-seo said he now understood why the center was silent and hiding the results of the study. Sitting in the ring, the boy said that he heard from Yu-ming that the clan was against the interview, which he received confirmation. The man explained that the level equates to money, so all this is quite difficult, and also warned that someone will definitely contact him. Kang Hyun-moo took the monocle from the man's hands and then handed it to him. The man admitted, standing in front of the boy, that he was really not a simple person. The boy, brandishing a monocle, advised the old man to change sides, joining the camp of his allies. Park Hee-seo reached into his inner pocket, thanking him heartily for the offer. However, he replied that it would not be as easy as it seems, because he had certain obligations that bound him. Kang Hyun-moo coughed into his hand, trying to hide his laughter, much to Park Hee-seo's indignation. He warned that a simple oath might be enough for him now, but more decisive action might be needed later. The corners of the boy's lips curled up as he declared that he could even catch Lee Ji-tae. At all this, the man only slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Otherwise, his face did not show any emotions. He exhaled, saying that for all his brashness, he wasn't afraid of him. At his reply, Kang Hyun-moo raised a finger, asking the old man for one favor if he refused to join his team. He smiled broadly, squinting, and asked permission to introduce the man to someone very special. The boy put his hand out to the side, where a puddle of black liquid appeared in his shadow, in which a faint movement appeared. A muscular figure began to grow out of the puddle, which made great efforts to get out. Park Hee-seo's face now reflected a whole bunch of emotions, among which fear stood out the most. Kang Hyun-moo himself stared at the figure that came out with his mouth wide open, so confused was he. Park Hee-seo quickly took his bearings and drew his sword, pointing it at the creature. The boy rushed towards the old man, trying to stop him from attacking the hobgoblin, while he stood there waiting for orders. Kirsten, with a predatory smile on his lips, saying that he had not called him for a long time, which is why the boy is no longer alive. Hearing the hobgoblin call Kang Hyun-moo boss, the man measured the creature from head to toe in confusion. Standing between Kirsten and Park Hee-seo, the boy asked, looking at his companion, what happened to him, and where he got such an upgrade. Kirsten explained that it was all thanks to the scythe. The hobgoblin stood there smiling as Park Hee-seo speculated on who he was. The man was really surprised that the boy had a subordinate monster who also knew how to talk. His request, with which he turned to him, looked all the more strange. Looking sternly at a couple of companions, Park Hee-seo asked the boy if he had summoned the nearby goblin here. Kang Hyun-moo froze, glancing at Kirsten, who had a predatory grin on his face as he turned to the old man. In the next moment, the hobgoblin lunged forward, taking one step closer to the man, his scythe clashing against his sword, sending off a sheaf of sparks. Park Hee-seo, holding the block against the creature's attack, even beginning to doubt that it was the goblin in front of him. After all, he knew this people as slow, weak, and primitive. The man saw how his sword was coated with small ice crystals that were moving from the creature's scythe, and his face showed great surprise. Kang Hyun-moo let out a breath, clearly tired of the confrontation between Park Hee-seo and Kurseon, so he ordered the hobgoblins to stop. Kirsten didn't seem to hear the order, baring his teeth right next to the old man's face and demanding that he repeat what he said. Seeing this, the boy calmly added that he would finish him off. The hobgoblin turned its head in his direction, eyes flashing mischievously and growling through clenched teeth. With his hands in the pockets of his hoodie, Kang Hyun-moo turned to Park Hee-seo, asking his impression of what he had seen, if Kirsten was different from the other goblins. The man, taking a deep breath, did hide the sword, at the same time remembering the strange goblin seen in the one-star dungeon. Squinting, Kang Hyun-moo asked how No Hail was doing, confirming the man's suspicions about his involvement in the bedlam that had just occurred. Park Hee-seo replied that the girl is having a hard time right now. The boy approached Kirsten, putting his hand on his shoulder, and told the old man that the request would be related to the hobgoblin, and that the boy was asking to leave him somewhere. After hearing the boy's request, Park Hee-seo couldn't even immediately find the right words to answer him. He asked to send the creature somewhere, and more precisely, the destination was to be a specific dungeon. In the diary found in Hell, the boy found information on when and where the end of human civilization will begin, and who will be the key figure in it. In the near future, an invasion should begin on the sacred land of Mount Holdu, where there was a dungeon. The walls would have fallen within 10 minutes, regardless of the resistance of the military. Shortly after that, a corruption scheme in the military industry and a connection with hunters would be revealed, which would become quite a high-profile case. This would lead to all kinds of confusion, and eventually the monsters would come out of the dungeons and attack the unprepared people, and the government would not be able to do anything. So Kang Hyun-moo decided to prepare for the events that were about to happen and prevent them using his methods. Park Hee-seo replied, looking sternly at the boy who still didn't understand what kind of monster he was dealing with. The boy smiled as he handed the man a small piece of crystal. He thanked him for his help, although it was clear from his face that he had his own opinion on the whole situation. They were standing in the middle of the gym, discussing the cost of the crystals that Kang Hyun-moo was bringing, and Park Hee-seo said that it would be problematic to keep paying 150% of the cost for them. Instead, he now, with a broad smile, held up 2 fingers, demanding to double the payment. Park Hee-seo's face was covered with a shadow from such undisguised boyish impudence. However, the man spoke to the boy in a suspiciously calm voice, warning that if he had another source of supply of crystal moss, then no one would have started a ceremony with the boy. However, Kang Hyun-moo raised a finger, interrupting the man and demanding that he listen to the end. To the double payment, he added the condition that he would also double the amount of crystal moss. Park Hee-seo's eyes widened in surprise, as he didn't expect the boy to dare such a move. But he himself didn't have much of a choice, as there was a shortage of goods. Kang Hyun-moo said that high-ranking hunters get whatever they want with a lot of money. Park Hee-seo listened to him with a displeased face, but did not interrupt. The boy, watching him carefully, guessed that there could only be one reason why the old man would need such a quantity of crystal moss. He assumed that Park Hee-seo just wanted to become stronger than he was now. Park Hyun-moo looked lovingly at Yu-min, who was fixing her hair. Today they went to look at the house that the boy wanted to buy. The realtor, a middle-aged man walking in front, turned his head to them and said that they had arrived. Looking at the house he had brought them to, both of them gaped in shock. It was a large building with 2 towers, a rose window, built of gray stone. Once inside, the realtor said that the house was a bomb shelter built by a businessman in case of a war with North Korea. while Kang Hyun-moo listened intently to the man. Yoo Min looked around the house, shaking her head from side to side. After hearing from the realtor that the house was being completed by the grandson of that businessman, however, after the appearance of dungeons with monsters in which he saw the end, Kang Hyun-moo began to think. In the grand scheme of things, the grandson was not at all wrong. After all, the boy was in a world where the grandson's fear did become a reality. However, for the realtor, it was just a story that gave his property the advantages of a bomb shelter and a hideout from monsters, so he did not take it seriously. Kang Hyun-moo thought, as he looked around, that the more he heard about the house, the more he liked it. However, something bothered the guy, so he looked at the realtor and asked why the house was being put up for sale only now. The man paused, wiping his glasses with a handkerchief, but still answered that something bad happened to his grandson. The realtor said that a few years ago he was killed as soon as he left the house. The case was never solved, despite the fact that the only way to the estate was under video surveillance. In addition, while he was alive, he repeatedly changed the building, which was indicated in the technical documentation that the realtor held in his hands. Considering all of the above, he did not put the house up for sale. Yoo Min called out to him, and Kang Hyun-moo thought that the girl wouldn't want to live in a place where so much calamity had happened. However, she took his hand and excitedly said that if they moved here, they could install a spectral camera that could help them see the ghost. Yoo Min happily ran around the house, while Kang Hyun-moo was happy that the house he liked also suited his girlfriend. The guy approached the realtor, trying to use the new information to knock down the price of the house and buy it for cash, which the realtor himself met with shock. Yu Ming asked him to contact the owners to lower the price at least a little. The man was confused, but took out his phone, asking the couple to wait a while he made one phone call. While the realtor was away talking to someone on the phone, Kang Hyun-moo asked Yu Min if she was scared, and was told that the girls really like all kinds of horror and killer stories. Their conversation was interrupted by the realtor, who, apologizing, handed the boy the phone. The guy picked up the receiver, putting it to his ear, and answered. On the other end of the wire, he heard a woman's voice addressing him by name, which made the boy tense, because he did not say his name. The woman, sitting in the car, introduced herself as Do Won Kyun, the director of the Sejun Research Center. Slyly squinting, she said that she had something to do with him, so she warned that she would come over now, and they would discuss everything. Hearing that Do Won Kyun is coming to them, Yu Min looked at the chosen one in fear. A red car pulled up next to them, and Kang Hyun-moo was surprised at how quickly the woman came to them. Her figure in a crimson suit radiated self-confidence as she stepped out of the car. It was clear that the woman was not used to receiving rejections and knew how to get what she wanted. Do Won Kyun immediately rushed to Kang Hyun-moo, shaking his hand and expressing her delight at their meeting. The boy was so confused that he could only shake his head and smile politely. The woman's gaze fell behind him, where Yu Ming was standing, whom she had greeted. Clearly dissatisfied with the meeting, the girl gritted out a greeting. The woman approached the girl, asking if she still works in the laboratory, and when she received an affirmative answer, she suggested that she should not waste her talent. Kang Hyun-moo was watching the seemingly cute conversation between the two women from the sidelines, and he understood that it looked quite creepy. Do Won Kyun approached the boy again, talking about how difficult it was to meet him and offering to get right down to business. Kang Hyun-moo noticed how his chosen one let out a sigh of relief when the woman turned her back to her. The woman looked directly at the boy, directly asking if he belonged to any clan, to which she received an affirmative answer. She smiled and calmly informed him that she would not sell him the house. The guy looked at the woman in surprise, not understanding why she didn't want to sell him the house. Instead, adjusting her glasses, Do Won Kyun said she would give them away for free, along with the promise of a certificate worth $8,000, a civil servant's pension, and the vice minister's insurance. And even though it was the first time Kang Hyun-moo had seen her, he knew very well that the woman had made an offer. And now it was time to make terms. So he looked at her suspiciously, wondering what she would do in return. Instead, the woman offered him to work for her research center. The boy laughed, expressing doubt that he would be able to benefit science, to which Do-won Ki-yoon replied that his job would be to take surveys, give blood samples, and conduct examinations. Kang Hyun-moo thought that they wanted to make him a guinea pig, but he asked aloud if he looked like a poor person. The woman replied that such a house simply cannot be bought for money and asked to give her an answer as soon as possible, since they are both busy people. Kang Hyun-moo gave a sly smile as he crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was not satisfied with her terms, so he would put his own, the first of which would be no claims if he joined the clan. The second condition was that the results of the experiments were for her institute and himself only. He gave her time to think and held out his hand, which she shook. With a broad smile, the woman agreed to his terms, saying that if there was anything else he needed, he could ask her. Kang Hyun-moo was very surprised at her quick agreement to his terms, as he thought she was supposed to be reporting on the results of the research. Do-won Ki-yoon was smiling, thinking that she would have to hide the results well since she had some information about his body. With Kang Hyun-moo's help, she was able to put her plan into action. At that time, a heavy downpour hit Cholda in the dungeon, but this did not stop the hunter. He threw off a large travel backpack and, throwing it on the ground, began to look around. A shout to stand still was heard from behind, and the boy turned there, trying to see something beyond the bright light. Trembling, he pulled out his hunter's license, holding it out in front of him. One of the soldiers, holding him at gunpoint, asked him what his business was here. The hunter, standing among the dilapidated statues, tried to explain that another group of hunters had entered the dungeons a week ago, and there was no communication with them. So he had to bring supplies, for which he had the appropriate documents, and immediately returned to the station. The military checked their own lists, finding the right group that really entered the dungeon 6 days ago. The military warned that monsters could meet him almost at the very entrance, so they advised to be careful. The hunter was walking between half-collapsed statues, dragging a large trunk behind him. He reached the blue portal and, doubting for a moment, took a step forward, entering the territory of the dungeon. Having found himself on the other side of the portal, the boy began to unbutton the ball. In the next moment, a large goblin came out of the bag. Instead of one hand, he had something that looked like a harpoon. The creature looked around, studying the situation. The boy looked at Kirsten, asking if he could go if there was nothing more he needed. Hobgoblin bared his teeth in a crooked smile and, waving a clawed hand, let the boy go in all 4 directions. Kirsten moved deeper into the dungeon while the boy thought about what Park Hee-soo might be up to as he headed home. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and with the thought that his debt was returned, he tore it in half. As he explored the dungeon he was supposed to clear, Kirsten noticed that the boy who had brought him here was a hunter on the run from monsters, and the sight made him smile wryly. Green eyes appeared behind him in the darkness, and the hobgoblin raised his guard, preparing to attack. Kirsten recalled the words of Park Hee-soo, who said that clearing such a dungeon could take up to a week. He picked up the scythe, thinking that he could handle such a weapon in 3 days. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo watched as Yo-min, taking mosquito spray and a lighter, put on a fire show at home, and asked what happened. A large mosquito lay on the floor, which the girl smoked, complaining that it was the only thing that helped against them. She even suggested that the grandson, whose death occurred under mysterious circumstances, was killed by mosquitoes, to which the boy stutteringly agreed. Yumin plopped down on the couch, wondering what Kang Hyun-moo was doing, to which she got the answer, stocks. The girl even sat down, surprised that he understood this. Looking into the Chosen One's smartphone, Yumin assumed that a nuclear bomb would be dropped on Seoul, as this was the only reason she saw any sense in selling shares in a profitable company. However, the girl said that she would support any decision, even if he felt like a fool after it. Kang Hyun-moo understood how silly he looked, but he couldn't admit to his Chosen One that he knew the future. The thought that it would be good for him to organize his own clan that could be equal to the Ta Seong clan was running through his mind more and more often. Yu Ming was snapped out of the boy's thoughts, who turned her attention to the diary he always carried with him, which she also noticed. Kang Hyun-moo took the book in his hands, and after asking her not to be surprised, with as serious a face as possible, admitted that it was the Doomsday Diary. Yu Ming looked at him with big, frightened eyes, her mouth hanging open. Suddenly the girl screamed, suggesting that he might have type 2 disease. She believed that the fact that he gave pathetic names to his skills and constantly squirmed could well be considered signs of illness. Kang Hyun-moo smiled, trying to convince his Chosen One that he was not making anything up. Yu Ming collapsed onto the sofa, holding her stomach in laughter when she heard a message on the boy's phone. Wiping away her tears, the girl asked if they sometimes write not from the laboratory, which the boy, however, immediately denied. After reading the message that the parcel was delivered, the boy stretched his lips in a slight smile. Looking at his phone, he replied that it was just a notification about his debut. Hearing this, Yu Ming froze for a second before bursting into a new round of laughter. A little while later, Kang Hyun-moo went to Cheoldu Dungeon to do what he had planned. He looked at the people walking around and thought that none of them even suspected the danger they were in. Someone was admiring the scenery. Someone was taking a selfie, completely ignoring the guy who was standing in front of the parapet and thinking that the destruction of humanity would begin here. And he, the one who used to dig in the sewers, collecting fragments of crystal moss, was to become his savior. Kang Hyun-moo looked around, looking for the worker he needed. Suddenly, he saw a photographer who was dressed in the uniform of a civil servant. Realizing that this was most likely the one he needed, Kang Hyun-moo approached a boy named Kang Chae-hol, who was supposed to be the first person to notice the invasion. He greeted and asked what the boy was asking after receiving a counter-question in response. Kang Hyun-moo pulled out his ID, covering himself with it. That he's just interested in clearing dungeons. Kang Chae-hol tensed, because he did not look like a local hunter. And of all the dungeons that exist, Cheoldu was the one he was most interested in, which added to the guest's suspicions. The guy, conciliatorily raising his hands, explained that he was a newcomer, and therefore he was interested in everything in a row. But what the employee was doing was really incomprehensible and interesting. Kang Chae-hol replied that he was recording changes in the dungeon to diagnose a possible monster breakout in the future. To do this, he watched the gate every day and recorded his observations with photographs. Kang Hyun-moo asked if the information about the impermanence of the dungeon was his work, to which he was told that it was actually not that simple, as the changing dungeons cannot be fully explored. In addition, the gate is extremely unstable, which gives risks of a breakthrough. Kang Hyun-moo, putting his fingers to his chin, assumed that the invasion of a horde of monsters in the center of Seoul was a disaster. However, the clerk hastened to assure him that there was nothing to worry about, as there were always plenty of hunters and soldiers here, and everything else was just a concern. Personally, he was afraid of the risks, but his own research was of no interest to anyone. Kang Chae-hol assured, looking at the gate, that even if the monsters are able to get out, it will be a problem for them to break through, and the scenario of North Korea may repeat itself. Kang Chae-hol explained that the reason for the risks in the changing dungeons is that the number of monsters is increasing because no one controls their population. The boy added that at that time people saw a nuclear mushroom in the city of the breached gate. And now the country is closed to everyone. No one knows what is happening there, and battles with monsters were still raging on the front lines. However, Kang Shehol interrupted himself by scratching the back of his head, embarrassed by his fears. Kang Hyun-moo looked at the clerk, who was scratching his cheek in embarrassment, not knowing what to say, but not wanting to confirm his fears. Looking at him, the boy thought about the fact that he still does not know what his research will actually be important for the future salvation of humanity. Kang Hyun-moo smiled as he asked how things were going in the dungeon today. Taking a new picture, Kang Shehol replied that the gate pattern today is really a bit unusual. Kang Hyun-moo asked to see what the clerk gave him the phone for, explaining that the picture was taken in a hurry and it would be quite difficult to draw conclusions. The boy carefully studied the photo, trying to find signs of the coming cataclysm. Handing the phone back to the owner, Kang Hyun-moo smiled and said that he should be proud of himself. After all, his research will help all of humanity. He waved goodbye to the clerk and left, leaving him alone. Kang Shehol looked at his phone, thinking that this was the first person who didn't make fun of him. It suddenly dawned on him that he was calling him by name, but he was not introducing himself to him. Kang Hyun-moo went down the stairs and took out a diary from his pocket. He had already seen the photo that Kang Shehol took today, and he saw it right there. The boy looked up and surveyed the dungeon with a careful eye, analyzing its security levels. Soldiers walked around the perimeter, in bulletproof vests, helmets, with walkie-talkies and assault rifles. However, he knew very well that this would not be enough. And soon there will be an invasion that will turn this area into hell. The boy hid the notebook and smiled. The event was 2 months away, but he was going to stop it. It was for this that he sent Kirsten to the dungeon, so that he would break away there, and at the same time, he would thin out the population of monsters. The boy knew that the guards would protect the borders when the monsters broke through, but that would not be enough. And then the real game will begin, in which he will survive. However, the thought swirled in his head that he would survive not as a hunter, but as the head of the clan. As he left the territory, Kang Hyun-moo thought that even this would not be enough for him. Images of big stars circling the night sky, watching everything that was going to happen, appeared in his head. And Kang Hyun-moo knew he wouldn't stop until he was on the same level as them. The wind blew the dandelion seeds, launching white parachutes into the air. A few cyclists rode ahead on the bike path, and a few pedestrians strolled beside them. On the park alley, people were walking their dogs, and a little girl in an orange dress was taking an evening stroll. Everything was peaceful and measured. Kang Hyun-moo looked at this picture and thought that none of these people had any idea what kind of disaster could happen here. All around was quiet and calm to such an extent that he himself became uneasy. The boy lowered his head and looked at his feet, feeling the vibration. The stones near his slipper bounced as if they were on a hot frying pan. The ground began to shake more and more, and Kang Hyun-moo realized that what he had predicted had begun. Purple flashes of fire appeared near the gate, which could only mean the beginning of an invasion. The soldiers who guarded the object stood and watched what was happening, but were not ready and did not understand what to do. Kang Hyun-moo watched the invasion, grinning widely with a predatory smile, and thought that Kirsten had done a good job after all. The invasion had been going on for several hours. The sun had set, and darkness had descended on the ground, so press helicopters illuminated the scene with searchlights. The announcer talked about how there had recently been a breach in Shaldu's dungeon, so there was non-stop gunfire behind the wall as they tried to stop the monsters. And judging by the fact that the wall was still standing, they were successful. While the clan and the state tried to shift the blame to each other, rumors of an invasion spread actively. At that time, a squad of soldiers was standing under the wall of the dungeon, trying to understand the reason. They looked at the wall in fear, realizing that the first line of defense was no longer there, and only the second line remained, which would not be able to withstand the pressure of the horde of monsters forever. One of the soldiers approached the commander, demanding to announce the invasion and begin the evacuation. However, he replied that about 200,000 people live in this area, and starting a panic in such a case is the last thing to do. He understood that after announcing the invasion, he would quickly be appointed responsible for everything that was happening. He turned to one of his subordinates, asking about Commander Oh Da-song, who was on assignment in the dungeons beneath Mt. Jiri, and was told that he had been out of touch since coming down to rescue the isolated hunters. Li Ji-tae was in Switzerland. Park De-yeon is unavailable, but no Hail Squad is approaching them, and the rest of the clans have promised to help. The man thought about the fact that the lack of a leader could lead to dire consequences, although the hunters could easily deal with the monsters. And in case of serious problems, the management could simply shift responsibility for him. From one of the helicopters, he was told that the barrier, which was barely holding on, would soon be breached, as the monsters, climbing one by one, were climbing the wall, and they had to get over it. It came as a surprise, but there was no choice. The squad drew the weapons it possessed, preparing to hold the defense. The first ratmen appeared on the wall, resembling anthropomorphic white rats, with long tails and huge front teeth on triangular faces. The commander summoned Mana, counting on the fact that his skills were quite enough to deal with them. The creatures roared wildly, clawing at the wall, breaking their black claws against the stone. The commander beat them attack after attack, throwing them from the walls, which caused them to break bones and break their heads. Those who did not fall under the Mana attack were met by a squad of soldiers armed with axes, or simply smashing enemies with their bare hands. The commander understood that they could not win with their forces, so all that was left was to bide time. Suddenly, a deafening crack was heard, and the white masonry was cut by dark cracks of various sizes. In the next second, the wall shattered into small fragments, scattering stones and dust in different directions. And with it, the hope of stopping the invasion of monsters from the dungeon also flew away. One of the stone blocks flew into the commander's head, knocking him off his feet. One of the subordinates approached, asking if he was okay, although he could see blood pouring from his head. Not immediately realizing where he was, he replied that everything was fine and asked what was happening. Suddenly his eyes widened in horror as he looked at the place where the wall used to be. On the ruins of the wall stood a large anthropomorphic werewolf of gray color, with huge claws, and white steam was coming from its muzzle. The 28th level werewolf bared its fangs, and its eyes glowed with yellow light. The creature let out a loud howl, raising its muzzle upwards, and behind it came the squeals, sword strikes, and roars of a whole horde of monsters rushing to freedom. The commander of the military squad understood that fighting the boss monster without commanders was pure suicide. Someone came up from behind and put a hand on his shoulder. He looked up in disappointment to look at the visitor. Due to the light of the searchlight that flew over them, the commander could not see the face. But when he turned to him, he heard that the voice sounded firm and confident. The boy said with a smile on his face that he was probably not the one his squad was expecting, but confronted him with the fact that he would take on the monster. A lot of thoughts were swirling in his head, so the squad commander could not understand what was happening. The searchlight of the helicopter illuminated the hole in the wall, where the werewolf was standing, and from which a whole horde of ratmen ran out, which was reported by the news channel announcer. However, among the army of monsters, soldiers' bodies, and stone fragments, the figure of a boy stood out, who, instead of running away from the world behind his eyes, went straight to the monsters. Kang Hyun-moo jumped up, closing the distance between himself and the enemy monsters. His attack sent the dead bodies of the ratmen flying, crushing the still living monsters. There was a sly smile on the boy's face. The thirst for battle and victory burned in his eyes, and his fists were tightly clenched with impatience. The 17th level ratmen, thrusting forward with sharp snouts and long teeth, swinging swords and glowing red eyes, charged at him. The corners of Kang Hyun-moo's lips curled up as the boy saw how pitiful his enemies were. After another attack, while kneading his shoulder, he thought about the fact that ordinary rats in hell were much more interesting opponents than rat people in the real world. Kang Hyun-moo jumped up, mid-air, kicking one of the monsters in the hull, causing it to split in half. He punched another in the chest, knocking the spirit out of her and breaking her ribs. The boy froze for a second, realizing that it was almost the first time he heard such sounds from opponents during the battle. The guard squad, which was standing at the back, watched in bewilderment as the unknown man single-handedly destroyed an entire army of ratmen, and the bodies of the monsters lay smeared with their own blood all around. The squad commander looked at the boy in fear, not understanding who he was and how he was able to defeat so many enemies. Kang Hyun-moo himself was worried about the question of why these monsters died after the first blow, which led to the idea that here they were many times weaker than the infernal ones. Behind the crowd of rat-like monsters stood a werewolf, which had now become the boy's main interest, as it was interesting to test his endurance and strength. He had a plan that the boy was determined not to back down from, so he held out his hand, and his eyes glowed red as he commanded rapture. After this command, the ratmen began to squirm, which made them bleed. Such a reaction completely puzzled the boy, so now he was even confused and did not know what to do. The soldiers were not just confused, but decently frightened by what the unknown boy was doing. Kang Hyun-moo grimaced as he prepared himself for the next round, which was already uncertain how it could end. Among the short figures of the ratmen, the figure of a werewolf moved slowly, looking ahead. The squad commander understood that now the situation would take a really dangerous turn. At least because the werewolf had a higher level. The monster snarled as it bared its saliva-dripping teeth, letting out steam, its eyes burning with a yellow demonic light. Rising from his knees, the squad commander commanded the approach of the boss, in connection with which it was necessary to group. Kang Hyun-moo took a fighting stance, preparing for the fight and hoping that it would be more interesting than the last one. When the werewolf growled, saliva flew in different directions from its long, sharp fangs. The monster jumped up, swinging its sharp clawed paws as Kang Hyun-moo expected the monster to finally show him if the hell raids were successful. The squad commander, not wanting to risk the boy's life, tried to stop him, but the attempt failed. Suddenly, he saw red smoke coming from him, while the boy's eye glowed an otherworldly red. The boy was surrounded by a red haze, and he was ready to fight against anyone who stood in his way. The werewolf attacked, swinging its sharp claws on its paws and trying to catch the boy somehow. Kang Hyun-moo placed the block, took it by the hand, and tried to hit it on the paw with his elbow, causing the werewolf to growl wildly. In the next second, the boy punched the werewolf's body hard, releasing mana. The force of the blow sent the creature clutching its stomach, falling to its knees and spewing saliva. Kang Hyun-moo, realizing the victory, walked up to him and kicked him, throwing him on his back. The werewolf was lying on its back with its paws at its sides and its muzzle up. The boy approached him, telling him not to die so quickly and easily, while smiling mischievously. The werewolf opened his eyes, and Kang Hyun-moo saw them fill with tears and snot from his nose. It was the first time he had seen a werewolf cry. The boy climbed onto his chest, but felt something soft touch him from behind. Returning, he saw how the monster raised its tail, which did not at all fit into the concept of a terrible enemy. The security team looked at the picture that opened before them, frightened and at the same time surprised. The boy stood, kicking the werewolf while the werewolf tried to cover his head, and the ratmen ran away. The commander of the squad did not understand anything, but the thought swirled in his head that if the boss monster was afraid of him, then he himself had to be an even scarier monster. In a moment, the werewolf technically retreated, without even raising its head. Kang Hyun-moo looked at him disappointedly, and an idea appeared in his head. How to make the match more interesting. An arrow with hungry blood appeared in his hand, which should add some ferocity to the behavior of the werewolf. The werewolf jumped high over the wall, trying to fly over it as quickly as possible, hiding from Kang Hyun-moo. It was at this moment that an arrow with hungry blood hit his neck. The creature fell to the ground with a deafening thud, kicking up a pile of dust. Behind the wall, a wild roar and a crack was heard, and it became clear that the werewolf was going to tear now, and wildly, and without distinguishing who was in front of him. The members of the detachment were fearfully waiting for what was about to begin, knowing that it would be, perhaps, the last thing they would see. The werewolf's face became even scarier than it was before, thanks to the expression of rage that appeared on it. Kang Hyun-moo was satisfied with his work, because now the match promised to be interesting. The squad commander also noticed changes in the monster, and the thought appeared in his head that this was the end. The monster howled furiously, dragging its face to the sky. The commander clenched his teeth, realizing that now, in order to defeat the werewolf, he would need the help of the vice captain. An alpha werewolf reappeared on the ruins of the wall, followed by 2 more wolves. The alpha's body now had more pronounced veins, and a wild grin appeared on his face. The commander looked at the monsters, acknowledging what the leadership had denied from the beginning. The invasion had begun, and now there was very little chance of survival. Kang Hyun-moo stared at the rabid werewolf, whose level had increased by a whopping 10 units. Previously, he would not have even contacted him after seeing a similar level in his opponent. The boy took another needle with hungry blood and crushed it in his palms, thus poisoning himself as well, to even the odds. The veins on his neck immediately began to take on a dark color. Sweat appeared on his face, and his lips stretched into an eerie grimace. His eyes lit up, his teeth deformed into ghoul fangs, and the boy screamed wildly. Notifications indicated that hungry blood had been mastered. Meanwhile, an alpha werewolf was already flying at him, swinging its black claws and trying to deliver a fatal blow. The squad leader shouted, unable to just watch the monster kill the young boy. In the next moment, both the monster and the boy disappeared in a tall cloud of dust and debris that rose up, accompanied by a bright light. Meanwhile, a duel was going on between Kang Hyun-moo and the alpha. The werewolf wanted to grab the boy, for which he extended his paw towards him, but the boy put up a block, interrupting the attack. The monster tried to repeat the feint with the other paw, but this attempt also failed, so now it was delighted with both paws. Kang Hyun-moo smiled, reminding the monster that they had only recently met, and it had almost ended fatally for the monster. The werewolf growled, the fur on his body stood up, but the boy didn't even move. He raised his fist, planning to strike the werewolf hard, and his eye glowed with a red light. Suddenly, Kang Hyun-moo heard a sound approaching and became alert. He managed to move away just in time to avoid being hit by another werewolf, which rushed by him, literally a few centimeters away. Standing in a circle surrounded by 3 large werewolves, the boy smiled, realizing that fighting these monsters would be much more interesting than the weak ratmen. The squad saw a bright flash at the place where the boy and the 3 werewolves were standing. The commander closed his eyes and looked at the flash, after which he thought that going there was suicide, and it was necessary as soon as possible. He turned away from the scene of the battle, planning to leave, but stopped, realizing that the young lad was doing his duty, while he himself wanted to scurry away like a pathetic coward. Kang Hyun-moo jumped back, avoiding the claws of the werewolves who continued to attack, one attack after another. The boy dodged the claws, waiting for the right moment to strike. But even though the werewolves were stronger than at the beginning, he still lacked something in them, as in his rivals. He looked at the anthropomorphic wolves from under his forehead, and his eyes flashed with rage. The boy grinned wildly again, preparing to attack. In the next moment, a blue flash flew at one of the wolves, which did not come from him. Kang Hyun-moo saw the squad leader pounce on the downed white alpha, kicking him as his subordinates ran to his aid. The man approached him and asked if he was all right. Suddenly, the commander looked up at the boy and froze, and large drops of sweat appeared on his face. He saw Kang Hyun-moo's eyes glowing with a red, demonic glow, and it looked really creepy. Frowning, the boy thought about what the commander was doing here, because it was clear that the werewolves would simply tear him to pieces. The squad leader looked at the boy who was putting his hand in to strike and froze, thinking he was being attacked. However, in the next moment, the blow fell on the white werewolf, which, as it turned out, was already standing behind him. Using the man's shoulders as a foothold, Kang Hyun-moo jumped over him to continue his battle with the monsters. Despite the sharp fangs, the boy took a risk, grabbing the monster by its long tongue. He pulled at it, ripping off the werewolf's head and splattering blood all around. The squad stared in shock at the boy who had just, right in front of them, torn apart a rabid alpha werewolf with his bare hands. Sensing the loss of their leader, one of the wolves looked around, and his eyes flashed with pain and terror. Stopping its attack, the creature roared wildly and rushed towards the slain leader and Kang Hyun-moo, who was still holding the head of the monster he had killed by his tongue. The boy, clenching his teeth, swung for it, preparing to strike. In the next moment, fangs and blood flew around him, smearing everything around him. Seeing the enraged werewolf rushing towards him, Kang Hyun-moo, without thinking twice, slammed his fist into its face, piercing its head right through. Heavy breathing was heard from behind, and the boy turned to the sound, frowning. A third werewolf was standing near him, staring with large glowing eyes and breathing heavily. The boy smiled, looking at the monster, which was in no hurry to attack him, offering the monster to scratch his ear. The creature suddenly began to descend slowly without making a sound. The wolf fell flat on the ground, and Kang Hyun-moo saw that its back was embedded with various weapons, such as knives, axes, and swords. The squad shouted triumphantly, raising their arms and weapons in triumph. 3 men flew up to the monster and began to finish it off with whatever they had in their hands. Finally, when the creature was no longer even flinching, they finally stopped, shouting triumphantly again, celebrating their complete victory over the monstrosities. Kang Hyun-moo let go of the alpha's head, which thudded to the ground, drawing the attention of the squad members to the boy. Breathing heavily, the men looked at the boy, not believing what was happening right in front of them. Kang Hyun-moo looked skeptically at the squad members, as if not understanding what they had forgotten here. Having heard the sounds of the approach of the rat people behind the wall, the boy suggested to get down to business. The commander, who a few minutes ago saw what the boy was capable of, simply agreed with him. The boy watched as he gave orders to kill the rat people, since they managed to capture the boss. He looked up, where among the blue night sky, 4 big stars were shining, especially clearly standing out from among all the others. Looking down, Kang Hyun-moo thought that about an hour and a half had passed, and that he was still able to make a statement, albeit weakly. The squad commander approached him and called him, drawing attention to himself. The boy took off his cap and introduced himself as Seo Tae-gyeon, the commander of the Kienbuk All-Mighty Alliance branch. The information that the average level of the boys from the Alliance had fallen sharply flashed in Kang Hyun-moo's memory, but this did not prevent them from continuing to remain in the top 10 best around the world. He thanked them saying that it was pretty dangerous, but it's okay now, and they shook hands. Seo Taegyeon didn't understand why someone who had just defeated a werewolf with one punch was thanking them, someone who had just stood there for half the fight. The commander's attention was drawn to something that was not far from them. There, the reporter, standing behind a black and yellow fence, said that the situation had been resolved, and that Kang Ha-yoon Moo had been recognized as the hunter who had made the greatest contribution. Immediately afterwards, he was surrounded by reporters, who asked him questions about which clan he was in, and whether he knew that werewolves could change shape. Photo flashes from the cameras of photographers were flashing around him, who wanted to take as many photos as possible of the unknown hero of today. After being asked how he felt when he rushed into the monster's lair, as well as being asked to say something that would calm the frightened people down, the boy cleared his throat and introduced himself to those who would continue to protect humanity. Looking at how photographers and journalists bustled around him, he thought that his debut was not bad. The boy remembered his childhood, in which he was forced to wander from one children's shelter to another. And then he remembered how he was sitting tiredly in the locker room after another shift, during which he had to rummage through magical waste for a pittance. Now, standing among the buzz of cameramen, journalists, and photographers, the boy understood that all the bad things were behind him. The onslaught of monsters as well as the unknown hunter had the effect of a bomb exploding. Kim Yeon-soo, a senior researcher in the Hunter Ability Analysis Department, suggested that a high-level skill was being used. In the comments on social networks, there were theories that the invasion was invented, and Kang Ha-yoon Moo just wanted to claim his clan. Han Seon-soo, a professor at the Hunter Research Faculty, guessed that the boy had used a combination of body enhancement, speed increase, and power skills. Each of the guests invited to the program had his own hypothesis that, in any case, the skill he used was absolute, which so far has only been registered by 2 people. Do Won Kyun listen to all this, considering the entire focus group to be idiots? The woman was staring intently at the screen of her work tablet, where the recording of the fight between Kang Hun Moo and the rat people was playing. She saw that the boy intimidated the creatures with just his presence, without using any tricks or skills. She looked at it suspiciously, because she knew that this had happened before, only in the dungeon. The woman took a closer look at the boy who was afraid of monsters, and thought that what Kang Ha-yoon Moo was doing, as well as the other monsters' reactions to him, suggested that he might be a monster. The woman knew that only they could frighten monsters with their presence alone. Do Won Kyun remembered while watching the video that even the boy's blood was similar to monster blood? Stretching tiredly, the woman threw her hands behind her head, driving away strange and scary thoughts. The woman looked at the ceiling, thinking that in any case, the ratman had first cursed. And then there was a boo-boom. But no absolute skill was registered. She was pulled out of her thoughts by a knock on the door, where a moment later the guilty face of her assistant appeared, covering the phone with his hand, calling Do Won Kyun. The angry woman reminded about the prohibition to disturb her. She even pulled out the telephone cord so as not to be disturbed. The guy agreed, but insisted on taking the phone. Looking at how scared the assistant was, she asked if it was so important that it couldn't wait. Confused, the assistant began to explain something about the Bravo Hotel. However, such an explanation did not satisfy the woman. It also made her furious. The assistant answered, handing her the phone that she was calling from the Blue House, which interested her quite a bit. The woman put the receiver to her ear, answering that she was very busy, and that is why she asked to introduce herself quickly. A male voice on the other end of the receiver introduced himself as General Secretary Park Gyu. The woman smiled predatorily, twisting the interlocutor's name in an obscene manner. The man smiled, once again emphasizing the correct pronunciation of his name, to which he received the answer that the pronunciation of the name does not matter. The essence does not change. With a sly smile, Do Won-kyun asked if the president had a renewed interest in the gifted department, as she knew very well that this sudden interest was related to Kang Hyun-moo. The woman laughed briefly, waving her hand to the assistant to get out of the office, meanwhile continuing her monologue. She asked why a person who was not interested in such things in life would suddenly become interested in this. Park Ga-yu replied that he didn't expect to hear anything else from the woman, but the condescending tone of his words didn't escape Do Won-kyun. The man advised her to postpone the foreplay because he had to contact her personally, since she did not pick up the phone. The woman leaned back in her chair and replied with a slight hint of mockery that she didn't know anything about Kang Hyun-moo, as the rating machine was down at the moment. Park Gyu let out a slightly irritated breath, as he perfectly understood that the center was deliberately delaying the announcement of his results. But he did not understand why. What exactly he asked about. The man assumed that gifted management just wanted to get the guy on their project. Playing hide-and-seek, Do Won-kyun didn't see the point in going on and making up a reason, so she just agreed with the man's theory. She admitted that it was for that reason that they did not share information about him. Park Gyu gritted his teeth as he glared at the phone. He thought about the fact that the information was leaking anyway, but decided not to say it out loud. He hastened to assure that they were not going to divulge information, but simply wanted to know everything before everyone else, because they would not be able to keep information about him quiet without being criticized. Realizing that Park Gyu was about to make a proposal, Do Won-kyun sighed, but agreed to listen to him. Thinking it was time to throw in the bait, the man revealed that the Taesong clan planned to donate 10 billion won to the Retired Hunters Fund. He offered to double this figure. Do Won-jion thought. At one time, Great Unknowns cost 1 billion, and in a few weeks the amount increased several times, because Isung also took part. The woman understood that if she refused to cooperate, she might be in danger, and then she would be left without Kang Hyun-moo. Park Ga-yu, hearing the silence on the other end, understood perfectly well what it meant. Do Won-kyun wasn't just thinking about his proposal. She was even thinking about agreeing to it, so he was just mentally pushing her to do it. In the end, exhaling loudly, the woman did agree, assuring that she would hand over the documents to him right now, but warned him not to be too surprised. Park Ga-yu smugly noticed that since he saw yesterday's action, nothing can surprise him. And sometimes, when he thought that such people lived next to him, he felt uneasy. Hearing about the desire to control people like Kang Hyun-moo, the woman's lips stretched into a slight smile, as she asked if that was really his opinion of the gifted. Park Gyu looked at the phone screen as Do Won-kyun said she sent the documents and hangs up. The man smiled, thinking that it was time to pass the information on to the Taesong clan. Standing by the window and looking at the panorama of the night city, Park Gyu dialed a number, expecting to be paid for the information he had obtained. No one picked up the phone, but the phone received a message that their agreement was terminated due to his non-compliance with the terms, which puzzled the man. In a moment, realizing what could happen, the man rushed to the TV, turning on the news. There it was said that the research center had finally published the results of the rank check. Park Gyu turned as white as paper from the anger that came over him and growled through clenched teeth. Listening to the announcer announce Kang Hyun-moo's result, the woman folded her hands into a lock and rested her chin on them, a winning smile shining on her face. An angry Park Gyu slammed the table so hard that he knocked over a glass of wine, which he himself had put there. When he got out of the shower, Yumin, sitting in the room, informed him that the world was going crazy because of his rating, because it reached 5 stars. The boy lay down in bed next to her while the announcer said that the level of reliability of such results is unknown, since no one managed to get a full 5 stars during the first testing. Experts on the program explained that it was not only about the rating, but also about the levels, since the 20th level corresponded to a 1-star rating, and with each subsequent star, the level increased by 10 units. Sitting in bed, Kang Hyun-moo and Yoo-min listened with interest to the experts who said that according to these calculations, the boy should be around level 6, which made him the strongest. One of the experts also explained that rating and level are of course important, but skills also play an important role. At the 50th, you can get the absolute skill, and the 60th opens even more buns. One of the experts reminded that Kang Hyun-moo's level has not been confirmed yet, so they shouldn't jump to conclusions right now. Experts also added that Lee Ji-tae surpasses him in achievements, so it seemed logical to ask where Kang Hyun-moo has been hiding until now, to which it was noted that he took the evaluation test a few months ago, setting a record not only at the state level, as well as internationally. At this time, Yoo-min was sitting with the phone in her hands, reporting that the calls did not stop, and not only hunters wanted to see the boy, but also advertisers and on television, and there were also calls from several game developers. Kang Hyun-moo closed his eyes and put his hands behind his head, remembering the saying that when you're famous, people will pay even for your trinkets. He finally got up and told Yoo-min to calm down and see what happened to their stocks after the invasion. After clicking the phone a few times, the girl sullenly replied that the price was still falling for them, because the recovery process might take some time. But now they had about 30% of the net income in their hands. The girl asked what they would do next, to which the boy thought about what could be done. A sudden idea dawned on him, and he said to buy the shares of the Ta Song clan, including all of them. The girl's face very clearly expressed doubts about this idea. However, although the clan's share price fell, they could avoid losses due to the plan to conquer the north. Kang Hyun-moo smiled slyly as he saw his plan begin to dawn on Yoo-min. The boy got up from the bed, saying that soon Lee Ji-tae will appear, not forcing himself to wait long. Remembering the head of the Ta Seong clan, Kang Hyun-moo said that he is just like that, and he can't do anything else. A black car stopped in the middle of the road near Kang Hyun-moo and Yoo-min's house. Park Hee-seo came out of it, followed by 2 more Umbala guards, carefully monitoring the situation around and not losing their vigilance. The owner was already waiting for them at the door, kindly inviting them to enter the house. However, the man refused, saying instead that he wanted to go for a walk, so Kang Hyun-moo motioned him in the direction and asked him to follow him. Park Hee-seo said that he opened a charity organization for hunters using his own savings and gained good work experience abroad, after which he returned to Korea and started exploring dungeons. When they stopped at a small clearing, the man turned to the boy, asking what he thought of his level rating, to which Kang Hyun-moo replied that it was thanks to him and creating a good disguise. Park Hee-seo wanted to say something, but fell silent, to which the boy turned his head in surprise. He did so just in time to see the old man attack him unexpectedly. Seeing this, the boy walked away, putting up a block and knocking away Park Hee-seo's cane. The man looked angry, and his face was twisted into a grimace of hatred. It suddenly occurred to him that everything that happened during the invasion, like the invasion itself, was the work of Kang Hyun-moo, and he immediately asked him about it. With a satisfied smile on his face, the boy replied that it was kind of obvious, so there's no need to ask about it. During the next attack, the man asked what he would do if a disaster occurred that he did not foresee. The boy deflected from the blows, bending forward and backward from time to time. Eventually, he got tired of dodging and summoned his sword and gauntlet from his inventory, explaining that he had everything under control and finished it off without a single casualty. Park Hee-seo was not jokingly angry, making the next attack, because he did not understand why the invasion was started and what goal the boy was pursuing. Kang Hyun-moo raised the hand that held the sword to repel the old man's attacks. The boy grabbed the cane Park Hee-seo was attacking him with, and the blood from the capsule on the glove began to dissolve the wood, exposing the blade of the sword hidden within. In the next moment, the boy took his sword and cut the air with it right in front of the old man's face. Park Hye-seo alone was ready, so he stepped aside, causing Kang Hyun-moo's sword to simply hit the ground, missing its target. A wild expression appeared in the boy's eyes, which even slightly resembled madness. Trying to calm the boy down, Park Hye-seo yelled at him to calm down while trying to hit him again with his sword. Kang Hyun-moo blocked, and a sheaf of sparks flew between the opponents from the clash of sword against sword. The old man, analyzing the young man's weapon, praised it highly, which he told him, while at the same time trying to repel his attack. Kang Hyun-moo also wasted no time in analyzing the man's weapon. He had heard that Kane's swords break very easily. However, considering that Park Hye-seo's sword was able to withstand the attack of his sword, it could be concluded that it was an artifact. However, strength was not the only characteristic that affected the outcome of the battle. And the strength of the weapon was not important, if the weapon itself was in the hands of someone who did not know how to use it. They engaged in a fierce battle, dealing blow after blow, exposing their weapons in block techniques, and trying to draw fortune to their side. At some point, both of them did not calculate the trajectory of the blow, because of which they simply flew past each other. Keeping his balance, Park Hye-seo looked at the boy, realizing that he had become even stronger since their last meeting. The man straightened up, preparing for a new phase of battle as he aimed to win anything today. Kang Hyun-moo was standing across from him, trying to catch his breath, and he didn't understand why Park Hye-seo was reacting like that, since the invasion would have happened on any schedule, and he just sped it up and dealt with it earlier than planned. Park Hye-seo glared at the boy, reminding him of the sacrifices that could happen because of his action. Kang Hyun-moo explained that he eliminated the risks and made sure there would be no casualties, and only then did what he felt was necessary. A smile played on the boy's face when he reminded that the invasion still needed to be eliminated. Park Hye-seo, preparing for the attack, asked if the boy would be so stressed if the dungeon wasn't attracting the attention of the press and media. The boy understood that the fight continued, but he was surprised by the integrity of Park Hye-seo, with whom, as he already understood, it was pointless to talk. Kang Hyun-moo jumped up, preparing to strike the man, demanding his opponent to go all out, to which the man said that in that case, he would first apologize. He took out his other hand, revealing the artifact that Kang Hyun-moo had given him earlier, and which doubled the owner's senses. Park Hye-seo deflected the boy's attack so hard that he flew several meters away from him. He clenched his teeth, realizing that now the fight would not be as simple as it was before. Without waiting for the opponent to land, Park Hye-seo jumped into the air, planning to strike again. Kang Hyun-moo crumpled to the ground with his back to her, out of sheer stupidity. Barely breathing, he sat up, trying to catch his breath so he would have the strength for his next attacks. At this time, Park Hye-seo was already standing over him, bringing the sword over his head again. Clearly not expecting this, the boy only managed to cover his face with the hand in which he was holding the sword. The next blow sent him back a decent distance again. However, this time the boy managed to gather himself and, landing on both feet, braked, raising dust. He approached Park Hye-seo to attack him, but he quickly disappeared in front of his face, causing his opponent to wonder why he was so fast. In a moment he was behind him, bringing the sword to his neck. Sensing this, Kang Hyun-moo quickly took his bearings and stepped behind the man, avoiding his sword. In a moment, the man screamed loudly, feeling a pain in the back of his neck. His hat flew off, and Park Hye-seo himself, unable to stay on his feet, fell to his knees, leaning on his sword. There were 2 large lumps on the man's neck that were rapidly reddening and continuing to grow. Kang Hyun-moo stood over his defeated opponent, saying that he should have guessed how strong he was in real combat. Park Hye-seo, remaining on his knees, looked at the flock of huge mosquitoes flying around him. The man thought that Kang Hyun-moo had sneakily poisoned him, and there were also suspicions that the poison was fatal. The boy kicked the old man with his foot, which caused him to become crabby, while the opponent tried to get him to calm down a little. Seeing this picture, two of Park Hee-seo's bodyguards rushed to him, hurrying to help him. Hearing the approach of the ambuls, the boy thought for a moment, weighing the decision about further actions. In the next second, he summoned Kirsten, who immediately appeared in the company of two more goblins. The trio of goblins, without wasting time, immediately rushed at Park Hee-seo's bodyguards. Kang Hyun-moo looked at the glove on his hand and talked about how he thought they trusted each other, which unfortunately turned out not to be the case. He gave the command and the gauntlet began to disappear from his hand in a demonic red light. When it completely disappeared, Kang Hyun-moo's ring became visible on his finger, without any decorations or patterns. In the characteristics, it was said that the artifact reduced the abilities of the owner of another similar artifact by 50%. Park Hee-seo lay on the ground, unable to move, and thought about the fact that he had made a major mistake, namely, underestimating his opponent, who had won. The boy was standing over him, raising his sword and saying that he had already made up his mind about the old man's fate. In the next second, the boy plunged his sword into the dying Park Hee-seo's back with all his might. With a gurgling sound, Kang Hyun-moo's own poisonous blood flowed from the sword into the old man's body. The boy saw how the old man's body shook in convulsions from pain. After that, the hand hit the ground with a thud and stopped moving. Kirsten and his goblins looked at the scene unfolding before them. Kang Hyun-moo, standing over Park Hee-seo's body, closed his eyes in mourning for him. Suddenly, Kirsten approached him, asking what to do with the old man's guards. The boy replied that nothing should be done with them, and they can return to themselves. Turning his gaze to Park Hee-seo's body again, Kang Hyun-moo said that he still had something to say to the old man. The guy called him softly, telling him to get up and not to fool around. The old man's body shuddered, and in a moment he was slowly getting up from the ground, trying to sit down. He leaned his back against a wide tree trunk and, not understanding what was happening around him, looked at the boy. Hyun-moo explained that the poison he injected into him had one feature, namely that it was beneficial to allies and deadly to enemies. But who is who will determine Kang Hyun-moo himself. Park Hee-seo frowned, but understood that there was nothing he could do, so he asked why he spared him. Kang Hyun-moo explained that he didn't think that he was going to kill him, otherwise he wouldn't have come here so openly. Breathing heavily, Park Hee-seo said quietly that anyone could mistake the boy for a veteran. The boy smiled as he remembered how many monsters he had killed in hell, and thought that he was actually a veteran. The man extended his hand to him, saying that despite all his outward cruelty, Park Hyun-moo is very kind-hearted, but he may simply lack the experience to make the right decision. The boy admitted with a smile that he might be right, but he knew for sure that he was not a monster, or at least he tried not to be one. The boy returned to the question of whether he would have done the same if there had not been such an uproar, and said that he would have stopped any invasion, regardless of where it was. Still smiling, Kang Hyun-moo explained that he was impressed by the man's integrity, because before that he considered him a ruthless criminal authority, to which Park Hee-seo replied, "Yes, but he also has his principles." Looking at the boy, the man said that he thought only altruism was the way to save humanity, and that was why he was so pissed off by the provocation of the dungeon invasion. Kang Hyun-moo explained that he only preferred good allies and stupid enemies, because useless allies were useless, and intelligent enemies were insane. Park Hee-seo tried to convey to the boy that with great power comes great responsibility, but he replied that when he lived among others, he felt something similar. And then I realized that the stronger you become, the more indifferent you become. After all, you just don't care about the weak. The man, looking at him, asked if he was different from the rest. Crossing his arms over his chest, Kang Hyun-moo admitted that he still had a lot to learn, because at first, he just wanted to buy a house and live in abundance. And then, when he got fame, he wondered if he would just be famous and powerful. Now he wanted more than just reaching for the stars. His goal was to become another star. Park Hee-so's face twisted in anger as he didn't know how far the boy in front of him was willing to go. Kang Hyun-moo brought his face closer to the old man's, saying that he would forgive him for trying to get in his way, as he knew that he wouldn't have the strength to kill him, no matter how hard he tried. The guy reminded of his proposal in the gym when he offered the man to swear allegiance to him. And now he offered it again, while words still carried some weight. At this time, Red Butterfly was fighting 3 huge orcs, dealing them one blow after another. Red Lotus, holding another orc by the neck, warned her sister that they were approaching her from the right side. The redhead froze, looking at the monster her sister had warned about. A huge orc was carrying her, with coral from teeth and someone's skull hanging from his neck, long black hair tied back in a tail, and in his hands, he held a giant mace. The girl jumped back just as the weapon landed on the spot where she had just been standing. The creature looked at her with yellow eyes that burned with anger and hatred. The monster's armor was studded with spikes, and there was a ring in its nose. Red Butterfly took a fighting stance, guessing that it was none other than the boss of the orcs. One of the group leaders ordered them to fall back and regroup as the lead orc was found. The creature snarled and charged forward to where its enemies stood. Without thinking long, the Red Butterfly rushed to meet him, kicking up piles of dust under her feet. Trying to stop her, the boy in black yelled for her to turn around, as the enemy was dangerous even for her. But in spite of him, the Red Lotus, the Red Snake, and the fair-haired girl, who was also on trial, rushed to help her sister. The Red Butterfly was already bringing her hand in to attack her opponent. The creature snarled loudly, gaping its fanged maw and swinging its mace. Running as close as possible to the orc, the girl jumped, flying over him. Distracted by the red-haired woman's somersault, the creature delivered a strong blow with the stick straight to her ear. Red Lotus, taking a stick, began to wind the chain from the orc's mace on it. After a few seconds, she was already lying on her stick, clucking loudly. Unarmed, the monster was confused, opening its mouth. The Red Snake put its hand forward, using its power to stop the orc. Threads of light began to gather around him, and he gave Pelin's command to the night. The orc's yellow eyes began to turn black, and the blackness got closer and closer to the pupil. Taking advantage of the moment, Red Butterfly jumped up to the monster, hitting it repeatedly. As soon as she landed, the entire body of the orc was covered in red flashes. The girl turned and noted with satisfaction how the monster's huge carcass was flying apart. Almost immediately after that, a guy in black approached her. He asked why she ignored the order of the head of the operation and promised to discipline her. Thinking over her act, the girl lowered her head gloomily. Friends approached the Red Butterfly. Red Lotus rudely asked if there were any problems, and Red Snake asked to repeat what he had just said. Seeing such support from the girl, the head of the operation was confused, not risking contacting them. The Red Butterfly, looking down, apologized to the commander and admitted her guilt. She bowed low, which stunned her sisters and brother, who were clearly not ready for this. The commander exhaled noisily, but replied that since she apologized, there was no reason to inflate the problem. Besides, they stood up for her. Besides, he himself wanted to apologize for his rudeness. He held out his hand to her, saying that it was an honor for him to watch Red Butterfly defeat the boss, because it was because of her that there were no casualties in their unit. The girl looked down at her feet and from the inside she was tormented by doubts. And there was anxiety in her soul. She thought about the fact that one of the team members could have been hurt, and the mission could have failed. The commander was still standing with his hand outstretched, but the pause was getting longer, and the situation was becoming quite uncomfortable. The boy turned around and ordered them to gather, wondering if he had been too harsh with the girl. All this picture was observed by the friends of the red butterfly, and in their eyes one could read anxiety and worries. Li Ji-tae stood in the middle of the construction site, glancing at his watch from time to time. It was obvious that he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to make sure it was the one he was waiting for. He spread his arms in a welcoming gesture as he saw Red Butterfly, Red Lotus, and Red Snake walk into the office. Immediately from the threshold, the head of the Taesong clan congratulated the red-haired girl that she was already level 21. The girl replied that it was the merit of her team and the Taesun clan. Li Ji-tae said he was proud of her and stated that he wanted to talk to her, but without her team involved. The red butterfly was confused, but despite this, she agreed to talk to the head of the clan. When they were already in the car, the head of the clan noticed that the girl did not look well and asked what had happened. The girl told everything that happened in the dungeon. Li Ji-tae smiled and reassured her that there were no casualties and the mission was accomplished, but the girl still looked sad. The clan head wondered if it could be because of Kang Hyun-moo. He looked at the girl, who was sitting with her head down, and thought that she, not wanting to stand still, was endangering not only herself, but also others who worked with her. Finally, Red Butterfly asked what clan head Taesong wanted to talk about. Li Ji-tae showed her the tablet since they were on a mission and didn't know the latest news. After reading about the invasion, the Red Butterfly even jumped on the spot. When the girl saw Kang Hyun-moo, her eyebrows went up to the bridge of her nose, and she questioned if it was really him. Li Ji-tae confirmed that it was indeed him and added that he was trying to find information about him, which is not such an easy task. The clan head looked at Red Butterfly carefully, saying that she was the only one he knew who fought him, so she could give him some clue about the boy. Red Butterfly wondered if it was possible that he had been hiding his abilities during their duel. The fact that Kang Hyun-moo might not be fighting her seriously and not using his abilities brought tears to his eyes. Li Ji-tae frowned and looked at the girl carefully, questioning if Kang Hyun-moo had really used his abilities in the fight with her. Smearing tears down her face, the girl replied that she clearly had the advantage in terms of physical skills. But at some point, she began to hallucinate and found herself exposed to him. Li Ji-tae stared at the tablet, wondering why, with skills similar to Red Butterfly's, he didn't use them. The boy again gave the tablet to the girl, talking about the boy's physical capabilities while simultaneously demonstrating them in practice. On the screen, the boy actually smashed the werewolf's head with one blow. Li Ji-tae looked at Red Butterfly and expressed his suspicion that their thoughts were similar, to which she looked at him in surprise. However, seeing the girl's puzzled face, he explained that they had both seen something supernatural while watching the fight. Red Butterfly looked at the freeze frame and wondered when Kang Hyun-moo managed to rise in level like this. Li Ji-tae looked at the upset girl and decided to calm her down a little. He said she has potential and great growth, and is not at all rookie status. He recalled how a few years ago, she could even defeat him. However, now he was asking her for advice in the situation, because in his opinion, she was the only one who understood the full extent of what was happening. Under the watchful eye of the head of the clan, the girl was embarrassed, but answered that she herself did not know anything. Hearing Li Ji-tae say that she planned to clear the Choldu dungeon, the girl's eyes widened. He was talking about the fact that the Taesong clan wanted to organize an expedition there to suppress the invasion, and accordingly, more information about him was needed. Stabilizing Choldu would be training before working in Paektu. However, Red Butterfly, who had only recently reached level 20, was considered a weakling for the dungeon. Lee Ji-tae said that he and the Tae-sung clan believe in her and would like to have her on his team during the raid. At this time, the Red Butterfly team, waiting for their sister, was sitting on the stairs where they had been left, watching the latest news releases. Suddenly, Red Butterfly appeared from around the corner, and everyone immediately rushed to her, hurrying to tell about the invasion. Red Lotus was about to say something, but Red Snake interrupted her, asking Red Butterfly how her conversation with Lee Ji-tae went. She told them everything she knew, including the Ta-song clan's plans to stabilize the Shouldu dungeons. The blonde-haired girl asked, confused if the guy who stopped the invasion was not the guy Red Butterfly was fighting in the dungeon. Hearing about the boy, the Red Lotus growled furiously, asking her sisters if it was really him. Red Butterfly lowered her eyes and confirmed that Kang Hyun-moo had indeed stopped the invasion. The team wondered how this was possible, and the Red Snake replied that it seemed strange to him, even during the test. But then the boy paid attention to one more detail of the conversation, which they had missed at first. Namely, that Red Butterfly was offered to join the dungeon stabilization squad. Red Butterfly confidently raised her head and said she agreed as they needed more experience. The team thought about it, and then everyone joyfully agreed, each finding something interesting in it. The Red Butterfly thanked, to which she was assured that thanks were not worth it, because they were not strangers to each other. The girl herself remembered Kang Hyun-moo, and his face appeared before her eyes. She thought that no matter how high Kang Hyun-moo climbed, she would climb without stopping. There was a wild lust for victory in her eyes as she vowed to surpass him. At this time, sitting in his car, Lee Ji-tae was examining one of the crystal moss crystals that Park Hee-so had brought him from Kang Hyun-moo, and was trying to figure out where he was getting such pure artifacts from. For him, the boy already resembled some supernatural monster. He was distracted from his thoughts by a mobile phone, which broke the silence of the car interior with its ringing. He picked up the receiver and put the phone to his ear, looking straight ahead. On the other end of the wire came a report that everything was ready for tomorrow. Taking the phone away from his ear, the head of the Tae-song clan smiled. Looking at the fragment of crystal moss, he wondered if he could take not only a piece, but all of it at once. The next day, the business center was making final preparations for a big press conference organized by Lee Ji-tae. Some of the journalists were already sitting at their desks, while others had just arrived and were taking their seats. Photographers and TV operators took their places, and the press conference was about to begin. The head of the Ta-song clan appeared on the stage, who bowed and approached the podium. He began his speech by recalling the recent tragic events in the Shouldu dungeon. At this time, Kang Hyun-moo himself was training on the roof of one of Hell's collapsed high-rises. Yu Ming, lying in bed, was watching the press conference of the head of the Tae-song clan on her laptop. The Red Butterfly was training by lifting a heavy tire in the gym. Lee Ji-tae spoke about how fate had given them a hunter who had the rank of 5 stars. The Red Butterfly was trying to catch her breath while pink smoke was floating around her. Park Hee-so sat in his car with his hands resting on his cane, deep in thought. When Lee Ji-tae mentioned the union, Yu Min jumped up. Clan head to Seong announced that, albeit belatedly, his clan was planning to clear the Shouldu dungeon. And he also added that it will be completely organized by the clan and will not be accompanied by any extortions. Park Hee-so thought that the Almighty Alliance should have taken responsibility for the problems in the dungeon during the invasion, and in the event that the Ta-sun clan acquits them, they will be able to monopolize all the items and monster corpses they find in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-tae was announcing the person who would be at the forefront of the dungeon survey. And this was a person no one expected to see. Clan head Taesung thought that Kang Hyun-moo had already shown what was strong enough. Kang Hyun-moo during training also mentioned the head of the Tae-song clan, who would never understand where he got such power from, and who would have no other way to rank up other than using the crystal mousse. Looking at the panorama of the city's ruins, the boy thought that the only thing Lee Jai-tui could want in the current situation was his hell-trained Kang Hyun-moo. After the press conference, dinner was served in the banquet hall for all those who took part in it. Standing by one of the walls was No Hale with black hair and an orange and black bob. Suddenly, a message came on the phone she was holding, and she looked at the screen with interest. A photo appeared on the screen showing members of two baseball teams fighting and her favorite baseball team losing. Seeing this, the girl screamed, unable to restrain herself. Suddenly, a man approached her and asked if she was okay. Looking at him, the girl opened her mouth in surprise, forgetting absolutely everything. None other than Kang Hyun-moo approached her with a glass of champagne in hand. The girl looked at him enthusiastically, never taking her eyes off her. He was wearing a classic three-piece suit, and his hair was neatly combed, which was very different from how he looked the day they met. The guy replied that it was due to the fact that the suit for tonight was chosen by his girlfriend, who understands clothes many times better than him. Kang Hyun-moo himself thought that thanks to the battle assistant, he was able to master the rules of etiquette quickly enough so as not to look like a savage. Noticing the girl's clothes, he remarked with a smile that he should probably have dressed in something more comfortable. But Hale explained that the meeting of the hunters was not so official before that, so she did not bother about clothes. And many hunters are young because they do not yet have a family, and they want adventure. After which, closer to 30, they retire. When she mentioned Lee Ji-tae, Kang Hyun-moo asked if she knew where the head of the Ta-sung clan was, to which No Hale replied that he was with the Krom group, which is made up of foreign hunters. Picking up a glass of wine, she added that, as soon as they finished their discussion, they would begin the meeting. When Kang Hyun-moo suggested that if she was already here, then her clan was also participating in the raid, the girl replied with a categorical refusal, and that she was here to refuse. On her line about the relationship between her and Lee Ji-tae, the guy noticed that they used to work together in the group Crazy Tiger. But Hale explained that the group was named after a bar where hunters often gathered. However, the girl noticed that her clan would remain on the safe side, even if no one noticed, after which they clinked glasses. Looking at the girl, Kang Hyun-moo thought that the Mad Tiger could become a powerful group. The figures of 4 men appeared on the stage, and Kang Hyun-moo concluded that the meeting was over. The 3 men were dressed in business suits, and only one of them was wearing a priest's uniform. Lee Ji-tae took the floor by thanking everyone who attended tonight. He introduced those who will participate in the dungeon, namely the head of the Kanbuk branch, who will be in charge of training, and the captain of the Obsidian team. Lee Ji-tae announced himself as the head of the operation. After hearing that their clan had been kicked out even before she had reported the rejection, No Nail began to rage. Having heard that he will also lead, the girl drained the glass of wine in her hands with a volley. A moment later, the sound of her loud belching filled the hall. When she saw that everyone was looking at her, she announced loudly that her clan would not be participating in the raid anyway, and she came here to announce it, after which she wished everyone good luck and left the hall. After this, Kang Hyun-moo realized that the restoration of the Mad Tiger clan would only remain in his dreams. Lee Ji-tae, meanwhile, introduced a 4th gentleman who turned out to be a priest from Germany who stopped the invasion in Syria. Kang Hyun-moo froze upon hearing the priest's name. He remembered that Kavaro mentioned a certain Johann and Maria, and the same priest was mentioned in the note they found near the skeleton. Well, at least now he knew what the man who saved humanity until the end looked like. Suddenly he thought that such a thing had to happen for the priest to commit suicide. Something was wrong here, but if he doesn't confuse anything, then the priest is clearly connected with survival in hell. The boy reached into his pocket to retrieve the Admiral's monocle. Suddenly, Kang Hyun-moo's eyes widened in surprise. He watched intently at the stage where Lee Ji-tae continued to share certain details of the upcoming raid. The head of the Tae-sun clan looked at the boy and the corners of his lips curled up. He revealed that the key to the expedition was with the priest, as he was considered a level 50 healer with 3 skills, namely healing, protection, and a higher skill called Shroud of Compassion. Kang Hyun-moo thought that the priest could easily be considered a triple conjurer. And Lee Ji-tae managed to mobilize a large workforce rather coolly. A tall man suddenly approached him and called his name. The guests at the tables began to whisper, finally noticing the guy, who was very difficult to recognize in a suit. The man apologized for bothering him, but said that someone wanted to meet him, so he asked to go with him. Guessing who might want to meet him, the boy smiled lightly. Kang Hyun-moo was riding in the elevator surrounded by Lee Ji-tae's 3 bodyguards. They entered a well-furnished, spacious, sun-drenched 2-story apartment. Lee Ji-tae was already waiting for him on the 2nd floor, where he called the boy. There was a table for 2. They sat down at the table, and the head of the Tae-sun clan expressed his hope that the guest would enjoy the cuisine. Without dragging the cat into all the details, Lee Ji-tae asked which organization Kang Hyun-moo belonged to and where he trained. The guy honestly answered that he trained on his own. Lee Ji-tae immediately replied that the authorities should come up with something more serious and believable. Because when something happens that cannot be controlled, the state reacts very sharply. Kang Hyun-moo said with a smile that he was planning to buy himself a wheelchair, but the head of the Ta-sun clan disappointed him, saying that it wouldn't help much. After thinking about it, Lee Ji-tae quietly asked him which star's whisper he heard. The question puzzled him, and the boy tensed, but decided to pretend he didn't understand what he was talking about. To which the head of the Ta-seong clan just as calmly asked Kang Hyun-moo's level. He, in turn, decided that the head of the Ta-sun clan would be the first to give information about himself. He looked at the interlocutor and saw that his level reached the 57th level. But the most surprising thing was that he carried the title of Hell's Strongest. Kang Hyun-moo jumped up from his chair, his teeth clenched, and his eyebrows crawled up the bridge of his nose, showing anger. Suddenly he felt another hand covering his hand. It was not strong, but persistent. Lee Ji-tae smiled and asked the boy to calm down as he called him not to fight, but to talk. Kang Hyun-moo thought that he didn't even notice the clan had moved when he already felt him grab him. After looking at the boy's face and realizing that he was holding his hand for too long, he apologized and took his hand away. Lee Ji-tae thought that he must have overestimated the boy's skills, as he didn't even notice the simple delight. The clan had explained that he just wanted to make sure everything was okay because someone with power like Kang Hyun-moo should be more vigilant. The guy leaned on the table with his elbows and asked how old Lee Ji-tae thought he was, to which he was told that he looked a little over 30. The next question that interested the head of the Tae-song clan was whether he really had 5 stars, to which Kang Hyun-moo countered with a similar question. Lee Ji-tae froze, then explained that what he meant was whether or not the boy had a higher rank than 5 stars, because he was somehow different from the other awakened ones. The guy replied that there are clearly other hunters with 5 stars. The head of the clan added that there was something he could not understand, no matter how hard he tried. He assumed that he could have 6 stars, or even 7, and looked at the interlocutor with a smile, mysteriously adding that the boy had already passed the level of current humanity. Kang Hyun-moo tensed because he already had a bad feeling creeping in, so he stealthily replied that he wasn't that powerful. Lee Ji-tae looked at the boy and insisted that he was powerful. To explain what he meant, he mentioned the book Childhood's End and asked if Kang Hyun-moo had read it. He said that, in that book, a creature appears, which in terms of development far exceeds humanity, and then people turn to them for help. and humanity was helped to reach another level. Kang Hyun-moo did not understand anything, why he was here and some book that he had not even read, but he did not dare to question. Lee Ji-tae said that he thought that ruler from the book and the awakened were similar. He sharply advanced towards the boy, saying that when he first saw him, he immediately smelled evil and fear in him. And from him I felt self-reliance, which can only be when a person foresees the future. Kang Hyun-moo's problem was that he didn't know what exactly Lee Ji-tae knew about hell. The head of the clan said that he can also control the future to a certain extent, and that the invasion of Koldu is only the beginning, since scientists have long predicted the increase in the difficulty of dungeons. He got up from the table, saying something about drastic changes and the future that was coming soon. Taking a glass of wine from the table, he offered to cooperate. Twirling a glass of wine in his fingers, he said that they could be like two friends who would support each other, despite the difficulties. The boy could not understand what the head of the Taesong clan really wanted from him, but he spoke of the malice that was in Kang Hyun-moo himself. However, Lee Ji-tae suggested that if there was any darkness in him, it could be used for the benefit of humanity. Already standing in the elevator, surrounded by guards, the boy wondered if he had passed honey to the cutie in communication with the head of the clan. When he offered to use his darkness for good, the boy did not oblige, and with a sly smile asked if when he used a magic skill, he called out its name or a magic spell. This question puzzled Lee Ji-tae, but he replied that he had not done such a thing since he was 20 years old. After that, the leader of the clan got up and, arguing that he still needed to prepare something in the hall, left first. Now he was riding in the elevator and thinking about what kind of delusion Lee Ji-tae had told him, and how he should have reacted to it. When he got out of the elevator, the picture of hell, with its ruins and purple sky, was still in front of his eyes. Remembering the offer of cooperation, Kang Hyun-moo went down to the underground parking lot of the office center. The boy smiled as the tension of formal communication began to loosen. The guy thought about the fact that when someone is very sure of his victory, one really wants to spit in his porridge. That's why he himself planned to trim Lee Ji-tae's feathers a little. Taking off his tie as he went, the boy planned to catch up with the head of the Taesong clan as soon as possible. The next time he was in hell, his opponent got a huge spore rat with mushrooms on its back. He stood in front of him, squeaking obnoxiously as Kang Hyun-moo prepared to attack. He was just putting his sword forward when the rodent madly charged at him. The boy took a fighting stance so that the rat wouldn't knock him off his feet, and his face showed impatience for the battle. The rodent jumped to charge at the opponent, but Kang Hyun-moo swung his sword and the rodent's body split in two. Looking at the result of his work, the boy saw how the body of the rodent was divided into upper and lower parts. He approached the corpse, but saw that the mushrooms on the rat's back were beginning to bloom, releasing poisonous fumes, so he quickly covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, because he could live forever in the underground apartments without feeding. In his hand he had a small black dagger, which he did not swallow with his sword, and now he was very glad of it. He walked over to the poisonous mushrooms and poked one of them, tearing it off his back. While dissecting the rodent's back, Kang Hyun-moo thought that this kind of knife was meant for this kind of work. Meanwhile, work was in full swing in the goblin village. Some distilled water, others mixed it with the necessary ingredients, and still others, holding flasks in their hands, disassembled ready-made potions. Kirsten was checking out a new batch of crystal moss when he heard a call. Seeing that Kang Hyun-moo had returned, the hobgoblin approached him. The boy took out mushrooms, boards, bat wings, dead snakes, notebooks, a can of tomato soup, and a lot more from the inventory. Seeing the pile in which all the gifts of a person fell, the goblins hid. When Kang Hyun-moo noticed this, he was not jokingly angry, reminding them that they had to make it by tomorrow, so they better get to work. Without waiting for them to be ordered a second time, the creatures ran to sort through the pile of objects to find what they needed there. Kang Hyun Moo called out to the goblins who were sorting through the pile, and when they turned around, he made a terrible face that scared them very much. However, he still decided to check with Kirsten if they would not spit into his potion, to which the hobgoblin replied that they would not do such a thing, because they themselves decided to follow him. But he added that the goblins were rather grateful that he didn't eat them. Kang Hai-mu didn't even immediately think of a response to such a remark, so he just remained silent. The boy reached into the bag and took out one of the poisonous mushrooms from the disputed rat. Seeing the mushroom, Kirsten covered his face with his hand in fright, which made Kang Hyun-moo laugh a lot. He explained that he did kill a sewer dweller. Although he thought about the fact that it is possible to add the function of reincarnation into blood, to which Kirsten reasonably noticed that he had already added the function of hungry blood. Looking at the planing factory, Kang Hyun-moo wondered if there was any point in stopping. The boy asked Kirsten if he were to lose his mind, that he would simply solve him. Kirsten said that his people trusted the boy and they themselves elected him. However, lately he has been behaving quite strangely. He knew that the boy could be reincarnated many times. However, his desire to die has already caused alarm. Looking carefully at the boy, the hobgoblin noticed that it is necessary to appreciate life, because he who does not appreciate his own will not appreciate someone else's. Already leaving the station, Kang Hyun-moo thought that Kirsten was right about something. But he was prevented from developing this thought by the steps he heard behind him. Having quickly oriented himself, the boy jumped behind the first and best car, listening to what was happening on the road. Kang Hyun-moo crouched down, trying not to stick out too much, peeking out from behind the car to see who had appeared on the road. He saw 2 anthropomorphic rats crawling among the cars, clearly sniffing something. The boy was happy to realize that he had received several such necessary goals. Kang Hyun-moo jumped between buildings, trying to climb as high as possible. Finally, finding a suitable spot, he threw a small poison dart straight into the air. It hit one of the rats right in the back of the head, so all that remained was to wait for the result. Kang Hyun-moo landed on the ground, trying to do it as quietly as possible, rolled over and waited. The rat, which was hit in the back of the head, scratched, but in a moment it bent over and squealed wildly. One of his eyes was hidden under a mask, but the other began to glow red like a robot. The rat looked at his brother, gaping his face, from which a river of saliva flowed, dripping onto the ground. In the next moment, he rushed at him, biting his long teeth right into the neck of his compatriot. The rat knocked him to the ground and tore out a huge piece of meat. After some time, both rats were already on their feet, with red eyes and hungry grins. Kang Hyun smiled at the familiar sight and snapped his fingers. After that, both rats began to spit blood while making terrible sounds of wheezing, growling, and squealing. The boy raised his head and saw a new notification, according to which there were about 82 hours until the new quest. Thinking about the fact that the next quest was 3 days away, Kang Hyun-moo took a step forward. He descended quickly, concentrating on the fact that if he didn't manage to clear the Choldu dungeon, there was every chance he would be transferred to hell during the raid. As he landed, the asphalt cracked under his feet. Kang Hyun-moo was determined to come up with a reason to disappear from the battlefield at the most crucial moment, because he could not postpone his battles in hell.